You're listening to part 1 of a 5-part podcast. The other parts are available in your podcast feed right now. Timecodes are in the description of this episode down below for when each film is discussed and when we are joined by each of our special guests. Enjoy. This episode of the Cult Pop Show podcast was brought to you by our Patreon.
If you want to tell us which films we should watch, get up to 2 extra exclusive podcasts a month, give us something to talk about in the post-credit scenes at the end of each episode, or even contribute to the discussion in the episode itself, then please consider joining the cult and donating at www.patreon.com/cultpopshow. Ruh-roh! What's all this then? Uh-oh! Welcome along, everybody!
Runtime, I see.
What is this?
Part 1 of however many?
However many? Welcome along to Film Franchise Fortnights on the Cult Pop Show podcast, everyone. This is our season opener for season 8 of our podcast, where once a fortnight we watch a different franchise. Richard, what are some of the franchises that we've done?
We've covered everything from Godzilla to Godfather to God's Not Dead.
Wow, very integrated brand messaging. I love it. Yes, so I am AJ and that over there is Richard. And if this, maybe you clicked on this because you're a Cult Pop Show fan and that you wanted to check out the latest episode, or maybe you clicked on it because you're a fan of a certain little Great Dane and his 4 mystery-solving friends. That being Scooby-Doo.
You're talking about. Sorry, you. It's
Sorry.
Scooby-Doo. It's Scooby-Doo.
It's Scooby-Doo. And you guys, we've talked about it. We said we'd never do it, but here we are, doing the Scooby-Doo movies. And you may be like, 28 hours? How could they talk about those 2 live action films for so long? And to that I say, you don't know a thing. You're obviously not one of those Scooby-Doo fans who clicked on this episode.
You're probably more of a Cult Pop Show fan.
Yeah. Because what if I was to tell you that arguably there are 47 Scooby-Doo movies? Now,
I would call you insane.
Well, call it one Hannah and one Barbera sane.
Well, Hannah and Barbera, whoever you are insane. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about this Great Dane that you're talking about. Although, AJ, twist ending, I actually do know a lot about those characters because the Richard you are hearing right now, it's somewhere in his little tiny brain. I have a very big brain. Is knowledge of all 47 Scooby-Doo movies and other little pieces here and there about other things like my job, etc. But what you're about to hear, the man, the boy, the child you are about to hear talking about Scooby-Doo meeting a group called the Boo Brothers. He doesn't know jack shit about Scooby-Doo. He doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. We have come back at the end of this endeavor to record this intro for you to hear so that you are eased in to the podcast.
Yes, and some of you may remember a couple of years ago we did something very similar where we covered the, at the time, 37 Barbie movies. This is going to play out similar to that in the sense that every third movie we're going to be having a guest on the episode to talk about that specific, or guests to talk about that specific Scooby-Doo movie with us, and also breaking up each movie, we do once again have a wonderful original theme song or theme songs written and performed for us by our good friend Carlyle Laurent. You can find links to his stuff in the show notes of the various parts of this episode. I imagine it's split up into, I reckon, maybe 5 parts. I shouldn't estimate until I've got it all
until you've
uploaded.
got it.
Yeah. But along the way, we're also joined by a bunch of guests, Richard, and I'm going to tell you who those guests are. Maybe we can go one at a time.
All right,
to let people know who's on which, well, not which movie, but who's on the episode. And if you look in the show notes, if you look in the show notes as well, you will see time codes for each guest's appearance on the episode.
So maybe you're just here because you're like, shut up, you two, I don't know who you are. I just love that wacky Australian Alexei Toliopoulos, and then you would be able to look. He is our first guest coming up in 3 movies' time, and you can look at the time code, skip straight to that. But you're going to miss a lot of important context if you do that.
Also joining us on the episode, we've got James Mustapic,
Erin Harrington.
Dr. Erin Harrington.
Dr. Erin Harrington.
Pickle Darling.
Andy,
Dr. Pickle Darling.
Andy Matthews and Alistair Tremblay Birchall.
Grace Jarvis.
Lily Hanson.
David Correos and Hamish Parkinson.
Britt Miggs.
Reese Matthewson.
Carlyle Laurent.
Andrew Todd.
Jess Perkins and Dave Warnicky.
And Tim Batt and Guy Montgomery all are joining us to talk about it before our final guest spot is once again occupied by a secret guest. Who will it be? Listen all the way to the end to find out. Richard, this is a big endeavour and something that this is the largest podcast we've ever done and the largest hoax. The largest hoax we've ever pulled on our fan base as we tried to get in and around people sort of like it felt like after Barbie this was an inevitability and we tried to tell people we would never do it, but Richard, you and I are bloody liars. So without
as we
further
are
ado,
about to explain, we never did intend on doing this as well. You weren't right by thinking...
You weren't right.
But you weren't right by thinking we would do this at some point. We did happen, so I guess by some... But this wasn't something that was bubbling away in our heads for 2 years thinking, yes.
No, not at all. This was something we inexplicably decided to do 2.5 months ago. So join us in what is also a brief previously on for the past 2.5 months of your life as we regale you with current events that for us have just happened, but for you happened before Christmas. So enough dilly-dallying, enough talking. Richard, let's get into it. Let's start talking about Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Back here again, huh?
Yeah, thought it would never happen.
Welcome, everyone. You'll have heard an intro. You're probably still giddy with excitement if you're one of our long-time listeners at the prospect that's just been explained to you. We haven't recorded that intro yet, so who knows what it could say. It could say...
We won't record it for like 2 months.
It could say one of us died, and we decided to release what we'd recorded already anyway.
And you'll be giddy with excitement because your least favourite host is the one that died.
Yes. Hey, Rutro, welcome everybody to Scooby-Doo! What are we doing, Richard? What's the first one we're talking about?
So we're talking about the first, by some metrics, Scooby-Doo film, Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers.
Correct. Now, wait, when you say by some metrics, is that because many consider there to be an episode 0 of the Scooby-Doo movie canon?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. So in 1979, there was Scooby Goes Hollywood, or Scooby-Doo Goes Hollywood, as it was later released on home video. But that's about 45 minutes long, and that's it's an animated television special. Like, it doesn't refer to it as a movie, but when you on the Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers Wikipedia page, the chronology has Scooby Goes Hollywood as like preceded by, and then Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School followed by.
And also on the Wikipedia page for franchises with more than 20 films, this is what it lists as the Hollywood is what it lists as the first Scooby-Doo movie. But look, a couple of thoughts. One, we will look for any excuse we can to cut a film from this roster. And two, I like the poetry that Barbie was 37 and this is 47.
Yeah.
And I want to keep that intact, even if it means some people don't think we did it properly. Maybe we can watch Scooby-Doo Goes to Hollywood.
Well, we could do it Like we did with the Barbie Out of This Space Rockers world.
Yeah, exactly. Do it for a film franchise follow-ups in a month or two. We are recording this quite a while in advance, almost 2 months in advance.
It's early to mid-December right now.
Yeah, exactly.
The ears versus tail debate is raging on.
Donald Trump hasn't even died yet.
Yeah, Donald Trump hasn't died yet. Elon Musk still owns Twitter.
Yeah. Twitter's still a thing. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Remember when Twitter was still a thing?
Yeah.
And remember when these were current cultural references?
Yeah. Well, Twitter's character limit is still 280.
As it always will be.
Yeah. Well, it's going to change to 4,000 apparently.
I know. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Scooby-Doo and meets the Boo Brothers. Very confusing.
I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm pumped. I'm jittery. I can't believe this is
I
happening.
felt better watching this than I think I did at the start of Barbie. Although I've gone on the record saying I don't mind if we never cover Scooby-Doo. And I'll tell this story now instead of telling it and make a note not to tell it in the intro. But your camera is freaking out.
I know. I don't know.
That was crazy. You looked like something out of like Cyber Chase or whatever the upcoming Scooby-Doo film is.
Yeah, something like that.
So we were sort of starting to begin our shutdown period for 2022, talking about what our episodes, our off weeks over the holidays are going to be. And I said, do we want to plan anything for the start of 2023? Now, I was thinking like, a live episode or, like The Hangover where we got drunk. Or like we generally pick the franchise to start off with, like God's Not Dead. We pretended film franchise Fortnights was dead and then came back with God's Not Dead. I was just thinking along those lines. And then you said, what, like Scooby-Doo? And I was like, yeah.
It always starts this way. Barbie started the exact same way.
Yeah.
We went from never thinking, like not even thinking about Barbie to one day it turned out we were doing Barbie. And Scooby-Doo has hung over our heads for a while. I think Barbie opened the door to people looking into
Barbie was
these
a mistake.
mega franchises. But look, there are 47 Scooby-Doo movies, and here we are at number 1. And let's jump in because we don't want to waste people's time.
We don't want this podcast to be overlong.
No, don't tell us how long it is in the comments. We're not there yet. I don't want to.
Yeah, no spoilers, guys, for the length of the podcast. Yeah, what's it about?
So Scooby-Doo and the Boo Brothers is about Scooby-Doo, his friend Shaggy in his famous red shirt that he always wears and always has worn. And that's right, the classic gang of Scrappy-Doo and nobody else. They go to a mansion that used to belong to Shaggy's distant uncle who has died, and
Colonel Beauregard,
and Shaggy has inherited the mansion. A storyline I know is at least reused once in the Scooby-Doo canon, because this is what Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, the TV series, is about. It might even be the same, like it might even be Beauregard. I can't remember.
Wow.
But anyway, they get there and there's a bunch of spooky goings on. And there's a headless horseman chasing them. There's an escaped ape from the local zoo that is chasing them. There is like a hillbilly brother and sister. The sister wants to marry Shaggy and the brother wants to kill Shaggy. And
which obviously leads to hilarious results.
Yeah, exactly. And to top it all off, they've enlisted the help of the Boo Brothers, which is a set of 3 ghost brothers who, tout themselves as ghost hunters, but are hilariously inept.
When you want your ghost gone, you don't call ghost exterminators, you call ghost exterminators.
Very good, very good. And they're following riddles to find the crown jewels, the family jewels.
The main trio, not the Boo Brothers.
Yes, and first immediate thoughts, Richard. My immediate thoughts, right?
What is going on?
Yeah, it starts. You jump right in within 14 seconds.
It's insane.
You're in the story. It's so quick. But when we've covered Barbie and the Nutcracker, right at the start of the Barbie epic, the Barber Mesh, the Barbie epic. What? Looking back, and even at the time, you could kind of tell this is a good sample for what a Barbie movie is.
Yeah, this is a platonic ideal of a Barbie movie.
This is a platonic ideal of a Barbie movie. From what I knew of Scooby-Doo already from the various TV shows, which there are dozens of, by the way. This is nowhere near the platonic ideal of a Scooby-Doo.
This is the romantic ideal of one.
This is like we've been thrown right into like the sacred cows of the IP are already being played with. Like the stuff is already being subverted at movie one. Because when did this come out?
This came out in 1987.
1987. So by this point, Scooby-Doo's been going for, 20 years almost?
Yeah, something like that.
And so by this point, they're like, yeah, the monsters are real, and we don't need Fred and Daphne and Velma. I was expecting, what I would think a Scooby-Doo movie would look like, and instead, most of the characters I know of are missing, and not only are ghosts real, but some of them are the good guys. The Boo brothers are the good guys. Yeah, so I thought that was pretty strange. The story overall, it feels like they've taken episodes of whatever TV show was airing at the time, and it's not like the Futurama movies, for example, where it was 4 episodes stitched together. It's more like scene 1 from episode 1, scene 2 from episode 2. It's like they're all integrated. It doesn't feel like you're watching 4 or 5 episodes in a row. It feels like they're integrating all the B plots into one journey, I guess.
Interesting, yeah. So this was made as part of the Hanna-Barbera Superstars 10. It was 10 syndicated made-for-television animated films made by Hanna-Barbera.
Right.
And so Boo Brothers, Ghoul School, and The Reluctant Werewolf were all part of this. So that's why they feel different from the other ones. And then I think Zombie Island is the next one after that. And from what I understand, I'm not the Scooby-Doo expert you just heard at the start of this podcast. I've only seen, not including the live-action movies, I've only seen 2 Scooby-Doo movies.
Wow.
But from what I understand, after that it'll become a lot more sort of the platonic ideal of a Scooby-Doo movie. Just if you're interested, the other movies on the Hanna-Barbera Superstars 10 were Yogi's Great Escape, The Jetsons Meet the Flintstones, Yogi Bear and the Magical Flight of the Spruce Goose, Top Cat and the Beverly Hills Cats, The Good, the Bad and Huckleberry Hound, Rockin' with Judy Jetson, and Yogi and the Invasion of the Space Bears.
And I bet all of these have the most limited animation you've ever seen in a TV movie.
So the first 8 were made using traditional cells, while the last 2 used digital ink and paint. So Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, look out for that one. It might look a little bit better.
Nice. Does this have a Rotten Tomatoes score?
I didn't even think to check.
I guess we should check. I'm imagining barely any of these will. Well, maybe they will, because they're more straight-to-video situations as opposed to straight-to-TV.
This
or made for TV.
Does not have a score. It has an audience score, though, of 72.
Nice. And who directed it?
This was directed by Paul Summer, Carl Urbano, and Ray Patterson as a supervising director.
Carl Urbano. He puts an O at the end, thinks no one's going to notice.
How familiar, AJ, are you with the work of Larry, Curly, and Shemp? I think their names are.
I believe that they are. Yeah. I was like, I think they're the Three Stooges, but I'm sure there's a Mo.
Yeah, there is. Shemp was, there is a Shemp.
The fourth Stooge, much like the fourth Musketeer.
Oh, there's 6 Stooges
Oh my god!
But there's only ever 3 at a time. Anyway,
it's like a revolving roster, like the Avengers. I had no idea the Three Stooges.
I knew there was
like
a ship,
that.
but yeah, Moe, Larry, and Curly, I think, are the main 3.
I don't. I know barely anything about the Three Stooges.
Did you pick up that the Boo Brothers were a very clear Three Stooges ripoff?
I didn't look up this movie, but I looked up the Boo Brothers to see if they were in anything else. Like, did the Boo Brothers get their own show? And it mentioned that they were based off the Three Stooges there.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so did you pick up on that at all? No.
No, I don't know enough. I just know they have funny hair.
Yeah, I think like knowing the like and things like that, and just their general kind of like the way they act around each other. I was like, oh yeah, I get this, but I get that this is the Three Stooges. But do you know when the Three Stooges were active?
The 60s.
They were active from 1922 until 1970.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No wonder it's a revolving roster.
Yeah. What an insane amount of time to be doing that. to be just like whacking people on the head. Like 50 years. Yeah. That's insane. And
this very basic form of comedy that never reinvents itself. Just for that many years, yeah.
Oh, one of them, they tried to come back, and then one of them had a stroke in the middle of filming a pilot for a TV show in 1970.
Oh my god,
pretty depressing stuff.
So they didn't choose to end it; they had to end it.
Yeah, well, they kept dying.
Okay. Very spooky for the Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, that is pretty spooky. There's the 2012 film as well, which I don't think either of us saw, but
no.
Apparently it's like quite
bad.
Like it's a good like love letter to the Three Stooges, but I think that the Three Stooges seem so stupid. Like it's
even the name is like something that like a very serious person would like. The words a very serious person would use to describe three Tom fools.
Yeah,
I'd call it the three Tom fools. You see?
Yeah, and they'd be called Tom, Foley, and there'd be a revolving door of a third one. Sometimes Shemp, sometimes Curly.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think of Scrappy-Doo?
Great question. I think that... So, my knowledge of Scrappy-Doo going into this is like the original show-ruining character, right? Like the original Jar Jar Binks, that sort of thing. I've heard all these names. Before watching this, I've always been kind of like sympathetic towards Scrappy-Doo. I think I like the word scrappy. And so I think it's a funny idea. It's an interesting idea. I'm sure we'll talk about Scrappy-Doo again in about 4 to 6 hours, and his probably his larger cultural impact. I think I can understand why people don't like him. I think that first of all, it's very strange that they established that Scooby-Doo has this speech impediment because he's a dog, so he starts every word with R, and then Scrappy just speaks eloquently. It's very strange. Like, so it's not because Scooby-Doo's a dog. I will say this.
He just has a speech impediment.
I'll say this. I think the most interesting thing about Scrappy-Doo is Shaggy's relationship to him. Because Shaggy and Scooby-Doo are both so close. They are such close friends. In fact, there's a scene in this movie where the ape, they're hiding from the monsters, and the ape reaches down and like strokes Scooby-Doo's head, and Scooby-Doo turns thinking it's Shaggy, and a look of delight comes across his face, and he strokes Shaggy back, and Shaggy's like, what's going on? And this bit repeats 2 or 3 times, and I was struck by like how lovely it is that their friendship extends, that Scooby-Doo would love to be like pet by
he is
Shaggy.
Still a dog at the end of the day.
He is still a dog. Whereas Scrappy-Doo and Shaggy talks to Scrappy-Doo appropriately like your best friend's best friend who you've never met. Like he is not like, like you could call me like an asshole, right? Because we're friends. But it's
you
like
are an asshole, so
yeah. But imagine if like we were hanging out and my friend who you'd never met was there. You could never call that friend an asshole, you know.
Oh, it would depend on how early in the hangout it was and whether or not they're being an asshole.
Right, but that's precisely my point. Is they
I think you maybe it's a bad example using me because I'm so charismatic and I sort of make friends with people
because
so
you're an asshole. Well, like their relationship is like perpetually in the I don't really know you phase, and he'll be maybe occasionally overly positive, like he calls Scrappy-Doo old buddy, old pal, but that's about it. He's not. You can tell from their interactions that they do not have an intimate friendship, which Shaggy and Scooby-Doo do.
Just a platonic friendship, unlike Scooby and Shaggy, who's so much more than platonic. One thing that's interesting, so I read that they toned down Scrappy's usual persona for this film and changed it to be, so he's usually like his entire persona would just be like he's the wise ass, he's a wisecrack.
He's Scrappy.
Yeah, he's Scrappy, but he's the one who, well, you know, he's got his little catchphrases like puppy power and shit like that, but he does. Yeah, he sort of just cracks wise all the time. Whereas in this one, they changed him to be a bit more sort of level-headed and resourceful, and that was because of the absence of Fred and Daphne and Velma. So I think they added Velma's intelligence to him and Fred's inventiveness were the two things that said that.
Right.
Yeah, to
exposing Daphne as a nothing character.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, do we know why the three other members of the mystery gang aren't in this? Am I right in thinking that the eras of Scooby-Doo can be categorized by the show, the TV show that was airing alongside or closest to its release? Or is this more just that Super 10 Hanna-Barbera
I think it's
series?
probably more just the Super 10. So there's the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which came out in 1985. It's the shortest running. There's only 13 episodes. Yeah. And then it was finished in the series was finished in 2019, which is insane. But we
get to watch that. We get to watch that.
We get to the 13th Ghost. The voice cast includes Daphne in it, but otherwise it's just Scooby, Scrappy, and Shaggy. And yeah, and also the red shirt is like that's a thing from this show. From 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. So it seems like that. But the one that was actually running at the time was a pup named Scooby-Doo, which is, I guess, a prequel.
Yeah, it is. Interesting. Do you reckon, like, the... Because Shaggy has for some reason has a red shirt and the first two movies at least. I'm sure the third as well. And it's really funny because it made me think like I think one of the reasons Scooby-Doo is a good franchise for us to cover is that inexplicably this IP has stayed in the consciousness, in the pop cultural consciousness since it began. Like, Scooby-Doo has essentially been on TV or movies in some form since 1969, right? Yeah. And a good way to notice this is how many people will dress up as Scooby-Doo characters at, like, Halloween parties or dress-up parties. But imagine someone dressing up as Shaggy, but wearing a red shirt. You'd be like, this isn't Shaggy. Or if you're a Scooby-Doo fan, you might be like, what a great niche reference this is.
This is Scooby-Doo. Finally, someone's dressed up as the one true Shaggy.
Red shirt Shaggy.
The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which is the only show that I consider canon, is what they will say. Well, there was one bit in this film. It's interesting with like this sort of Hanna-Barbera classic, you know, it's made fun of for like things like using the walk cycles and you know when the backgrounds will go past and repeat, and there's one scene that goes on for so fucking long and it's hilarious when they're having to walk through this scary forest and Shaggy's like, boy, it feels like there's someone walking behind me, but I know there isn't, and it's the country's siblings, one trying to fuck him and the other one trying to kill him, and they keep on like almost getting him, and the other one knocks him out of the way, and it goes on for like 3 minutes. And I was like, it was like a Family Guy gag where it goes on. You're like at the first you're like, oh, that's a funny little, you know, idea for a scene, and then it goes on so long you're like, this is getting old, and then it comes back around and you're like, this is insane. But it feels like you can feel it being a saving money on animation sort of thing.
Reaching the runtime they set for themselves.
And this is so bad.
Yeah. Richard, I refuse to believe that's the best Shaggy impression you can do. Everyone in the world except for Will Forte can do a good Shaggy voice. I want to hear.
I've got 47 movies to develop it.
Okay, well, where do we start? Is that where we're starting from?
Yeah, this is what give us your Shaggy.
All right. Okay. No promises. I could be real bad as well. I spoke too soon. Like Scoob. How's that?
No, you tried too hard. Now it's
you
not.
Reckon?
You have to do
you
so
didn't
much.
Try at all.
You have to do so much better than that by movie 47. Now you've started yourself too high. Anything I do is an improvement. But I will say though that was interesting. You know when you go back and watch the pilot of Rick and Morty, and Rick like burps so much and says, "Oh, Morty," that like these things that he still does now. But it's like, oh, okay, you've just layered it into a character. But you watch the original pilot and there are so many burps, and it's like, how did this get past episode 1? Because this is such an annoying character to listen to. I kind of felt that with Shaggy in this, that, you know, it's like zoinks, that every single sentence has one or two, like, in it. And I was like, man, this is actually like really hard to listen. Again, maybe it's a filling out the runtime kind of thing. But
I was going to say, I don't think that goes away by movie 47. I think that stays with it. It reminds me like you know how when good Trump impressions started cropping up, because for years everybody was doing this, and this was the extent of a Trump impression, and then the dude from SNL came on the scene, and he was like, Mr. Weird Al was very mean to Mr. Cooley. I can't do it, obviously, but he actually does one about Scooby-Doo, where he's just like, Scooby-Doo? It's very funny. But it's an impression so good, it makes you realize how good all the other impressions are bad, and you hear like nuances in the character's voice. I think Shaggy's like that, because a like small brain Shaggy impression is just like, Scoob, we gotta go do this, we gotta go do that. But like the true masters of Shaggy impersonators they know that Shaggy alternates between 2 octaves, so it's not like, Scoob, there's monsters here. It's like, Scoob, there's monsters here. You know, like, again, I'm gonna improve by movie 47.
Yeah.
But it is such a fun voice. And is it Casey Kasem?
Casey Kasem.
Casey Kasem, who plays him currently, and will probably play him for most of the movies we watch, I would think. Maybe not. No, because most of these movies are in the 21st century, aren't they? Yeah, true.
Casey Kasem, it's interesting. My only real exposure to Casey Kasem, other than knowing that he played Shaggy, is from Bill Hader impressions. And so Casey Kasem was like a radio announcer or something like that. And when Bill Hader does this Casey Kasem, it's very much like, and you're listening to, and I'm Casey Kasem. Like it's the platonic ideal of like a radio announcer voice. And then he also
did now, count how many times we say platonic ideal in the next 24 hours.
It's interesting. And so Casey Kasem voiced Shaggy up until, well, he died in 2014, and I think like half the movies came out after 2014. So.
Yeah, right.
And he retired.
No, not 2014. Surely not half the movies.
He voiced him from 69 to 97, and then 2002 to 2009.
Right. So most of the movies came out. Okay, so what's half of 47? 23?
Yeah.
23 was 2010. Scooby-Doo Camp Scare is the
Oh yeah. So that's after he'd retired, but he hadn't passed away.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Nice. Well, what about a Scooby-Doo? Is there any nuance to a Scooby-Doo impression?
No,
we got to get this out now, because I'm going to be saying "rut-row" 20,000 times.
No, just take the first letter, change that to an R, and you're done.
Okay, what about This episode, I sound like fucking Yoda. This episode of the Road Rupture Rupcast. There we go.
Well, what do you why?
Rub, Patreon,
I guess the first movie, and just before we go into the second one, is a good place to talk. What's your like history and relationship with Scooby-Doo as a franchise?
I reckon it's pretty like, I just knew it existed. I'd seen the live action films. I'd somewhat become familiar with it recently, and I think they will be listening. So shout out to Grace and Sean, two students I had who loved Scooby-Doo. They actually helped us write the Ready to Record Scoob episode that we did a couple of years ago. And I met them, and they were like, their defining personality trait was
they were like
Scooby-Doo.
the platonic ideal of a Scooby-Doo fan.
For sure. And it made me realize that there is a community of Scooby-Doo fans.
Right, yeah.
Probably more diehard than Barbie, I think. Because going into this, compared to Barbie, the biggest difference I thought was like, these are longer than Barbie movies on average, I think.
Right, like
these are full.
talking about.
Yeah. These are 90-minute films by and large, whereas Barbie was sometimes 65-minute films.
Loved
that. But I would hope I would, on average, enjoy a Scooby-Doo movie more than a Barbie movie.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Just demographic-wise, we would hope so as well. I think the Barbie movie community are all like young girls in their early 20s who grew up with the films and sort of somewhat ironically love them, whether they're willing to admit that it's somewhat ironic or not. Whereas like Scooby-Doo, I'm worried. Scooby-Doo, I think, might have a more diehard, intense fan base around it.
If you are a diehard Scooby-Doo fan, that's how you found us. Welcome. Please stick around. I don't have that much exposure to Scooby-Doo, I'll admit. I've seen the two theatrical live action films. I watched a bit of What's New Scooby-Doo just because I loved the Simple Plan theme song. But if you'd asked me, I would have said, like, growing up, I don't like Scooby-Doo. I think it's so stupid. I don't like Scooby-Doo. I think
will that change by the end
we'll
of
see.
January?
But I think it's one of those things. I remember my mum specifically hating Scooby-Doo, and I think I always just adopted that.
Right.
So, Scooby-Doo was banned in our household. It wasn't actually, but I just remember her being like, oh, Scooby-Doo. And then, I was just like, never really liked Scooby-Doo. I was exposed to negative energy around Scooby-Doo. So, it's interesting to see. I do really like those two live action movies. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Richard, the best thing about doing a potentially day-long podcast and preparing for it is like, I'm not worried about bringing certain things up because I'm sure I'll remember them at some point in the next month and a half. But what I would like to bring up before we conclude
before I forget.
the conversation on the Scooby-Doo and the Meets the Boo Brothers, Richard, I want to ask you, when is your birthday?
Oh, yes. My birthday is on the 8th of February.
Because one thing we did in preparation for this episode, because if you'll remember on the Barbie episode...
Yeah, because we're desperate to make this the inferior sequel to Barbie that I think it deserves to be.
One thing we did on the Barbie episode is we told everyone what Barbie doll came out the year they were born. Now, there is no real Scooby-Doo equivalent to that, but Scooby-Doo has I think there are 10 to 13 TV series that have been released under the Scooby-Doo banner since 1969, and there has been an episode released on at least, like, on average, probably every second day of the year at some point during its run. And so what I painstakingly did, Richard, and you helped for about an hour, was I looked at every episode. No, I didn't watch it. I looked at the Wikipedia page for every episode of every Scooby-Doo show to find out what was the monster in every episode, and then I put that episode on the date it originally aired. So your birthday is what, February 8th?
Yeah.
So I can tell you, Richard, that the closest your Scooby-Doo monster horoscope...
I will say, though, that the I know I have no episode on that day, but the film Aloha Scooby-Doo came out on February 8th.
Ah, okay. Well, should we go to that one then?
I think we should, yeah.
Okay, well, what is the monster in Aloha Scooby-Doo?
Wiki Tiki?
Sounds fucking racist, dude. So that's your one. Sounds culturally appropriate. Something I think will come up a lot as we've journey through Scooby-Doo, I reckon, is an unavoidable problematic, not so much a problematic corner, but a problematic artery system of like cultural appropriation and things throughout it. So there you go. My birthday is June 22nd. So the Scooby-Doo monster of the week closest to June 22nd was the Manticore, which aired in Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated Season 1, Episode 21, Menace of the Manticore in 2011. So that was on June 21st, so a day before my birthday. So that is my Scooby-Doo monster horoscope. We're going to have guests on this episode.
Your June 22nd is your birthday?
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster came out on your birthday.
Oh, we should have written these ones.
Yeah.
Like, included them into
these are a lot more fruitful by the look of it. Based on a sample size of 2.
Most of Scooby-Doo episodes, everybody, aired in between September and December. So I'll probably make this spreadsheet available for public viewing once we drop the episode, because I think it's a funny resource to have, like every Scooby-Doo monster and the date the episode came out. But as you'll see, yeah, there's a lot more between September and December than there is in the first 3 quarters of the year.
Oh my god, you know what's so cute? Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster is the 13th film. Aloha Scooby-Doo is the 14th.
Oh,
they're right next to each other. How insane is that?
That is crazy. So the Tiki Monster and the Loch Ness Monster are our Scooby-Doo horoscopes. I'll take that over the Manticore. As I say, we are going to have guests on, and we're going to ask them their birthdays, and we'll tell them their Scooby-Doo horoscope as well. And if you're in the Discord, the Cult Pop Show Discord, which you should be in, go on there, and we can share in this fun. You know, some of you will have multiple options. I think what's the longest? It's like October.
There's some day in October. Which makes sense for Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. October 1st has about 50 different episodes aired on it, so you'll have lots of options there. But cool. Is that it? Is that the Boo Brothers?
Yep. Play that music.
Yes.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
So that is our brand new theme song. You've heard that from Carlyle Laurent. I hope you like it, because you're going to be hearing a lot of it over this episode. So now, we are here to talk about Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School.
Oh, no, I'm too scared.
What is Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School about?
Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School is about Shaggy wearing his signature red shirt, Scooby-Doo, and of course, Scrappy-Doo. We're still in this zone. They go... Shaggy has been hired to be like a phys ed teacher for a all-girls high school, but twist... they're all monster girls, so it's essentially Monster High, but 20 years earlier. The school is called Grimwood Academy or something like that, and the girls are the likes of like Count Dracula's daughter, the Mummy's daughter, the Wolfman's daughter, the Phantom of the Opera's daughter, etc.
The Frankentine's daughter.
The Frankentine. I thought one thing I missed, and I was hoping you caught this so you could explain this. They all have like punny names. The girl mummy is called Tennis.
Yeah, it's Tanis. It's an Egyptian city.
Ah, that's not very funny. Well, anyway, so obviously like there's the incongruent humor of Shaggy being a big scaredy cat having to teach a bunch of monsters, but he teaches them how to exercise, and meanwhile next door is another like an all-boys school, and but these guys aren't monsters, they're just normal guys, and they have like this rivalry with Grimwood. Callaway. And it's like a
It's a
military
military
boys'
academy.
Yeah. And that it's sort of just generally just the a bunch of different stuff happens. It doesn't feel quite as like disconnected as Boo Brothers, I didn't think. Toward the end of the movie, there's like a villain called like Revoltress or something like this. Revolta, who's like jealous of all the monsters, and so she hypnotizes all of them. All the girls, and Shaggy and Scooby-Doo and Scrappy have to save the girls while their monster fathers hang out as well and watch over them, and they're all very spooked. I quite liked this movie, Richard. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably thought it was pretty similar in quality to the first one. I've just realized I'm wearing like jandals or like flip-flops or whatever you want to call them, and I just realized I have gum on them, but it's like the gum's like on the inside,
and like where you've put your foot.
Yeah.
Ew.
Look at that. And like I just looked down and I noticed it, and now it smells really minty. This is the kind of this is your first time flying with the Cult Culture podcast. Oh, there is some on the back as well. This is the kind of stuff that you can look forward to every episode.
This is the kind of stuff Richard finds more interesting than talking about Scooby-Doo.
I think people like this stuff. So Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, yeah, it's a weird. The villain doesn't really appear or become a major threat until quite late in the film. Oh, now my shoe's fucking stuck to my foot. Ugh. All right, guess I'm going shoeless for this film. If you can call them shoes. Anyway, yeah, it's just a weird setup for a film. That's like, why is Shaggy being hired as the phys ed teacher?
Yeah. Yeah, again, I'm starved of this, say it with me, platonic ideal of a Scooby-Doo story. Because, like, this Scooby-Doo is about solving mysteries and unmasking villains.
There's no mystery in this one.
There's no mystery at all. It's just using the, like, spooky aspect of the brand recognition.
Yeah. Actually, we didn't say it's in Boo Brothers. Play the theme backwards and then give it done. That in Boo Brothers, it's revealed the mastermind behind it is the brother of the sheriff who has been masquerading as the sheriff. And
it's a twin reveal.
Yeah, it's one of your classic, take off the hood. He doesn't say, I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids, which is something that I want to just take note of. Just let's.
Do you
take
reckon
a mental
we'll
note.
Hear that line said unironically at any point? Because I think further down the line it becomes like
ironic,
an homage to the early ones where they did it sincerely.
I feel like maybe like in a Zombie Island or something like that. But even then, it's like, I don't know how.
I reckon that would still be an
unironically
homage.
you'd call it. Yeah, that. And I mean, obviously, it'll be in like the live action ones and stuff. But in Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, one of the villains does refer to the characters as meddling, but not kids. So the word meddling is used.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for keeping track of that.
Yeah.
We're going to start another one of our many Google Sheets for this franchise.
Yeah.
Here's what I liked about this movie. Yeah. And I didn't at first. At first, I was like, this is the same as Boo Brothers. It's going to feel very slow. It's going to feel like a bunch of episodes stitched together. I don't think it does. What I liked about it, Richard, is that it kind of reminded me of School of Rock. And furthermore...
It reminded me of my own school days.
Furthermore, I think there is a good movie buried in the cheap animation and like the endless amount of terrible puns that this movie is full. It's basically just a parade of like the mummy character will say something about wanting their mummy, and then the vampire character will place the word bat where it shouldn't be.
Yeah, and also the vampire character is this movie's like thirst trap.
Well, I think they're supposed to be, because she's a vampire, so she's
actually
a
ageless.
seductress.
But yeah, she's very like, her voice is like, it's this insane like, why are you being so sexual with your character?
So what I liked about it is that I think like there's almost like I reckon you can make a live action. Maybe it wouldn't be a Scooby-Doo movie, but like I think it's a cool idea to have it be like this guy ends up being a phys ed teacher for a monster school, and
That's
then
the name
there's
of the
this.
movie.
There's this rivalry where they have with just the normal military school next door, and then there's a point where they all go on a field trip or something to the swamp, and the boys all get stuck in the swamp, and then the girls come and help the boys out of the quicksand, and then when the girls go missing on the night of like bring your dad to school, whatever it is, like Shaggy is already terrified because the fathers are all monsters, and then on that same night all the girls get kidnapped and hypnotized, and it's up to Shaggy to go and save them. And who helps him? The boys' school that the girls had helped. Well, and the dogs. Yeah, the dogs really have nothing to do. Calling them the dogs feels like such a... and I just liked that. I thought
Shaggy and the dogs go to Ghoul school.
I thought it earned its like third act, where now everyone's gone to save the girls, and I thought that was really cool. And I think it gives opportunity for these characters to be heroic, and I think the best use of a cowardly character like Shagford Rogers or whatever his name is, Norville Shaggy Rogers. I think the best application of a super character. I'm pretty sure Shagford is like a family, like his rich family name in something like that, Shagworth or something like that, like his rich Uncle Shagworth or something like that. Or am I thinking of Austin Powers? Anyway, what I was saying is like the best application of a cowardly character is that by the end they save the day regardless of how scared they are, because I think that's quite powerful and quite heroic, you know. And so I liked that a lot, and I thought that with a few tweaks and a couple of updates, this could be quite an entertaining family blockbuster, you know.
I think that, yeah, you say like it earns its third act. I think it wastes its first two.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
One scene that really resonated with me in this movie though is when the commandant, the like commander of Calloway, I think he's just Commander Calloway or Colonel Calloway, who's like the principal of the all boys school, the military school. He visits Mrs. Grimwood, who's the woman that runs Grimwood High, or whatever it's called, and she's like, "You simply must try my fudge," and he's having a horrible time, you know, like he's sitting on chairs that end up being.
Oh, they need to stop eating the fucking food there as well.
So she gives him fudge, and he eats it, and he's like, "This tastes moldy," and she's like, "Of course it's moldy. It's mushroom fudge, or you know, fungus fudge." Yeah, I knew it was alliterative, but I was like, mushroom fudge. That's not a thing. And then he washes it down with a cup of toadstool tea. And this spoke to me, Richard, because I think fudge is overrated. I think fudge is gross. And
you think it's gross? Okay, saying it's overrated is one thing. Saying it's gross is a whole other thing.
Well, okay, it depends what fudge we're talking about. I don't mind, like, the super processed, like, really creamy, like, Irish fudge that you used to be able to get in supermarkets.
Do you know what? This whole time I was picturing a brownie.
I think brownies are overrated as well.
No, brownies are delicious.
I wouldn't call them disgusting. But, like, he gets given this piece of fudge, and it's got this horrible things. And that's so true of fudge, you know? Like, I don't trust getting given a piece of fudge, because I'm going to bite into it, and someone will have, like, marbled sultanas throughout it. Like, it's disgusting. I think that's want that.
That's probably a bit of a more indictment on the circles you run in. I don't know that I ever would have been hoodwinked by sultanas in my fudge, marbled sultanas in my fudge. I've had nothing but good experiences with fudge, to be honest. Too
sweet. It's too sweet.
Jess made some fudge recently. I came home one day, she'd had the day off, and she just went ahead and made fudge. And I thought this was insane.
The consistency is like eating like shattered glass, man. It's
okay. I really think that you are like sultanas and shattered glass. I think people, if they remember to comment on this part in a day from now when they've finished listening, are going to be like, I don't think AJ's eating fudge.
I think AJ's eating sand.
Yeah, I think AJ's eating sultanas he dropped in the sand.
Well, fair enough. She brought out fudge, and I had a thought of like, man, I hate fudge. And then he was like, this is fungus in it. And I was like, this is why I hate fudge.
It also had mosquitoes in it.
Well, that was a different fudge they made later on. I think there was a brownie, actually.
That must be what I'm thinking, because when I pictured it, I was like, no, that's a brownie.
I mean, brownie and fudge look very similar, don't they?
What, in low fucking quality animation, yeah, sure. How's your Scrappy-Doo impression?
Well, I feel like the Scrappy-Doo in this, as we've said, is not the true Scrappy-Doo. The true do. Because he's in this, he's sort of like, What about this, Uncle Scooby? Whereas from what I understand from the Scooby-Doo movie, the live action one, he's more like, I'm a little shit and I'm gonna piss on you. That's what I know to be Scrappy-Doo.
Just a little fuckhead.
So is this part of the Super 10 as well?
Yeah, this is still part of the 10, and so is the next one. I will say that there's like you said about on the fudge thing. There's like, they're given so much to eat throughout the film, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is rotten," and they go, "Yeah, of course it's rotten. We're ghouls." And then they go, "Oh, finally, here's some corn," and they go, "Oh no, it's rotten corn," and they go, "Yep, because we go." It's like, you can probably pretty fucking safely assume. Then when they're like, "Yeah, we're making fudge," they're like, "Finally, some fudge." God, when were you fucking? Oh, they do just have like hot dogs at one point.
Yeah, they have hot dogs at one point. They have pizza at one point, but then the pizza is revealed to have disgusting toppings.
Yeah, they're like, it's got everything on it, and because it has spider webs on it.
But Shaggy and Scooby like that.
So what were you complaining about the fucking fungi fudge? I reckon you could give me a fudge and tell me that it has mushrooms in it, and I would probably try it.
Maybe. I don't like mushrooms either.
Or maybe a brownie, maybe not so much fudge. I mean, I do very much like mushrooms, but it seems like one of those things, like, you know how people make like chocolate pudding that's just like avocado and chocolate? I imagine there's probably a world in which you can do a similar thing with mushrooms and fudge.
Oh, for sure. For sure. One thing I wanted to flag at the second movie, because I want to know if this is something only this movie did that I didn't know, or if it's something that this movie actually, like a rule this movie breaks, is twice in the movie, Shaggy mistakes what Scooby's saying because of the R speech impediment. Yeah. So there's one where Scooby sees plants have eyeballs and they open, and he goes, "We've got rice, like trying to say eyes, and Shaggy's like, rice? Where? You know, because they're really hungry. And there's one, this film opens with a fucking killer joke, dude, where they're driving to the Ghoul School and there's a storm going on, and lightning strikes, and Scooby goes, "Lightning!" And Shaggy's like, "What's that, Scoob? Writing? Where?" And he goes, "Row, writing." And he's like, "You mean lighting?" And he's like, "Row, writing." And then he points to the credits which say starring Scooby-Doo. And then it pans over to Shaggy where it says "and Shaggy." And Shaggy's like, "Get this away from me, I'm driving." Which I was like, what
it stays on him for so long. Because both of these films, the first two films we're talking about, start with them driving. And Shaggy's such a dick in the car on the first one. They're like, Scooby's talking to him, and he's like, "Can you actually shut the fuck up, Scooby?"
Yeah, I'm trying to drive in a rainstorm.
I'm trying to drive. You're a dog.
Stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. One other thing that this goes in with like all the pun and wordplay in this movie. There's one bit that really struck me.
So there's also as well. There's another bit where he talks about seeing a bat, and he says, "A rat," and he's like, "Oh, it's just a rat. It's fine." So there's 3 times in the movie that it happens.
There you go. So there's one bit where Shaggy and Scrappy are faced with this big monster. It's in the climactic third act, and Scrappy's holding a ball, and Shaggy goes, "Scrappy, I don't know if this is a good time for games," and he's like, "Don't worry, Shaggy, I'm just trying to see if he'll play ball with me." And then he throws the ball and the monster gets distracted by the ball. But the thing is, he's saying it like it's a double meaning. but it's not. It's a single entendre. And it'd be like if a character was something was holding some horses, and then another character was like, talk about hold your horses. But it's like it's not a word play, because it's just like, to play ball means what he's doing. Like he's using it like he's saying, like, we're trying to see if he'll play ball, like, will he cooperate? But he's literally doing the single entendre meaning of it. You know, it's just like, are these movies going to be? I feel like these movies are going to be full of shit like that. So get prepared.
Yeah, and we'll be here to nitpick every single one of them.
We'll be here to nitpick these 35-year-old movies that probably people haven't seen for
35 years.
Probably 20 something hours still to go.
Yeah, wow. Makes you think, doesn't it?
I can't wait to see the madness that will unfold as we go forward, Richard. I can't wait to see the
depths of depravity.
The vulnerabilities we'll share, and you know what else, Richard? The friends we'll make along the way.
Oh, friends like who?
Like, well, I don't want to speak too soon because we're still sorting out a record date. But our next guest!
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Take it away, Richard.
All right, I can't remember the segue we did was, but it's my pleasure to introduce our first guest on this journey, Alexei Toliopoulos.
Wow, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on. People might recognize you from a number of projects, Total Reboot, your podcast, Finding Yeezus, their web series that's come out, and some previous podcasts, Finding Drago, Finding Desperado. But now add this to the list of things people might recognize you from.
Yeah, I feel like this is about to become a notable experience in my life doing this podcast.
Yes, well, we thought that because you guys have, you and your podcast co-host Cameron, because you are so into solving internet mysteries and things like that, we thought who better to get on the Scooby-Doo, a franchise famous for its mysteries, who better to get as a first guest than you, and we gave you one of the movies which doesn't have a mystery in it.
What's your experience with Scooby-Doo? Did you grow up on it? Are you a fan?
I grew up watching Scooby-Doo. Of course, I used to love watching television as a child. It was one of my most favorite hobbies, was to sit in front of that glistening tube and seeing all the stories from across the world across it. And Scooby-Doo was something I deeply loved as a child. But I have almost no nostalgia for it, I'd say, because I think I loved it as a child.
Wow.
I had little toys, and in Sydney, the town which I call home, we had a theme park called I can't remember what it's called. Wonderland? Yeah, it's called Wonderland, and it was Hanna-Barbera themed. And I loved Hanna-Barbera, so I used to love to go to Wonderland and see all my favorite characters, from Top Cat to Magilla Gorilla and all my heroes. And so I love Scooby-Doo. I love seeing it there, but I never got into the live-action Scooby-Doo. I think it was just like, I might have been like probably maybe 2 months too old to get into it when it finally came out. Just like, it just missed me.
Yeah, I understand that.
And
so you wouldn't have ridden the Movie World Scooby-Doo ride then?
No, I did ride it. I mean,
too cool for. Oh, okay, right.
Even though I was like, oh yes,
He's not made of stone, Richard.
I may not enjoy this franchise anymore, but what am I to not enjoy a roller coaster?
So what would have been the Scooby-Doo series that you really... Because for me, when I think back to watching Scooby-Doo as a kid, it's What's New Scooby-Doo, mainly because of the Simple Plan theme song.
For me, it would have been older, because I used to watch like Cartoon Network, which would have really old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. So it would be like the one that had the theme song like Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? And it's like the really old one with like stagnant backgrounds and hideous animation. And I would say watching this reawoke a lot of feelings I had from being a child of just like sitting in front of the TV being incredibly bored. Like just, just something washing over you where you're just like, okay, I'm watching this. I couldn't give a fuck about what's going on screen. And just be like, bored to the point where you have just that tinge of annoyance coming through, like a headache sleeping through you. And it just, it really reminded me of that. Like when you're sick home from school and you're just like, well, what am I going to do and watch TV all day? And it's just crap and crap and crap and crap. I'm so sorry. I know that you're at the start of your journey with this. I fucking hated this. I hated this so much. I hated it. At a point, I was like, I started questioning. I'm like, life is precious. What am I doing here? I've got you can see into my room right now.
Who are these guys?
I've got like 3,000 movies I haven't watched on my wall, all these Blu-rays. And I'm giving up these moments to watch this thing that I despise. And I was like, I think I'm retiring from the podcast game of watching something awful to make fun of it. I think I have to retire.
Well, I'm glad we got you just before the end.
Yeah.
what an honor to have you on.
So this is Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf is what we're talking about. Came out in 1988, 35 years ago, because it is currently the year 2023, as we all know.
The 35th anniversary.
While we're recording this. It was directed by Ray Patterson, which is a name you might recognize. I certainly recognized it, because that is the name of Steve Martin's character in the 200th episode of The Simpsons, Trash of the Titans.
Yeah, he directed this?
Wow. I was wondering why that rang a bell. Thank goodness.
So, this is still part of the Hanna-Barbera Superstars 10. Alexei, I know you're a connoisseur of cinema, so you probably already know this, but in the late 80s, Hanna-Barbera made 10 films with their stars made for TV films, and they made 3 of them with Scooby-Doo films. This was the last one of the 10, and for some reason, they only include Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy, have real monsters, and don't involve mysteries.
Insane. It's insane. And I knew something was up as soon as Shaggy walks onto screen wearing a red t-shirt and blue jeans. What the frick is going on?
Horrible
Can
stuff.
I ask, this is something, whenever, cartoon characters, they have a set uniform, and every now and then they wear something else. Sometimes that can be exciting, sometimes it can be foreboding. In this case, I was like, this is wrong. What is
bad
up with
omen.
this?
I'd go as far as to say repugnant that Shaggy wears a red shirt in these movies. Disgusting.
This is his outfit from one of the specific shows, Scooby-Doo and the 13th Ghost, or the Curse of 13 Ghosts, something like that. Anyway.
Oh my god, you have retained too much knowledge.
And it's just the start.
It's really upsetting.
Just the start,
Oh my gosh, you're going to be a canonized lunatic by this. You're going to learn everything about Scooby-Doo.
Well, that's the thing. Like, ask me about Barbie. Like, that's all the information. I've got all that information still. So
life is precious, sir. You need to do something to repent these wicked ways. I don't know what it is. Maybe you have to foster children or something to just really put some good back into the world.
Perhaps adopt a Great Dane and his little puppy nephew.
So, we haven't actually spoken about what's the film about.
I can handle this one.
Oh my lord.
So, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf is about so Dracula is a main character, even though we just saw him in the last movie as a completely different relationship to the characters. But this is a new Dracula, and there is some kind of big momentous battle of the monsters or something that's going to start happening soon, like this foreboding tradition. And it's not like a battle to the death, it's actually just a race.
It's a wacky race.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wacky races. There you go.
It's a race that I would describe perfectly as wacky.
And they want their werewolf that they've got on staff to be racing in this race,
Wolfman.
but he's lazy and he's gone on holiday, and so they work out that because of the way the moonlight shines on a certain individual, that prophecy states that the next werewolf will be one Norval Shaggy Rogers, who they call Shaggy. Shaggy. And so, surprise everyone, that's what the title's indicating. And I want to know, what do you guys think is more shocking? The fact that Shaggy is the titular reluctant werewolf, or the fact that Mark Wahlberg's Cade Yeager was the titular last night in Transformers The Last Night? Because it feels like one of those situations where it's like, he's the reluctant werewolf? I was looking forward to a new character.
I will never get over the Cade Yeager reveal from The Last Night.
Yeah. Shaggy's got a girlfriend in this one. I can't remember her name.
Googie.
But,
she's a smoke show.
totally, yeah.
What's her name, sorry? What was her name?
Yugi.
Her name's Googie. What the? No, it can't be true. Her name's Googie. Maybe I should reveal as well. I was very, very grateful for you to send me this film. Because this is streaming in Australia on Stan in like a nice, probably high definition transfer. But I was so grateful for the version you sent me because I could watch on 2x speed. So there were a lot of names I probably didn't capture. And even then it was torturous, like how long this felt. Because it was 50 minutes of a wacky racist style thing. I was expecting at least some kind of Scooby-Doo type horror hijinks. There was maybe 20 minutes at the top. You're like, okay, we're at the drive-in, by the way.
Yeah.
Shaggy's trying to get fucking laid at the drive-in, which is insane for a children's TV show. And then some little creatures come down, turn him into a werewolf, and then it's 50 minutes of wacky races.
It's
wacky races.
so boring.
I hated that show. I hate that show so much. It's so boring, and I cannot believe that this was a wacky races show. That feels like it should be illegal. They have characters that do wacky races, and some of them are like Morticious kind of Addams Family-esque monster, universal monster characters. What is going on? Hanna-Barbera needs to clean house. They need to drain the swamp with this shit if they don't know how to utilize their properties.
So the funny thing is as well that you got lucky that you could watch it in 2x speed. You also got we almost sent you this film in Spanish. We downloaded, we legally obtained all 47 movies and put them into a Google Drive.
Them all on DVD and
then burn them off. All above board.
Send me the license so I can also own it.
But for some reason, like just this one and the next one were in Spanish. And then it was like...
I actually don't know if that might have worked in its favor. I don't know.
Maybe, when we're 30 movies in, we can experiment with the form like that. But maybe not.
3 movies in felt a bit too early. Yeah. A weird bit of presentation that happens in this film is that it's like, it has its cold open with Dracula and all that, and then the camera starts like moving through these open mansion doors, and it's like Hanna-Barbera presents, and I was like, oh, a bit of presentation. We haven't seen that in this series yet. And then it says Scooby-Doo, and it's like, hell yeah. And then it says Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, and I was like, why did you say Scooby-Doo twice? Why did you show us Scooby-Doo twice? It's so strange.
So I in all my years of researching Scooby-Doo, I haven't come across this piece of information I'm about to reveal. This blew my fucking mind. So these first 3 films, we've had 3 protagonists: Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. This came out in 1988, 35 years ago. This is the last time in all of Scooby-Doo canon that Scrappy appears as a protagonist.
Wow.
His only other major appearance is in the live-action film where he's the villain. 44 more movies, 8 more TV shows, each with 60 to 100 episodes. No Scrappy-Doo. There's one appearance in one more movie that's referred to as an Easter egg cameo. I don't know what that means, but Yeah, they really just fucking hated this character.
And what a chokehold on culture he has for so few appearances. He's not been around for 35 years. I would say most people on Earth would know and despise Scrappy-Doo.
What he's what do they call it? It's like a generic term now. Like if you have a
It's the
Scrappy-Doo.
trope, yeah.
Yeah. So he was a character so bad, his like reputation precedes him for eternity.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you hate Scrappy-Doo?
I don't think he's at his most hateful form in any of these movies, because they rewrote him somewhat to be like helpful. Whereas from what I understand in the shows, which there's a whole show called Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo, so he's been around for a long time by this point. From what I understand, that he's just an annoying little piece of shit. So
Yeah.
Richard, how about you? What are your feelings towards Scrappy-Doo?
I want to be a Scrappy-Doo apologist. Like, I want to go out to bat for him, but I just don't know enough about him. It sounds like he's just a little cunt most of the time, but he... Yeah, in this one, they took the elements of Velma, Fred, not so much Daphne, but I think they gave...
That would be awesome.
they could have at least made Scrappy-Doo sexy, right?
Yeah.
Then you've got all three characters.
I read online somewhere that it's like Googie takes the role of Daphne because she doesn't take part in the final act.
We love Googie. This was probably the last time I thought about Scooby-Doo, was probably like, 10, 15 years ago, while I was having a session on some illicit materials, some weed, if you will, some green materials. And of course, when you smoke that weed, sometimes your brain begins to wander, concocting strange thoughts. And I had this thought, which came to me very clearly, which was, why does Scrappy-Doo speak perfect English, but Scooby-Doo speaks with like a dog accent in broken English?
Accent.
And then I thought, then I was like, okay, well, Scooby's the uncle. And then my brain concocted this, unwillingly my brain made the next thought, which is, well, of course, Scooby is an older generation, like my Greek migrant grandmother who speaks with a broken English with an accent. And then Scrappy is the next generation who speaks perfect English, much like I do. So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then I really got upset with myself, and it's a thought that I've not been able to lose for 10 years, that I just had this one stoner thought and I just can't get it out of my brain. But I think that explains Scrappy-Doo.
I love
that.
That
explains why he speaks perfect
or
English.
The dog accent is like something you grow into, like
a reverse.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, like it's
become
sort of
more
the
dog as you grow up.
Yeah. It's the Warner Bros. Version of like the Pluto Goofy paradox, right? Where they're both dogs. Another dog thing, I guess. I always wondered, is it just that Scooby has a speech impediment, and that he's the only dog you see talking for most of the series, so he just happens to have a speech impediment, and every other dog is more like Scrappy-Doo.
Well, in the world of Hanna-Barbera, Muttley also has an accent.
Of course.
Muttley talks like that. He's like...
Yes.
But then you have like Huckleberry Hound, though. He's just a southerner.
I was so gay.
Yeah, that's the only line I could think of from The Simpsons.
What about I can do a killer Droopy. Is he? No, he's Disney.
Wow.
Is he Disney or Hanna-Barbera?
All right, let me.
I think Droopy Dog is either Hanna-Barbera or Looney Tunes.
Okay, well here's my Droopy. You ready? I gotta pull my moustache apart, and I gotta go. What's the floor, sir? That's what he says in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I think he's Looney Tunes. Yeah. Well,
well, that's
he's
closer. That's closer to Hanna-Barbera then.
I guess.
Yeah, they're all owned by Warner Brothers these days. I think.
Yeah, they're all in Space Jam too.
We're all in Space Jam too, eventually.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys, what did you think of the werewolf design? The Shaggy as a werewolf. What did you think of the design of that?
I guess I hated it. I guess I hated almost everything about this movie. Yeah. I don't know if I could differentiate the levels of hate between things about it. I think it was so hard to get past the red shirt. So when I saw Shaggy, or as I'll call him, Comrade Shaggy, turn into a werewolf, it wasn't enough like Shaggy for me to recognize him because he was wearing a red shirt. I was like, okay, who's this guy? Who's this guy now wearing a red shirt? Got no idea.
Yeah. I also hated the werewolf design, and it made me realize, I think almost like 99% of times that a werewolf is in something, it's aesthetically displeasing to me. Like, I hate, like, Teen Wolf, Michael J. Fox in Teen Wolf looks horrible, right? Like, it makes me not want him to be the main character when he looks that way. And the only time I've ever been satisfied by a werewolf design is from the Canadian TV show Big Wolf on Campus.
Fuck yeah.
Where Tommy Dawkins, turns into a werewolf. And he's just sort of got, like, big sideburns and sharp teeth, and he looks cool. Werewolves don't look cool in things anymore.
I think you shouldn't want to be a werewolf. I think most things it's treated as some kind of curse, and I think the idea isn't that it looks cool.
Hence why Shaggy's so reluctant to be
yeah. It's not called the quite content werewolf.
The aesthetically pleasing werewolf.
So we mentioned already that the Dracula and the Hunch Bunch call him Shaggy, and do you guys know that pronunciation actually pops up somewhere else?
Unfortunately, I do know this. I know what you're going to say. I hate that I know it. And as soon as it happened, I was like, fuck, it's stuck in my fucking head. I'm so annoyed that I know this.
What do you want to explain then, and then I'll send you guys a link.
In the Genndy Tarkovsky produced Star Wars animated series, The Clone Wars, there's a character that looks like Shaggy. Yes. He's quite cowardly, and they call him Shaggy in it as well.
I've sent you guys a link in the Zoom chat if you want to have a look at the character.
Unfortunately, this is something I've known since I was probably 11 years old, and I can't lose from my brain.
And at least Shaggy has a green shirt. God, looks more like Shaggy than the one in this movie.
Apparently, they originally gave the character of Shaggy quite a high pitched, scaredy voice, but then they were like, "This is too silly." And then he's voiced by John DiMaggio from Futurama, Adventure Time, etc.
Does he sound like Bender or?
Yeah. So,
nice.
This film ends very clearly with a sequel tease that Dracula and the Hunch Bunch are going to be back, but Hanna-Barbera was sold to Turner, and the Superstars 10 series was ended, and we never saw them again.
Damn. I'm sure Dracula pops up in some other Scooby-Doo thing, surely.
This was the last appearance of Dracula, full stop. They never have used him ever again in anything. In all of fiction. Final curtain call.
Scrappy-Doo and Dracula gone from wiped
It
from
wasn't
history.
until Hotel Transylvania 2 did Dracula once again return from the darkness into popular consciousness. There's one line in this that stood out to me, which is when I believe Shaggy first meets all the monster creatures, and he says, "Hey Scoob, dig the puss on that chick."
I've written this down. So this is a great little piece of like when puss meant something else. like it's so because he's saying look at the face because she's a monster. Like look at the face on this woman. But he says dig the puss on that chick. An all-time line.
In my version, it cut to someone spread eagle, and I was like, okay, this is crazy.
That's when you watch it on Stan rather than Google Drive.
And they started speaking Spanish really seductively in those moments. I don't know what's going on.
It's funny because similar sort of thing to this, I've just recently written my review for Puss in Boots 2, The Last Wish, which I know also, Alexei, you're a film reviewer. I don't know if you've seen this film yet, but fuck, it's so good. It's so fucking good. But like, just throughout the whole review, just writing like when Puss does this and then Puss goes and does this, and it's like this feels I shouldn't be able to do this for work.
I feel like before we move on, it does bear like repeating that. The last, I want to say, like, just under an hour of this film is the most inane, boring, like falling asleep level of people just racing. I was so angry that we're at this point, and it's like some things happen while they're racing, but they're all nothing is more intense than the other thing. It's just like the stakes don't go up; it's just one obstacle after another. They made a whole TV show of this.
It was torturous. It was torturous. I couldn't when I opened the file and it said 1 hour and 31 minutes. I was like, I thought this was going to be 45 minutes long. I couldn't believe it was 1.5 hours.
It's one of the longer ones as well, out of all 47.
It was an insult for this to be 15 minutes of wacky racist style antics. I thought it was disgusting. How could they treat their audience like this?
Yeah. We already had the red shirt, now you're giving us this. This is actually inappropriate for the children of the 80s, I would say.
Absolutely. And I despised every version of these beloved monster characters because I also thought it was truly bizarre. I cannot believe that's real monsters. This is I obviously I don't care about Scooby-Doo. Let it be known I can't care about it. Hopefully that this is the last time I think about it. But to me, there is like tenets of pop culture that are really strong, and that Scooby-Doo has real monsters and is a wacky race. What is going on? What is going on in this?
Yeah, it's a great thing to bring up because this is the third one we've watched, and the previous two also had real monsters in at least some form, because the movies, as we've already said earlier on this podcast, they started like 20 years after the original show. Yeah. So we are picking up we thought we'd start watching Scooby-Doo, right? And we'd get the whole gamut, the whole storyline of what it was like originally, and then how it changed over time. We're already at the subversion point. We're at the point where they were like, we should probably start putting real monsters in this to be interesting, which arguably, ruins the point of Scooby-Doo. But I do like some of the movies coming up, though.
Episode 1 of the movies you've been watching, Daphne, Velma, Fred, where are they? Are they like at college or some shit? And then these guys are like stoner dropouts that think go to college?
There is somewhere, I think, in maybe the 13 Ghosts series, which is this is kind of based on. It's explained, or it's like word of God canon that they're at college. It's speaking of the real monsters thing as well. That not only do we have them in this, but in the next one we have a character voiced by Charles Adler who played Ickis in Are Real Monsters. So it continues.
The real monsters connection.
Oh, good Lord.
We have a segment we do on this podcast. I'm sure you're familiar with the Internet Movie Database of IMDb, but they have...
I love IMDb.
The trivia section on there is just user submitted, so anyone can write whatever the fuck they want, and then people can find it interesting or not, and... We have a segment called Dumb IMDb Trivia, and there's a couple of pieces for this one. So, due to this movie depicting Googie as Shaggy's on-screen girlfriend, there are Shaggy and Googie shippers. Some have even done artwork with Googie in werewolf form.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Because
she
he would have been
so...
He would change her. He will bite into her and be like, you are now a member of the darkness like I am.
Yeah.
Wow. But I don't think, how can the term shipping be used?
This was my point. Yeah. This was why I wrote it down. Also just the fact that it's like, some fans have done artwork, and you don't need, where's the verification on that?
They're talking about themselves. That's what's happening. Yeah. Some fans, not necessarily me, has drawn erotic artwork of two werewolves fucking.
Some fans have imagined Shaggy and Googie fucking crazy style with each other, and they can't help imagining it. It's not illegal.
The trivia ends with, "What are you going to do? Call the police."
The other one, which is clearly another one where the author has inserted their own point of view into the trivia, says pretty much the only thing the movie has in common with Scooby-Doo is Scooby, Shaggy, and Scrappy being in it. And even they're way off. There are no mysteries or mystery elements. The monsters are entirely real. And are never even thought to be fake. And the plot is basically wacky races. If you change the names and designs of the above characters, you would never know it was a Scooby-Doo film.
Honey, this is a review, not a trivia. What are you doing in there? You can't use the word "pretty much" in trivia, which is something that's meant to be factual. Trivia is
Alexei,
fun
it
facts.
happens all the time on IMDb trivia.
I love IMDb trivia. There's always stuff like on IMDb trivia. I remember years ago I read that the rat at the end of The Departed was not planned, that it just like happened. It ran across. And I've always gone, in my head, that's stuck in there, that's real. I was like, oh yeah, they didn't intend it. There's a rat on set that ran across, as if there's rats running around on movie sets all the time. But then, there's another one that I always see for like Adam Sandler movies. There's always one that's like the Adam Sandler podcast. The Sandpit said this was 5 out of 6 Sandmans, and one of their favorite. I say that every time. How the fuck do they get in there? There's so many other movie podcasts that people know about. You guys got to start getting in on all these Scooby-Doo ones.
I would say, go look at the trivia for any Barbie film. You will see.
We're on there.
Because
we're on there.
Well, my apologies. Unfortunately, I've never Googled the trivia for a Barbie movie on IMDb, so I'm sorry that I doubted your capabilities.
Because one of the early Barbie movies came out at the end of 2001, and there was a trivia entry that said it was released in an effort to heal the nation after 9/11. And then someone on all 37 Barbie movies put that in an effort to heal the nation, Cult Pop Shit did a podcast on all 37 Barbie movies.
So that's so good. That reminds me, my favorite IMDb trivia that I've been obsessed with, and Cameron and I came across this like many years ago when we used to do a Mike Myers podcast. We did a Dana Carvey spin-off where we reviewed the movie Master of Disguise.
The one I think of when I think of Dana Carvey movies.
Yeah, the Turtle Club scene was filmed on 9/11 and they had to take a moment's silence.
It's so insane. That like in his little turtle outfit, being like, wow.
Yeah, just do you think he quivered back into his shell for the moment's silence?
He was like,
am I not turtly enough for your moment of silence? Master of Disguise, another website that we often refer to, I think Master of Disguise has a very, very rare distinction of having 1% on Rotten Tomatoes. Because it's so easy to get 0. It's just, you can have 10 reviews and everyone they're all bad. But then 1% means that there's been at least 100 reviews and only one of them was good.
Yeah. That's wild.
I think there's like 6 films with 1%, yeah.
I liked it when I saw it as a 6-year-old.
It's probably Armand White, that fuck.
Yeah, I love Armand White. He's probably the most interesting critic of our time. He's fascinating to me endlessly. I love reading him.
He's so contrarian. He's black, even though his name is Armand White.
Wow.
Yeah, I love him. He writes about Prince. I love the way he writes about Prince and Michael Jackson. But there's the one that I always remember was he gave Real Steel a positive review and hated District 9. And I was like, man, I love you because I also feel that way. I hate District 9.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, he was the one other guy out there in the world that shared the same opinion as me.
That's always rewarding to find.
Having to side with Armand White, though, of all people.
Hey, Alexei, can I ask you a question? And that question is, when is your birthday?
My birthday is May 19.
All right, so what we painstakingly did, Alexei, is we took every episode of every Scooby-Doo show ever and worked out when they originally aired so that we've essentially made a horoscope for Scooby-Doo villains.
Wow.
So I'm going to go to your birthday and I'm going to tell you the closest monster that debuted on your birthday. So what was it, May 19, did you say?
May 19th, yeah.
Yep. May 19th, Alexei, I'm happy to tell you that your Scooby-Doo horoscope is Aphrodite from Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, Season 1, Episode 16, Where Walks Aphrodite in 2011. That debuted on May 17th, so that's the closest one to May 19th.
Oh my god, she's a Greek god. That's awesome. I guess that is an accurate horoscope that you've got there. I mean, I guess, am I the first one to have my horoscope read? Because so far, it's pretty good.
Well, we did our own in the previous Scooby-Doo movies that we've covered, but what we did discover that was cute is that we have, our birthdays are both movies in the Scooby-Doo canon. Like movies that we're going to cover in a few movies' time were released on our individual birthdays next to each other. So that's pretty cool.
Wow.
So we're 3 for 3 coincidences. Let's hope our next guest has also a coincidence in their Scooby-Doo horoscope.
Wow, fortune is favoring you today.
As the first guest, you've got the fun job of we get to test all of our segments on you. So now the horoscope thing went very well. We're trying to workshop some kind of getting the guests to do an impression, perhaps a leaderboard sort of scenario.
Oh, wow.
So here's what I think we should do. Here are the tiers, right? In a moment, we're going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression, okay?
Yeah.
If you nail it, we will then ask you to do a Shaggy impression, slightly harder. If you nail that, you get a third opportunity to do an impression of any other of the Scooby-Doo main cast. And if you nail that, that'll be like 3 points. So 1 point, 2
this
points,
is
3
awesome.
points, and we'll have a leaderboard.
That's so sick.
Of all the guests by the end. So, for 1 point, Alexei, can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
I'm really scared and nervous. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me do it. I feel really passionate about doing a really good job.
Okay, good. You'll probably win then.
Oh,
very good. I love
think
it.
that advances to the next round.
All right, can you give us a Shaggy impression? I think what's a famous Shaggy line? You mean like there's a ghost right behind me? I believe he says that in the live action film if you wanted a line to use.
Mr. Bombastic, go back on this.
Oh, a subversion.
Other people will do. There will be other opportunities for people to do that same bit.
Of course.
And being the first, I had to take it.
You feeded them to it.
Okay, now I shall do it in seriousness.
Okay.
Zoinks, hey Scoob, why don't we eat some crazy freaking Scooby snacks? It's my favorite hobby.
That was excellent.
That was
I'm
like
happy with
I don't want to insult you here, but that was better than I thought you could do.
All right, and for the final round, Alexei, you can choose Velma, Fred, Daphne, even Scrappy.
I reckon we open it up to the entire Hanna-Barbera verse, since we've seen a lot of them.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of who my other Hanna-Barbera characters are.
Was that a Hanna-Barbera?
I can't. I love Hanna-Barbera, but I'm like, to me, they all sound the same now. I've got no idea who else there is. Maybe I would try and do. There was a character in this that I really hated. My two least favorite characters were these two hideous creatures. One was English, and one was. I have no way to how to politically correctly say what he was.
You're talking, of course, about the Hunch Bunch of
the
Brunch
Hunch
and
Bunch.
Crunch, I believe their names are.
Yeah, Brunch and Crunch. One of them was you couldn't do that today with what was going on with that character. It was very odd because one of them was like, "Oh yes, I'm English and I shall be doing this thing for you," and then the other one was just like, "I won't do. I actually will not do."
Yeah, right.
Taking the high road.
That's very impressive, and I think we'll allow that impression to reach the top of the leaderboard currently at 3 points. 3 points isn't a very high watermark though, so maybe a lot of people are going to reach this.
Or the thing is that
level.
we'll after and the next guests will change it. So okay, you can have more points then. So you're doomed to forever be at the bottom of the leaderboard when we didn't realize how many points we should give out.
I guess it will be how impressive we find the third impression, right? So then it's like it gets 3 points, but then we have our own personal ranking of it, maybe. I don't know.
And how awkward it is to hear someone do a Scooby-Doo impression and then go, you know what, let's not go any further. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Scooby-Doo impressions are like Borat impressions, though. You can't do a bad one.
Yeah.
Because the voice is inherently stupid. Like,
Yeah, right. Well, hey, I think that we can probably draw the segment to a close now. Thank you so much, Alexei, for coming on our show.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me on board. And thank you for making me feel so awful on a Saturday morning watching this Scooby-Doo movie.
Yes, it's the podcaster's burden, though, isn't it? It's the movie podcaster's burden.
So I feel so sorry for you guys because you have how many more to go?
44.
Yeah.
Fuck off. That's awful.
I do think we
This was
start with
so
the worst
bad.
ones, though. I think they get better as they get into the more like we got Zombie Island coming up, and that's like the big one. So maybe they'll get better.
You have some of the most unbreakable, unshakable optimism I've ever encountered on the internet.
Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Alexei, where can people find you if they're listening? Maybe this is their first Alexei Toliopoulos experience. Where can they go to listen to more of you?
You can listen to my podcast, Finding Drago, Finding Desperado, where Cameron James, another comedian, and I solve mysteries out there in the real world, the documentaries. The first podcast, Finding Drago, is about a book based on Rocky IV that we find the real author of. The second one is about a Guinness World Record that we thought was fake, and we bust that myth going across the whole world to find out who was the person that faked that Guinness World Record. And then the third one is actually a web series, a video series called Finding Jesus that we made with Auntie Donna, where we solve one of the internet's most greatest unsolved mysteries, and we were the ones to finally solve it.
I do want to ask, I've been wondering this, like, I've fucking loved Finding Jesus, like, incredible, appointment viewing each week.
Thank you.
But I'm so curious what was, as all the Kanye West stuff started to come out, but like when you started the series, Kanye West was just a mildly controversial figure, but he made Graduation. And now it's like, but then as the series ended, it was like, this is one of the most hateful people on the planet. I want to know what was going through you and Cameron's head as this was releasing, and possibly the worst time in history to release a Kanye West-centric web series.
What would be worse if we released it now? We kind of like just got in by the skin of our teeth. It didn't really affect us too much because, he's not really part of the show. It's not really got anything to do with him. Just the name of it. I guess it was more annoying that, like, we had to share the spotlight with him because, if we'd come out a month earlier, there would have been no news about him. And so we could have snuck through probably in his fan bases a little bit more. But then, but I just abhor him. He's awful. I mean, I like some of his music, but it just upsets me. I think he betrayed a lot of what he stood for and a lot of what his fan base we looked up to him. Like, I really remember, being young and seeing him standing next to my other hero, Mike Myers, speaking truth to power during the Hurricane Katrina benefit, saying George Bush doesn't care about black people. And I think now, to me, that was a defining moment for him. And now I think that he's like kind of turned his political activism to be so selfish and like distorted and awful. I think a lot of people that admire him would feel so fucking bummed out by it. It's awful. It sucks ass. He sucks shit. He's an asshole. He's a loser.
I do just shout at you. I don't think you mentioned it, but your Mike Myers podcast, Mike Check, What was the Dana Carvey spin-off called? Out of curiosity.
Oh, we only did like 3 or 4 episodes of Dana Carvey. We called them Carving It Up, and they were just in the same feed. And it would be an alternate reality where I was the host of a Dana Carvey podcast, but it was more like it was so weird. It was so stupid. It was like I hosted like a serious radio show, and so it would be like Cameron was a guest, and he would be a comedian, and I would ask him questions about comedy and stuff like that. It was very stupid. It's an old podcast, Mike Check. Yeah, nice, exactly. Yes. It's a real silly podcast.
Favorite Mike Myers movie?
I love Austin Powers. I love Wayne's World. They're 2 of my favorite movies. What if I was like, oh, I love Bohemian Rhapsody. It's so cool.
Amsterdam.
We would have quietly said goodbye and ended the Zoom call.
Anyway, but we will say goodbye.
Yeah, we will
end the Zoom call.
Yes, good to meet you. Good to hang out.
Yes, thank you for coming on.
And
let's
on
move
to
on to
the Arabian Nights.
Yes, alrighty.
Wow, that will be probably extremely difficult to discuss some elements of.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Like, Richard, we got a problem, old buddy, old pal.
Oh, do we? I mean,
yeah.
Ruri.
Yep. We've made a terrible discovery in between the last record and this record. This is the opposite of when we found out there was a 38th Barbie movie in the middle of a Barbie episode. There is maybe only 46 Scooby-Doo movies. What happened was I was adjusting the Scooby-Doo horoscope, Scooby-Doo villain horoscope, Monster of the Week horoscope thing.
Which you've just seen go absolutely gangbusters with Alexei Toliopoulos, went down super well, exactly. So we will be continuing with that.
Yeah. I was adjusting it to include the movies and specials as well, since you and I both found our birthdays landed on a movie release. And in this, I discovered that one of the 47 Scooby-Doo movies is only 45 minutes long, Richard, which is about 4 minutes shorter than Scooby Goes Hollywood, the one we deliberately didn't include at the start. I don't know why, but everywhere it is listed as part of the straight-to-video movie collection.
I think that I don't know about you. I'm happy to include it. We've already recorded a theme song that refers to 47 films. And I think that we're going off like Wikipedia's definition of the Scooby-Doo movies, and I'm quite happy to go get and maybe we'll get to it and we go, oh, it's 44 minutes, and realize it actually is long enough or something.
Look, it's still about 25 films away, so we don't have to deal with this yet. We've got plenty
of ground to cover between now and then.
It's called. We'll probably talk about this more at the time, but it's for those wanting a teaser, it's called Scooby-Doo Adventures: The Mystery Map, and it's a puppet show, which I think is maybe why it's included, because it's maybe more impressive. I don't know. That's a little tease for what's to come, and we'll keep it on the slate for now. Though I do want to find out. I can't remember who's scheduled to MC that segment. I do want to find out why it's listed as part of the movies.
Yeah. Well, if it's me, we probably won't.
Okay.
Don't care.
Well,
enough.
Richard. Let's forget all that at the moment, because we're going to talk about Scooby-Doo 4. That's all it's called. It's just called Scooby-Doo 4. No, we're going to be talking about Scooby-Doo in Arabian Nights. This was directed by Jun Falkenstein and Joanna Romerza. It doesn't have a critic score on Rotten Tomatoes because very few of these do, or at least none of the ones we've seen so far do. It does have a 45% audience score. Richard, what is Scooby-Doo in Arabian Nights about?
So it's one of the kind of like what we saw with Barbie 2 years ago, which is, obviously the episode that we're trying to emulate right now. But it's our familiar heroes, Shugi and Scabby.
Something like that.
They appear only in wraparound segments.
So they have gotten a job as the Sultan's food tasters, and they think, oh, fucking sick. We just get to taste food all day. And then
They're in Saudi Arabia, by the way, for some reason.
yeah, and they eat all the food, and then they realize, like, zoinks, I don't think we were hired to see if it tasted good. I think we were hired to see if it was poisonous, which is, as an audience member, we all knew that was coming. So they dress up in drag and do the hula. No, they don't do the hula, but they pretend to be part of the Sultan's harem.
Yeah.
To survive after the Sultan finds out that all his food is gone. And then he says, I'm horny, tell me a story. And so Shaggy, dressed as a woman, tells him the story of how do they pronounce it in this? Like
Ali-ad-Din.
Ali-ad-Din, yeah. Which is the story of Aladdin. Although in this, the genie, rather than being Will Smith or Robin Williams or David Correos, if you're familiar with the tour of kids' schools that Dave and I played the Sultan in that, in our production of Aladdin, and Dave played the genie. And
Wait, sorry, Richard, you played the Middle Eastern Sultan.
yes.
Cancelled. Wow, cancelled yourself like a chump.
No, but it was kids though. They thought my skin was actually that color. They couldn't see the makeup. No, I didn't do blackface. No, I it was played very much along the lines of the Disney version, and I had a beard. I was the only person that could grow a beard, so I got the beardy role. Anyway.
It's real funny how easy you could have just not brought that up. It was already like quite a stretch to mention a thing you did as an example of Aladdin, but it also condemned you. I would have never even asked.
Okay, if you were cast as if your theater company was doing a production of Aladdin, and they said, "Oh, AJ, you'll be playing the Sultan," this is 2012, mind you, what would you have said?
I would have said, I don't think it's appropriate for a Christchurch theatre company, which predominantly white, to do a story which almost exclusively features Middle Eastern characters.
No, I don't think you would have. I think you would have. I think you would have probably, like, my performance, which was very silly, would have been considered toned down compared to yours.
Oh, I
think I know our acting styles. I know how much you love to dive into, Middle Eastern characters, and I know how you would have played this character, and I think it was probably more racist than mine. Not that mine was racist.
Well, I mean, I knew that this Arabian Nights segment would involve discussion of, certain Middle Eastern stereotypes. I didn't know it would be our own Middle Eastern
stereotypes.
The ones you've just projected onto me, by the way. You're saying in theory, I would be more racist than you, which is a very funny thing to say.
Well, so anyway, I wasn't played by David Correos, is the point, or Robin Williams, or Will Smith. It's played instead by Yogi Bear, and boy does he hope that people are wishing for some picnic baskets.
He sure does, and Boo Boo is also there.
He's a genie in training. He hasn't earned his fog yet, so he has legs like a fucking chump. And and then it just plays out the story of Aladdin, but it's the genders are fluid.
But it's also like Disney's story of Aladdin. It's not like the actual Arabian Night. Like it is, it takes the same story liberties as the more, the recently, as of 2 years ago, more famous version of Aladdin.
Right.
I'm saying it's cheap for copying. They clearly didn't read the Arabian Night. They watched the Disney movie then made this.
And then we cut after that story wraps up. We cut back to Shaggy, who's still trying to, put off the Sultan's advances, and decides to tell another story. And this one is Sinbad the Sailor, which is, a much less well-known story, but it's a Magilla gorilla, gorilla, who's mistakes a pirate ship for a cruise ship, and then there's this. The captain of the ship is this very
Napoleon
Greedy.
syndrome kind of, short, angry man kind of thing. And yeah, it's just Sinbad, the gorilla, goes through, unaware of what's going on, much to the chagrin of the captain. And when that all wraps up, we go back to Shaggy and Scooby, and that has a happy ending. They keep the royal food tasting job.
Yeah, so one small correction, it's not the Sultan that's trying to fuck Shaggy, it's like the prince, who, the Sultan is portrayed as like a Middle Eastern Sultan.
Right,
but
it feels like you probably could have corrected me quite a while ago on that.
Well, I didn't want to, I preferred to correct you about, politically correct you about playing the Sultan. No, he's and the joke is that he's the guy that voices Mandark in Dexter's Laboratory, and instead of...
Eddie Deason.
Yeah, instead of this dignified Arabian prince, it's this like little nerd that's like, oh boy, I really like stories, and he cracks his glasses and things like that. First things first, it's really weird to have an anthology movie with wraparound segments which only feature 2 stories.
Yeah.
It's 3 or don't do it, right? It's strange.
Yeah, 1 or 3.
It's so odd. 1 or 3, agreed.
Because, Barbie technically, is only 1 story for most.
I agree, 1 or 3. And I guess maybe they thought that the wraparound segment was so filled out that would count as a 3rd. But it just sets I was watching. It's very short. This movie. It's I think an hour 10 or so.
It's 69 minutes.
69 minutes. So I was watching it, and the Aliyah Dean story was just going on and on. I was like, is this even going to be another story? And then the Magilla Gorilla Sinbad one. And also, I'm not very familiar with Sinbad. Do you think this followed the story of Sinbad? Or is this...
Do you know this might be something you'd be very surprised to learn about me. I've actually read the Book of 1001 Nights.
Oh, right. Which is, of course, what this movie is based on. Arabian Nights.
Which is, the story of this woman who's like, oh no, I'll sleep with you on a later night, but I've got such a good story to tell you. And that's where the story of Aladdin comes from.
Oh, so it is literally the wraparound segment.
Yeah, the wraparound segment. Yeah, so this is an adaptation of 1001 Nights.
That makes me respect it a little bit more. So is Sinbad an Arabian Night? I didn't even know it was Arabian.
The 7 Voyages of Sinbad the Sailor.
Okay.
They existed earlier before being added to the collection. Aladdin and the other one is Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
Yes.
Are the most the
obvious third one to add to the story.
Exactly, yeah. Captain Caveman and the 40 Thieves or something.
Yeah, exactly. The Jetsons and the 40 Thieves.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Like a futuristic pirate sort of thing.
Yeah, but yeah, this is one of... Probably, I read it, I think, when I was early in high school, must have been, or maybe even earlier than that. But yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah, it's this is from Friend Like Me, the Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. That's what that's referring to, the 1001 tales of Scheherazade.
Yeah. Nice. Originally, Richard, this film was just called Arabian Nights, and later releases of the movie added Scooby-Doo to make, or Scooby-Doo-In, I apologise, to make Scooby and Shaggy's role seem larger. The DVD cover even incorrectly implies that they interact with the beer genies. Which I'm okay with a DVD cover depicting sort of like a amalgamation.
Not okay with that.
No, I'm fine with it. But it is very funny that they were like, people aren't going to watch this because they don't think Scooby and Shaggy will be in it. So let's add them to the title, and then they watch it, and Scooby and Shaggy aren't in great swaths of the story.
Yeah. It should be called Magilla Gorilla in Arabian Nights.
Yeah, exactly. What did you think of this? Where are you ranking these? I've got a little private.
I also have a private one. I've forgotten to add the last couple to it, but this would be at the bottom, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe I disliked Reluctant Werewolf more, but that was more because it was more boring. This was at least changing up enough to be relatively engaging. This would be the last time in which Don Messick voices Scooby-Doo and Boo Boo before his retirement in 1996, though apparently he does play Scooby in a video game.
Oh.
And it is also the last time in which Casey Kasem voices Shaggy until 2002. We'll talk more about that in the next film.
Yeah, because he returns to the role, yeah.
Yep. And the last in which
Not
Alan Melvin Yeah. The last in which Alan Melvin voices Magilla Gorilla, as well as his last film role overall, and also the last time Greg Burson voiced Yogi officially before being arrested and blacklisted in 2004.
That'll do it.
Would you like to know what he was arrested for? It's a hell of a story.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, all right. I will watch as I sit back.
Okay, this is straight from Wikipedia. Greg Burson was best known as a replacement for voice actors for Dawes Butler and Mel Blanc following their deaths in 1988 and 1989, respectively. The arrest in question was for barricading himself inside his home in Tujunga, which is in California, for 6 hours before surrendering. Initial reports have claimed that an armed SWAT team had responded to the call from 2 of his female roommates that he was drunk, armed, and holding a third female roommate hostage. Burson also screamed a stream of nonsensical words at the police when they were alerted to his home. Officers later discovered that Burson had a collection of guns in his home. One officer said he was so drunk we couldn't tell if he was trying to do one of his voices or was just slurring his words.
Wow.
So he's like got a hostage and he's like pointing a gun. He's like, "Hey, boo boo, why don't you come and try it?"
Yeah. Well, you know what I say to that?
No, I don't think that's such a good idea, Yogi.
Very good. No one was harmed, but Burson was harmed. His career was harmed. He was blacklisted for the rest of his life. Richard, we're 4 movies in, and it feels like Hanna-Barbera is in chaos. Everyone's leaving. Everyone's getting arrested. Everyone's dying. Where characters are getting retired. Careers are being traded. And actors are barricading themselves and holding hostages, you know? It's almost like we need a DC universe reset of this entire Scooby-Doo movie.
Very,
canon.
very current reference.
Maybe I'm referring to the one that's happened in the week of December 18th, or maybe I'm referring to the new 52. Take your pick.
Or maybe you're referring to what I'm sure we'll have some more news.
Yeah,
by the time
but I'm actually referring to January 15th's news that James Gunn has been fired, you know.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the voice work of Charlie Adler in the Sinbad section. He plays the captain. He's mainly known he's mainly known as both cow and chicken. And you mentioned earlier that he also plays Ickis in Our Real Monsters.
And a joke that I thought was so funny. And
it was
you
good.
and Alexei did not really react to.
I'm sorry. There'll be a lot of that on this 24-hour episode. He also plays Buster Bunny in Tiny Toon Adventures, one of my favourite cartoons. Wow. He plays Mrs. Bighead in Rocko's Modern Life. And I thought it was interesting to see him pop up here because it feels like we're watching the passing of the torch of different generations of voice actors. Like, if nothing else, these 4 pretty average films to start off with have felt like you know, there'll be Casey Kasem, but then Rob Paulson will be playing one of the ghosts and the Boo Brothers, and it's 2 separate generations of voice actors that I don't really recall having seen act opposite each other before, and I think that's kind of cool.
That is cool, yeah. That's a good observation.
Thank you. It really feels like we couldn't be further away from the heart of Scooby-Doo, though, with the Arabian Nights film. Like we thought Reluctant Werewolf was bad, where it was just a wacky racist thing. But this is like, why is it Scooby-Doo and Shaggy? They're in not only are they in Saudi Arabia, but they're in ancient Saudi Arabia, in the past, you know, and they're not even talking about solving mysteries. They're not even doing anything to do with monsters even. It's just them in a palace eating food, I guess, is the holdover.
Because at the time I was like, you know, didn't really think much of it. I was like, yeah, this is because now I'm so desensitized, I'm so immune to the formula that I'm like, yeah, this is what Scooby and Shaggy do.
This is what Shaggy and Scooby do.
Fuck, yeah, damn it. It was right there, wasn't it?
It's okay. I did enjoy the opportunity to peep some other Hanna-Barbera characters in this, though. I was familiar with Yogi Bear. I'd never heard of Magilla Gorilla
until Alexei mentioned it.
Yeah. So that was cool. But yeah, it is weird to be like, it's a showcase where your favorite Hanna-Barbera characters play different Arabian Nights characters, and then be like, all right, we're done 2, and it's an hour 10. All right, that's enough. Like, there's literally enough room in a appropriate runtime for a third story.
For Captain Caveman and the 40 Thieves.
Let's keep that as our continue the franchise in a day's time when we do continue the franchise.
Absolutely.
In terms of where this fits on the sacred Scooby timeline, this film was produced after Turner Broadcasting purchased Hanna-Barbera in 1991. We mentioned that on the previous section. It aired as a TV special a year after a pup named Scooby-Doo finished up. That was the TV show that was airing at the time. So it's not really tied to a specific series, but Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?, the original 1969 show, that was being heavily flexed by Turner at the time, airing in reruns. So I think this was just Turner capitalizing on their new acquisition and trying to get people invested in Scooby-Doo and Yogi Bear again. This was the last Scooby-Doo production to be made by the original Hanna-Barbera team.
Wow.
And they didn't do it again after this.
Damn. I was just about to say, I actually saw the offices of Hanna-Barbera when I was in the States, but I just remembered that was actually the offices of Klasky Schupo.
They really are like, they feel like they are like the two main like offshoot, slightly left of field animation. Mainstream animations in America. Like if you're not Disney or Warner Bros, which I mean this is Warner Bros now, but like like Klasky and Hanna-Barbera. Nice. Do you have anything else you'd like to say about Scooby-Doo in Arabian?
I just want to reiterate how hypothetically racist your portrayal of the Sultan could or would have been.
Richard, I hate to bring this up, but it is the Scooby-Doo mega episode, so what better place? I'd like to draw from the famous lost episode of Cold Popture, something that I very rarely will bring up. It's usually
this better be good.
I remember you being so mad at me when, for those who don't remember, when I watched all of Home Alone and you watched all of Die Hard, but we agreed to do Die Hard. And the episode was so awkward and uncomfortable, and frankly, like quite early in our friendship, that we thankfully deemed it unreleasable, because we were going to release it, and then someone else listened to it and was like, do not release this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was interesting. It was It's interesting because I think we both wanted to and didn't want to, but for both for spiteful reasons.
It was a tail ears situation where we wanted to see who would side with who. Back when we had 14 listeners per episode.
Yeah.
But anyway, one thing you said to me that genuinely made a change, and I've stopped using this in an argument before, since you said this, was you were mad at me, and I said, I feel like this is something you would also do. And you said, but I didn't. And I was like, that's a good point. And just like now, you're saying, hypothetically, my Sultan character would have been more racist than yours, but I didn't do it. Imagine if courts were like, yeah, but it's such a you thing to have murdered this person.
Like the jury just hangs out with you for a few weeks, and they're
no,
this wouldn't be out of character for him. I think what I'm saying is clearly more. I'm clearly going for humor more than I think you were looking for a way out.
I had a lump in my throat, tears
I'm proud
in my eyes.
of my performance of the Sultan in 2012's Thai tour of Thai standing for Theatre and Education.
Oh, nice.
Tour of Aladdin, and I don't think that you. I'm sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth again. I don't think that you would have turned down the role in 2012.
Yeah, I guess you're right. What am I supposed to say to that?
I don't think that you would have, had you been cast as, it was never even a discussion really at the time. I mean, I wonder if they have those discussions now, but Yeah, I mean, maybe you would have been in a different year, and you would have done Robin Hood, the year above us did Robin Hood. You would have played Friar Tuck.
Oh, right. I would have been shocked. I would be shocked if Tia, whatever it's called, are doing Aladdin. If Aladdin is still in their roster, in their rotating roster of plays. Let's find out and let's send a complaint if they are.
If you want a fun story from that time, so Dave played the genie, and at the end of the show, we would come out of character, and we would all like say our real names, and there was always a funny little thing. So Erin, who on our Oscar episodes would also be in this production, he played Jafar, and
oh hell yeah,
they would always say. So I'd be like, oh, my name's Richard Martin, and then he would go, oh, and I'm Aaron Richardson, and the kids would all laugh because it made it sound like I was Aaron's dad, and but then. Yeah, there was like, I remember on like one of the first shows they said, where's the monkey? Where's the magic carpet? Which aren't part of the original story, so they weren't in this adaptation of it. And Dave, I hope he doesn't mind me telling this story, he was playing the genie, so he was sort of like everyone's favorite character. He had this fun little dance that he choreographed himself, which we would all do at the end of it. And he said something like, "Oh, the rugs at the dry cleaners and stuff," and the director was like, "Don't bullshit these kids." Like, he's like, "Just tell them it's a different version of the story. Like, they're old enough to."
What a killjoy director! I think that's a great answer, Dave.
Well, he'll never hear this, so
so fuck him.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
All right, Richard, now it's time for the fun to start. We arguably could have started the episode, the whole big long episode, with this movie.
We could have started the podcast here, to be honest. Not this episode, the cult popture.
The whole podcast,
and we could have called it Ropture.
Rupture, nice,
Yeah.
very good, very clear what's going on there.
Yeah. And would you listen to a podcast that just started called Rupture?
I would not. I would look at it and go, I don't know what that means, and not watch it.
Well, you'd probably assume it was taking the piss out of ours.
I'd be offended actually.
What would you do? Okay, so you know how like you've had a little bit of success on TikTok, and you've had people make like Spanish language versions of your TikToks. What would you do if there was a podcast release called Rupture and they did Scooby-Dooified versions of our episodes?
Right, so they
download the transcripts for our episodes and then they change them to be, and maybe it's like it's Scooby and Shaggy or Scooby and Scrappy or something like that.
Right.
And so like the Barbie episode, it's just entirely that. Or you have like, Reeve has more vesicles than there are. No, I can't remember the line.
Very nice.
He says testicles more time. He says scrotum more times in this frame. Reeve res rotum. Raw times. This is such an esoteric joke.
That's great. Keep going. We're not going to get any new listeners listening to the day long to Scooby-Doo episode, or maybe we will. And if we are, hello and welcome. That was a very esoteric joke.
There was there was an episode of
that
of our
Richard
podcast.
didn't finish.
I didn't even finish it. There was an episode of our podcast where AJ said, referring to John Turturro's character in the Transformers series, who across the whole franchise says the word scrotum 3 times, and AJ hilariously quipped that he says scrotum more times than there are testicles within a scrotum. Now, what I was going to do based on the hypothetical podcast I set up earlier, which re-recorded our episodes, I was going to say that line in a Scooby-Doo voice.
And Scoobish. Let's call it Scoobish from here on.
Yeah.
just to save time and explaining what it is. So Richard, here we are. It is 1998, and we're talking about the...
Oh, shit. Hopefully we warn them about 9/11.
I hope so. We are talking about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. This is everyone's favorite. This was directed by Jim Stenstrom. It has a Rotten Tomatoes score. Do you know what that is?
85.
88, very good. The gang's back, the mystery gang finally making their appearance in the Scooby-Doo movie canon. This is very much the Barbie, Princess and the Pauper of Scooby-Doo movies.
Wow.
I feel like this is the one that elevated, this is the one that broke through, you know?
The people look upon fondly.
Yeah, what is Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island about?
So yeah, the mystery gang have been together for what feels like decades, but it's been like a year. They got bored of chasing fake ghosts, so Daphne becomes a journalist looking to expose real monsters like, Harvey Weinstein, and she works with Fred, and then meanwhile Velma works at a bookstore just selling mysteries rather than solving them, and Shaggy and Scooby are just generally fucking around and getting high. And
they work in customs at the airport, and they get fired for eating all the contraband.
Yeah, which pre 9/11.
Very funny.
Yeah. Anyway, they get the whole bang gang together. The gang back together to celebrate Daphne's birthday party, and they're going to do this like haunted locations tour, and they go to this place in New Orleans, where they go to her workplace on Moonscar Island, and strange things start happening. So first off, Shaggy and Scooby eat a bunch of really hot peppers, which feels like it's going to come back and be really important to the final act.
It kind of does.
Really?
He uses it once. He breathes fire on a ghost.
Sure. But anyway, zombies start appearing and ghosts and all this kind of voodoo magic starts happening. It's eventually revealed that the owners of that invited them are actually werecats, and they've been cursed, and the way that they keep their immortality is by sacrificing people's souls, and they become zombies, and the reason that the zombies like scare people is to make sure they don't suffer the same fate. Yeah, it's real monsters again.
Yeah, they became cat people to scare away Captain Moonscar, who was a pirate. They like prayed to their cat god, but then they couldn't get rid of this curse.
Which is often the way with curses.
Yeah, exactly. They have to suck the souls out of people on the harvest moon every month or year. Or
what is a harvest moon, AJ?
They also describe it as the second blue moon in a month. Is that from this one, or is that from a different Scooby-Doo movie? There's a second blue moon in a month. Well, maybe that's what a blue moon is.
A blue moon is a month with 2 full moons in it, I believe.
Well, it's something like that. Anyway, what did you think of this?
Thought it sucked. I wanted the fucking.
Really?
No, it was fun. It was a good return to form.
A return to form we haven't seen. A form we've only vaguely remembered.
It formed the form for me.
I thought this was so good. I thought this was genuinely quite compelling. It's really scary and dark and
like if you're a little pea pants little baby boy.
I am. I think it's mature. It takes its horror elements super seriously, and I know we've complained about the monsters being real in all of these so far, but this operates on the assumption that the monsters have never been real, and I think it earns it. I think it's like this what if the monsters were real is basically the pitch for this movie.
Yeah, but I think my sort of like my lukewarmness compared to you is more just from a place of like
Yeah, I don't really like Scooby-Doo that much.
I remember seeing the trailer for this when I was a kid, and I remember it was like, and this time the monsters are real, and I was floored. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, what the actual heck?
Director Jim Strenstrom and co-writer Davis Doy suggested in early storyboards that they should have it be that the monsters are real as a way to set it apart from the TV show. And co-writer Glenn Leopold did not like this idea. He thought that the thing that made Scooby-Doo endure was these simple, solvable mysteries. And it was a guy named Lance Falk who worked as a model coordinator on the film. That he was like, "Por qué nos dos?" And they combine the ideas. Nice. So there are fake out monsters in this, but there are also real monsters. Though, according to IMDb, they have faced real monsters plenty of times. And here is a list of other times before Zombie Island.
You messaged me earlier today saying, I think Zombie Island might be one of our longer non-guest segments. Is it just because this list is real fucking long and you're going to read the whole thing?
No. It's actually not that long.
Okay.
But for people who are interested in a pup named Scooby-Doo, the episode Ghost Who's Coming to Dinner, the new Scooby-Doo movies, Mystery in Persia, the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries, Ghosts of the Ancient Astronauts, and the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries, A Halloween Hassle in Dracula's Castle. Sorry, Americans, Castle. These entries were all made between 1985 and 1988, but didn't star all of the mystery gang. So for some of them, it is maybe the first time they've encountered monsters. This film opens with the characters finishing off a mystery, a la like the start to a James Bond, finishing off a mission before the cold open. And I can't remember, it's like some night thing, and typical Scooby-Doo antics start happening. Shaggy and Scooby start running away from the monster, and as they do this, a cover of Scooby-Doo Where Are You by Third Eye Blind starts playing.
So 1998.
I felt like cheering, like after watching such like piss poor, lukewarm, like dip your toe in the world of film Scooby-Doo movies before this, to have like
to
one
get
that's
Third
actually
Eye Blind.
Yeah, but one that's actually like structured and like built for tension and payoff and stuff. It was like, I was like, yeah, where are you? Where are you, Scooby-Doo? And there are a couple of great original songs as well. In this film, there's of course there's the Third Eye Blind one, a band called Sky Cycle, I think they're called. They made some original songs that I initially wondered if it was The Offspring, because one of the songs called "It's Terror Time Again" sounds a bit like "You're Gonna Go Far, Kid," which wasn't a song yet at the time. It didn't come out for like 14 years. But still, like I was like, this sounds like The Offspring. It's a really cool song. People should check out "Terror Time Again" if they want to have a nostalgic Scooby-Doo musical romp.
Interesting, yeah. I knew the name Sky Cycle from somewhere. The lead singer of Sky Cycle went on to form the Panic Channel.
Okay.
With the members of Jane's Addiction, and there was like this super group, and it was like, yeah, we got like Dave Navarro, I think, is in the band, and like all these guys. And we've made this new supergroup, and the lead singer is Steve Isaacs from Sky Cycle. And it's like, you go on Sky Cycle's Wikipedia page, it says they're perhaps best known for their contributions to the 1998 Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island soundtrack. But the Panic Channel were great. Fun fact, the first song I ever downloaded when we got broadband internet was Tea House of the Spirits by the Panic Channel.
Nice. I'm proud of you.
You should be.
Did you? I mean, one of the best parts of the Barbie podcast was like hearing all the original songs, and you seem very nonchalant about like what is very much your type of music, your favorite genre of music.
Yeah,
appearing
like
in this
shitty
movie.
rock music.
Did you like the music?
I did. It's fun, and it's like I like watching movies like this where the soundtrack is just so of its time. And like the one of the Godzilla movies that used like "We're All to Blame" by Sum 41, and it was just the most insane musical cue. Like, I love that, and just musical cues that you can tell that they're like someone's scrolling through the radio. They're like, "Oh, let's get this band."
Yeah. The chorus for one of their songs that appears in this film called The Ghost Is Here goes, "Oh, the ghost is here and it's a crook in a suit. The ghost is here, he's protecting some loot. The ghost is here, oh, let's give him the boot. He's fake."
I'm just going to quickly listen to the song to just remind myself of it. So,
Well, there's 2 songs.
well, just to remember the vibe.
Mm-hmm. How's it go?
Yeah, you're right. I just wanted to hear it, even just off pod.
It's Terror Time again. Here's an excerpt of some of the lyrics for those interested. Here's the chorus. It goes, "You hear the beating of your heart. You know the screaming's gonna start. Here comes the really scary part, 'cause it's terror time again. They've got you running through the night. It's terror time again. Or you might just die of fright. It's a terrifying time. It's a terrifying time."
It is a terrifying time. I'd argue it's probably more terrifying now than in 1998.
Why's that?
Oh, like
right.
COVID,
Right, yeah, right.
Post
As in now is a
9/11.
more terrifying time.
Yeah. Although this is our first Christmas without COVID, according to the Prime Minister.
Nice. Very cool thing to say. That's
When people
Not
are still
true at
dying
all.
and we have some of the highest cases we've ever had.
The premise of Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island very briefly focuses, as you mentioned, on the mystery gang having broken up and then getting back together. Combined with the island that they go to, this feels like a blueprint for the 2002 live action
Absolutely,
film.
yeah.
You know, there are so many shades, and I think the live action film does it a bit better, or it paces it a bit better.
They have
it's really
broken up
interesting.
in the movie, in the live action movie, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They break up after the cold open, and then it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
till years later that they're tricked into hanging out again, you know. I thought this was a really funny movie as well. There's a point where so far Shaggy and Scooby are the only ones who have seen anything supernatural. And one thing I like about the Mystery Gang is they know better than to doubt them, which is really cool. They're never like, "You're lying" or "I don't believe you." And maybe that's why they work as a team, is because they know that Shaggy and Scooby just sort of wind up into these things. And the key is actually figuring out what they saw, not telling them that they're wrong.
Trying to decipher what letter the R is replacing when Scooby complains about it. Yeah, and it's also like, I think that, if you are masked up as a bad guy, you would be like, well, I can give shit away in front of the 2 stoners. Like, there's a guy and his fucking dog. Of course I can
including the dog.
Yeah, of course I can give shit away. And then that they underestimate Scooby and Shaggy, and the rest of the gang have been through enough that it is a really wholesome moment, because you think it would be one of those things where you're like, every single fucking time they've been right.
Yeah. And there's a really funny moment where finally the zombies are discovered by Fred and Daphne. And Fred is like, "Don't worry about it. It's just a guy in a mask." And they're like, "All right." And he starts trying to rip the mask off, and then he just rips the zombie's head off. And like, I thought it was such an interesting place to put the characters, like these, steadfast like skeptics, to then have them, he's just ripped a guy's head off. It's really interesting character play, and I really appreciate it.
Because I was about to message you, because the way Daphne is trying to get the mask off, and Fred's like, needs a man to try and do it. She's like pulling at his jaw and like at his forehead skin, sort of pulling it apart. And then I pulled up Messenger, about to message you, when Fred was taking over, be like, is Fred just going to rip this guy's fucking jaw off? Because it looked like he was going to grab him the same way, just rip the jaw straight off. And then I was like, wait, no, the plot beat that needs to happen here is he needs to find out it is a real zombie. So is he actually just going to rip the guy's jaw off?
I was expecting the skin to come off and reveal a skeleton, but that's maybe a bit too brutal for Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, it's a very, like, it pops off like a doll head. Like, it's...
It's still alive and everything.
Yeah.
I also thought the climax of this film fucking ripped, dude. My flatmate was like casually watching this with me, and when the werecats revealed themselves and there's like voodoo dolls and a harvest moon and like these risen dead, my flatmate, she was just like, "This is fucking awesome." Like someone who was very much hardly watching got fully like enriched into the story. Yeah, I thought this was just so fun and cool and exciting. Like the spooky parts are taken so seriously, like it doesn't let up. Like I to the point where there were complaints that this was too scary for children, and that's why the following sequels are apparently a lot lighter in tone, although not that much lighter in tone. At least not from what I've seen so far.
Okay.
This film is also notable for being the first Scooby-Doo production featuring the entire gang sans Scrappy-Doo since the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries episode A Halloween Hassle at Dracula's Castle, which premiered in 1984. So this is the first time they've gotten back together in that long. Similarly, as with previous films, Zombie Island isn't really tied to a specific Scooby-Doo series, but it is more the result of a supply and demand system. So if Arabian Nights was made to promote the reruns that they'd got in syndication, this was the reruns were really popular. Let's make more to capitalize that now we have a new generation of Scooby-Doo fans since it had gained popularity since it had been airing non-stop on Cartoon Network in the 90s.
It is super interesting that like, because we talked about how Scrappy-Doo disappeared after 2 movies ago. That is one of these things. It's like, yeah, you assume Scrappy, was written out at some point, but you kind of just assume, especially with like nostalgia these days, it's like, oh, he's got to pop up somewhere else. But no. And then get to learn that like nothing featured the whole gang for 14 years. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like, was there just no TV show? There must have been no original Scooby-Doo shows between like 1988 and 1998. Like just a 10-year.
I think there was.
That was the syndication years.
Yeah, well, there was 13 Ghosts, and it was a pup named Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, but that ended like 94, 93, I think.
Yeah, but that was the sort of, between them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Billy West of Futurama, among other things, plays Shaggy in this film. And this is the first time on the podcast that we've heard anyone other than Casey Kasem. In fact, the whole voice cast is replaced with the exception of Fred, who is still played by Frank Welker. Casey Kasem was originally set to reprise his role as Shaggy, but Kasem is a vegetarian, and this element had been adopted into Shaggy's character before. Like, at some point they made the decision, no, Shaggy's a vegetarian, and so whenever he'd eat those big fucking sandwiches, if you looked, you wouldn't see any meat products in them. But then Shaggy was supposed to be the spokesperson in a 1995 Burger King commercial, and this is where Kasem was like, no, I'm not doing this, and he went on to demand that Shaggy give up eating meat full in whatever form he takes. The creative team rejected this and said that eating anything is a hallmark of the character, which fair enough. Additionally, the production team on Zombie Island had already begun, and it's New Orleans, so of course Shaggy's eating crawdads and things. Probably one of the first things they animated. Kasem was given a last-minute opportunity to come back and redub over Billy West, but he didn't want to.
How do you think that conversation would have gone?
Would you want me to do a Shaggy impersonation? Neither of the characters would be doing Shaggy impersonations.
Well, I just thought it could be a little fun little thing we could do.
Right, so to be like, Kasem's coming in and he's like, they're like, so you wanted to see me? And that's just how he talks.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. No, we don't need to do this.
Okay, I don't know.
I just thought it'd be
trying to follow your lead.
I just thought it'd be a fun place to do another Shaggy impression, since we're
nice.
Gonna chart the evolution of our impressions.
All right, I'll be Casey Kasem, you be Billy West.
I'll be Shaggy.
Okay.
This is Casey Kasem grappling with wanting to stay true to the character of Shaggy, but also his own beliefs about being a vegetarian.
Okay. Am I doing it?
Yeah, you're Casey Kasem. I'm Shaggy.
Okay. I just feel like I agree that you eat anything, but also like, zoinks, I'm a vegetarian. I feel like I'm getting worse at both improv and Shaggy impression.
Eating anything is a fundamental part of my character.
Would it be like, it would start lower and go higher, remember? So it'd be like, eating anything is a fundamental part of my character. That was good. That's the best I've done so far.
Yeah. And then the dog shows up.
Then the dog ruins everything. Did you ever read that copy pasta that was like, the reveal is it's from Fred's perspective?
Yeah.
I always loved that, where it's like...
I always loved it too, yeah.
Stoner comes in and he smells like shit and he brings his dog everywhere.
Yeah. And I remember it was like... Yeah, some pretty problematic language in that from memory.
Yeah, it was 2007, 2006.
Yeah, there was a very similar one about SpongeBob. Yeah.
What makes things worse is I live in a fucking pineapple under the sea.
Yeah.
That's how it ended.
Yeah.
Anyway, radio personality Scott Ines voices Scooby-Doo in this. As we mentioned, Don Messick had died in 19... Is it Innes? Yep. It died in 1997, and Zombie Island is dedicated to his memory. Velma was played by BJ Ward.
Imagine having Zombie Island dedicated to your memory.
BJ Ward played Velma, and it was not the first time BJ Ward had played Velma, because she was in a Johnny Bravo episode. Where she was played by the same actress. Heather North was set to reprise her role as Daphne, but after a day of recording, Mary Kay Bergman replaced her. Mary Kay Bergman, though, would famously die a year later in 1999, but was such a legendary and prolific voice actress that Zombie Island isn't even close to her final performance. You know, this doesn't be like, it's the final vocal performance of Mary Kay Bergman. It's not. A lot of her work was released posthumously up into 2002, so that, 3 years after her death. So yeah, Frank Welker, the only actor to return to the series, played Fred Jones, and he was worried that he'd get replaced because everyone else was getting replaced. And when he came to do the lines, everyone, the producers were saying that his voice was too low, and they were like, no, you've lost it. Fred has a higher pitch, and Frank Welker's like, this is just my voice. He does not have a higher pitch. And it turned out that often Scooby-Doo episodes on Cartoon Network had to be retimed to match.
Up slightly.
Yeah, spin up slightly. And so they were like, oh, no, he is right then. Yeah, so I thought that what an interesting situation, like getting fired because you can't do the high-pitched spin-up version of your own voice.
Yeah, there's the other another case like that is that Bad Out of Hell, the album by Meatloaf, is slightly sped up to fit on a vinyl record, and Meatloaf apparently said that he's like, I fucking hate hearing that album. I never sounded like that, and so like he's like, yeah, I fucking hate hearing Bad Out of Hell because that's not what I sound like. I never sounded like that. It was sped up.
Nice.
But that's like, one of the highest selling albums of all time, and definitely what he's most well known for.
Yeah. There's a line that struck me at the end of this when the gang are being like held captive by the voodoo dolls from the Werecats, and Shaggy and Scooby come bowling in and cause all this accidental havoc, and then the zombies turn up and they get scared, and Velma goes, "No, Shaggy, the zombies are the good guys," and it's like, well, not really. They're Confederate soldiers that invaded an island. Like the cat people were just defending their land. And sure, they've gone off the deep end, but I hardly think the zombies are the good guys. There is a pretty scary moment where the cat people catch Shaggy and Scooby and start sucking the life out of them. And you see, it's like something from the fucking Mummy. Like you see their life leaving their body. It's pretty full on. And there's also when they don't suck any soul by the time the harvest moon has crested, they turn into dust and bones in a pretty graphic... there's no blood, but you see their skin fall away and their skeletons. It's pretty full on.
It's like something out of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah. What's interesting about Scooby-Doo in Zombie Island is that it was believed by the production company that it deserved the quote, equal visibility to a theatrical release. So this is a rare example of a straight-to-video release getting, like, Happy Meal toys and shit, connected with... Or something. I don't know if it was exactly Happy Meal. It was probably
Connects.
Burger King. It was probably Burger King, actually, considering the Casey Kasem gate. But yeah, isn't that interesting? Like, I feel like this is, of all these straight-to-DVD or straight-to-video cartoons we've watched for this podcast, I feel like this is if it's not the best one, it's certainly been treated with the most respect from the production company.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like I feel like Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is such a ubiquitous like term.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
The general public, I think, tend to know this film exists, weirdly.
Yeah.
And then because there's Return to Zombie Island, which only came out a couple of years ago, and I remember that was quite a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. I've written down here meddling kid counter. Did you want to update us on the meddling kid counter?
Yeah, so this film, right at the start, when we see the when we see the cold open of them solving a mystery, there is an unironic meddling kid used. Meddling kids, the phrase, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and your little dog too. And yeah, I just think it's a fun thing to sort of just take note of because, yeah, like we sort of have discovered, I think, you know, we neither of us really thought about this too much going into it, but by the time these movies have started, like, you know, if we consider this one the first of the true movies, we're 30 years into the franchise. This is like pretty much the midway point of the franchise. And yeah, we are seeing subversions already, so that it's like we're well beyond the era of the unironic, I would have gotten away with it too if you meddling kids. Yeah, so I am interested to see how often that phrase actually pops up in the Scooby-Doo movies. So we're at one so far.
Yeah. This is also apparently the first Scooby-Doo production ever. I don't know if that's true because I haven't watched the thousands of hours of Scooby-Doo before this. But the first one to allude to a romantic relationship between Fred and Daphne. It had once been poked fun at before in that Johnny Bravo episode that had a crossover. But yeah, no, it's very much implied that there's crushes going on, and that will be something that I think becomes probably the distinguishing identity of both those characters going forward.
Yeah, I just assumed they were a couple the whole time.
Yeah. I've got some dumb IMDb trivia to end our discussion on Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. Richard, here we go. Notably, this is on IMDb trivia for this movie. Notably, Fred is seen eating and drinking like a normal human being, probably more than he ever did in the almost 30-year history of the series. What the fuck does that mean?
As opposed to being a cartoon character who don't need to eat or drink.
What are they talking about? Here we go. There was a belated sequel called Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island 2019, which, unlike this film, received mostly negative reviews and has been called by fans total garbage and an absolute insult to this film. So that's someone's letting the emotions get the best of them. Clearly one of these
that's one of our favourite
Scooby-Doo.
kinds of our favourite genres.
Yeah. I mean, it is also indicative of a very intimidating hardcore Scooby-Doo fandom that I feel like we might be making friends with, hopefully, after this episode releases.
Yeah, well, maybe not making friends with, but certainly crossing paths with.
Dave Coulier auditioned for the voice of Scooby-Doo.
Wow.
Don't know if that's true. It's on IMDb, but it does make sense because in Full House, his character is a voice actor and he's always doing silly voices and stuff. So maybe. Adrienne Barbeau was the voice of Catwoman in Batman cartoons. In this film, she plays Simone Lenoir, the villainess who actually becomes a literal Catwoman, which also did happen in the animated series where she spliced the cat DNA in Batman, the animated series Tiger, which also starred Jim Cummings as the voice of Tigress. Jim Cummings is in this film as the ferryman in New Orleans. I think that's Jim Cummings. When Scooby and Shaggy have unwittingly entered Simone's chamber and find the dolls of Daphne, Velma, and Fred, the bats swarm out. This is a nice Scooby gag of using bats to come out of nowhere just to give them a scare. But looking at what happens later, it doesn't take long for a savvy viewer to realize that the bats' behavior was triggered not by Scooby and Shaggy, but by Simone entering the chamber with Bo's voodoo doll, as it was not there when Shaggy and Scooby first played with them. Simone likely triggered the bats intentionally to get Scooby and Shaggy away from the dolls without revealing herself and her more evil nature to them, and by extension, to the audience. This is someone covering a plot hole pretty thoroughly, I'll say, of why Bo, who's like an undercover cop that they don't find out is a cop till the end. It's only visible for a second, but the look in Jacques' eyes, Jacques is the ferryman, who turns out to be a bad guy, the look in Jacques' eyes gets a bit creepier as he laughs and says that if they want a haunted house, they've come to the right place, foreshadowing that him, Lena, and Simone were werecats. After being fired from their latest job, Shaggy and Scooby fare going hungry and turning to skin and bones. This is more or less exactly the fate they nearly suffer when Simone and Lena come very close to draining their lives until Daphne and Velma save them. While being chased by zombies, Scooby and Shaggy discover wax dolls of Fred, Daphne, and Velma. After playing with them for a while, Shaggy wonders who could have made them. It was Lena and Simone.
Yeah.
And finally, the cats in Simone and Lena's house foreshadow that they are actually werecats. It's called foreshadowing, everybody, and it deserves a place on IMDb trivia.
And a place in all of our hearts.
Do you have anything more to say about the classic that is Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island?
No, I'm keen to move on and get. I'm getting a bit bored of you, AJ. To be honest,
Me too. I've been feeling that way for a while now, actually.
Yeah, for what, like 50 minutes ish.
Oh, so, more like 29 years.
Let's bring in another guest.
Ooh!
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
All right, here we are. We're back at it. We're back on the Scooby-Doo train, and this time we have a new friend to come and join our own little mystery gang. It is New Zealand comedian James Mustapic. How are you, James?
Hello, I'm so excited. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on the show. How are you today?
I am very excited. I'm raring to go. I'm saying jinkies to myself.
You're ready to do the do. That's what I've been saying to people. People ask, well, not everyone, because this is a secret podcast currently, but my close friends and family, I've been doing the do. Speaking of, James, what is your experience with Scooby-Doo? Are you particularly familiar? Are you a fan? Or is this, you barely ever watched it and me and Richard just randomly asked you to watch this one?
Approached you when you were drunk at a bar one night.
Yeah.
Which is actually what happened.
Actually true.
Yeah, that is. I am a huge fan. I loved Scooby-Doo when I was a kid, and loved even those films, the live action films. Even loved those. And yeah, I was like, when I rewatched this film that we're about to talk about, but I knew, I was like, as soon as I saw the guy who was the villain, I was like, there's that little.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so today for this segment of the podcast, we're talking about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, which was released straight to video in 1999. It's very much the follow-on from Zombie Island. It was also directed by Jim Stenstrom, and it also has a score on Rotten Tomatoes, though not as friendly as the Zombie Island score. What do you reckon it is, Richard?
50%.
Yeah, that's correct. It's 50% on Rotten Tomatoes. Well done. Can you tell me what is this one about?
Oh, well, James, you're the expert on Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost. I'll let you field this one if you like.
So, basically, there is, I guess it's like, I don't know if it's just kind of the thing that they did in the movies where, because in the kind of the TV series, all of the bad guys just turn out to be someone in a mask, but in the films, they were kind of actual real demons.
Yeah.
And things. And so anyway, so basically there is a scary witch who has been haunting the town of, I can't remember what it's called, sorry, but a town. And Oakhaven, yes. And the gang are brought in to solve a mystery and find out what's going down. Sorry.
Yep.
to-
No, that's good. That's basically all we need. They've been invited by a like Stephen King analog named Ben Ravencroft, whose ancestor was Sarah Ravencroft, who is the supposed ghost that haunts this town, but also conveniently brings in a lot of tourism, which the mayor of Oakville Haven is very happy about. What did you guys think of this film? So, James, you'd seen this in your childhood?
Yeah. I think I liked it. I think Zombie Island was probably my preferred film. What did that have on Rotten Tomatoes?
I believe it had 88%.
Yeah.
And I thought it was awesome. I thought it was great.
Yeah, very gripping, very scary. I think I was legit scared when I was a kid.
Oh, it's scary. It's a scary film, totally.
Yeah. I enjoyed this one. I think that this one, I imagine, probably has a very sort of specific fan base, and probably one that have maybe reevaluated the film later in life, because as soon as there's the band in this called the Hex Girls, and as soon as I saw those, I was like, those are some hot topic bisexual, like, as I'm sure so many, probably, like, I envision, like, bisexual women, a lot of them probably consider the Hex Girls their, like, sort of sexual awakening, or they would watch Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost and not quite be able to reconcile with their feelings watching the Hex Girls at the time. They're just that kind of character that you hear about. Like She-Go from Kim Possible is another one. It's like these kind of things that sapphic women first discover their sapphic tendencies.
Yeah, I get what you mean. The Hex Girls, of course, a band which show up for the first time in The Witch's Ghost, but we will be seeing them, I believe, again further down the track.
I hope so, because they're very sexy.
I agree. I think this is definitely not as good as Zombie Island, but if the rest of the films we watch, the next 40 whatever that we have to watch, if they're as adequate as this, I think it's going to be smooth sailing, Rich, and I defy this making me lose my mind by the 47th film. I reckon we'll be fine.
Have you guys seen this before as a kid or no?
No,
I didn't see any of them. I definitely was familiar with the Scooby-Doo straight-to-video movies, but I don't think I ever watched them. I just kind of knew they existed. I thought that the majority of the Witch's Ghost plot was kind of like whatever, but just like with Zombie Island, I thought the climax was awesome, and it goes to some really dark places. What's his name? Ben Ravencroft ends up being actually evil, and he unleashes his ancestor's ghost, and it's very spooky, and it ends with he finds out that Sarah Ravencroft doesn't even like him, and so when he tries to condemn her back to this ancient spell book, she grabs him and they both get sucked into the book, and then a flaming tree branch falls on the book, like killing them. It's very full on, and I think these movies also do a really good job of positioning Shaggy and Scooby as the ones who reluctantly save the day. Like, it's often up to them to overcome their fear, and gee dang it, I love a reluctant hero, you know. I think it's a very fun thing to watch in these sorts of films. All of that being said, I did think it was a little weird to make a point. So it's obviously based off like the Salem witch trials, right? And in the film, they even mention the Salem witch trials, and Velma's like, yeah, pretty much they would burn alive anyone who was just a bit different. And they talk about how sad that is and how like what a travesty the Salem witch trials is. And then they also like, no, but the Wiccan character actually was evil, and this was a real witch, and she did deserve to get burned alive at the stake. I guess, like...
Well, it's like, yeah. I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day. If you burn enough women at the stake, some of them are going to be witches.
Yeah. Ben Ravencroft is voiced by Tim Curry, who we saw a few times on the Barbie podcast. So he's definitely got some become the connective tissue between Barbie and Scooby-Doo. But his voice in this as Ben Ravencroft is so normal. And I can only now surmise that he's been pretending this whole time with the Nigel Thornberry. Like, it's because I thought his voice was just a dialed down Nigel Thornberry.
I think. Yeah, he was putting on Nigel Thornberry. I think we've known that as a society for quite some time.
No, I know that. I'm not betrayed by that. It's just, like, this is a subtle enough of a voice that it's not obviously Tim Curry when you first hear it.
Yeah, sure.
Which I thought was
Right, so he did Nigel. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was Nigel Thornberry. I'm interested, James, if you have... So... For maybe our international listeners who might not be familiar with your work, the niche you've kind of carved out for yourself in New Zealand is like obscure shit that like everyone thinks they've forgotten, but they haven't.
Yes.
And it's just somewhere in the back of their mind. And I think that these Scooby-Doo movies are like kind of perfect for that, right?
Yes, truly. I mean, you guys didn't watch it, but I had no friends when I was growing up in Dunedin, which is a small town, city in New Zealand. And so, yeah, I loved all of this stuff. And Dunedin's so cold. You're just inside all day and watching terrible. No, I love Scooby. Scooby was good.
Would you say that the mystery gang then were like your only friends?
Truly, yeah.
And they warmed your heart and kept you warm those lonely nights in Dunedin?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you agree exactly with this?
Well, you have recently bleached your hair, James, so you do kind of look like Fred Jones from the Mystery Gang.
Yeah, I was going to dress up as him this year for Halloween, but the gays, they all do that, so I need, it's not original anymore.
So back to Tim Curry. He, according to IMDb, he is much like you, James, a long-term fan of Scooby-Doo, and considers the line, "Dreadful darkness, hear my cry, bring back one who cannot die," to be his favourite line throughout his whole career, as he believes it's a joke, because when he says that, Scooby-Doo wanders into frame, implying Scooby-Doo cannot die. So apparently that's his favourite line. The best, it's the favourite line Tim Curry, this amazing character actor, has ever recorded is from a straight-to-video Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah. He's, this is probably spoiling future trivia for us, but the live-action Scooby-Doo movie with Rowan Atkinson, the first one, that role was offered to Tim Curry. And he's like lifelong Scooby-Doo fan, but he turned it down when he found out that they were going to be using Scrappy-Doo in the movie because he just fucking hates that character so much and refused to be in a film with Scrappy-Doo.
And I'll tell you what, how many movies are 6 movies in, and the ghost of Scrappy-Doo has certainly hung over us for almost every film we've talked about so far.
Have you run into Scrappy yet or no?
We ran into Scrappy before the Mystery Gang. This is only the second movie out of the first 6 to feature the Mystery Gang.
So what ones have you done?
We have done, is there an easy way to pull...
Oh, sorry, no, this isn't relevant to the...
No, it's absolutely relevant.
There's Scooby-Doo and the Boo Brothers, the Reluctant Werewolf, and the Ghoul School were the first 3, not in that order, but they were just... Scooby, Shaggy, and Scrappy. And then there was Arabian Nights, which is like it tells the story of 1001 Arabian Nights, and it's like just Scooby and Shaggy and other Hanna-Barbera characters. And then Zombie Island was the first one that you kind of what you actually expect a Scooby-Doo movie to be, and then this is the second one. So really, we didn't have to do the first 4, arguably.
And does Shaggy have red shirt in the ones with Scrappy? Why is that?
Yeah, it's red shirt, Scrappy. Shaggy. I think because we've talked about this a dozen times.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the funny part of having guests on a 24-hour episode. It's because that was the most recent depiction of him on the TV shows, because he had a red shirt in the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, and the movies were made after that series. So it was like, this is what Shaggy looks like now.
Get used to it.
Before they changed him back, yeah.
Okay.
Red
yes.
shirt Shaggy. It's disgusting. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, not for me. Yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm providing no comedy. I'm just generally like very interested in.
Well, that is also very funny though. To
get a comedian on and not do any comedy.
I think your listeners would probably beg to differ, but you know, I'm having fun. I'm learning all the factoids.
Well, after the success of Zombie Island, which received better sales than anyone thought it would, and we talked about it on the Zombie Island segment, that it basically had the clout of a cinema release despite being straight to video. The same team were asked with like, hey, make another one. And apparently the work that was done on Zombie Island was done without any meddling from Warner Bros., without any meddling from anyone. That's the story the storytellers wanted to tell. But when it was a success, of course, the producers come in and start,
it was us.
picking. yeah. And so for Witch's Ghost, apparently a lot of this creative freedom was scaled back, and they even tried to get new screenwriters to join the team, which pissed off the people who wrote this like incredible, like really well received movie a year earlier. And they were asked to tone down how dark it was, because Zombie Island was pretty dark in places. So, and it's like solving a problem that they're anticipating, not one that exists, you know.
Yeah.
Like no one complained that Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island was too dark. The producers were just like, maybe tone it down just in case.
Oh, that's such a shame. That's Devo.
So
they had to do it every year. Like they had to crank it out within a year of the Zombie Island. Is that correct?
Well, I think that's what it became. I don't know if it started at this point to be. I think this was like do another one, and then the next one's probably also do another one, and then that
just happened 40 more times.
But this film marks the first time that voice actor and radio personality Scott Innes voiced Shaggy. He played Scooby-Doo in Zombie Island, and he voices both of them.
It's a weird performance as Shaggy.
Do you reckon?
I reckon, yeah.
How so?
I don't think I need to elaborate on that. I think that it's like, you know, we talked about before that we discovered that like what's actually good about a good Shaggy impression is going up at the like starting low and then going up right at the end.
Yeah.
And it just feels mechanical in this. Like he's been told. It's like he's been given a piece of paper that says this is how you do a Shaggy impression, rather than actually studying the work of Casey Kasem. And I think that just Casey Kasem and later Matthew Lillard just understand the character so much more than this guy.
Right. Well, Billy West, who voiced him in Zombie Island, needed to go work on Futurama. So... You know, it's probably a good thing. And we talked on Zombie Island as well about Mary Kay Bergman, who plays Daphne, I believe, and that she died not long after. She does play Daphne in this one, but this was the last film released during her lifetime. So there is a bit of a milestone in that. Let's talk about the music in these films. These straight-to-video releases continue to just fucking rock, man.
May have been in the other films, but I was gagged when I was watching this, and the theme song, Scooby-Doo theme song, started playing, and I was like, is that Billy Ray Cyrus?
Fuck yeah,
and it was.
It is. It's Billy Ray Cyrus. The last one had Third Eye Blind doing Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? So it seems very much that they're going for the people who were big at the time to
going
do.
for the jugular.
I wonder if that will continue, Richard. Like because one of these, the last film we'll watch for this podcast came out this year. I wonder if that will have
it's like Post Malone.
Is it? Do you know that for a fact?
No.
Oh, well, I bet you it will be.
Nah, Post Malone's too big for that. It'll be fucking, I don't know, Gina Ortega.
So we got the Scooby-Doo Where Are You by Billy Ray Cyrus, and of course we also have, as mentioned, the Hex Girls, and they have Richard. They have a whopping 7 songs on the Witch's Ghost
Wow.
soundtrack, official soundtrack, only a couple of which appear in the actual film. They sing one just called Hex Girl, that's where we're introduced to them, and I love this lyric from that song which says, "With this little cobweb potion, you'll fall into dark devotion. If you ever lose affection, I can change your whole direction." It's very cool.
I was holding my erection when I was watching them.
If you ever lose your erection.
James, can I ask you a personal question?
Yes.
Do you have a bowl of cereal on your desk?
Yeah, I've got a plate of this?
I heard something clanging against,
yeah.
and I thought maybe you'd had a cheeky afternoon bowl of cereal. I don't know why I didn't automatically assume plate, but I was like, I heard clanging of cutlery and crockery.
I'm
and
really
I
sorry
assumed
for my
cereal.
unprofessionalism. I should have...
What were
It's
you
very
eating?
funny as well to go from me, from us riffing about holding our erections, and then you go, James, can I ask you a personal question? I was like, where is this going to go?
That was definitely part of the intended comedy of that segue. That wasn't a coincidence. I do have another personal question for you, James. When is your birthday?
It was 1st of December.
Oh, very recent. Happy birthday. Well, not recent by the time this comes out, but congratulate. How old did you turn out of that? You don't have to answer that, but
27.
Oh, 27.
Can I ask you a personal question, please, Richard?
Yes.
Do you think you might ask me any questions about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost? Because I'm raring to go.
Just personally, between you and me, wasn't planning
I'll take
on
my
it, no.
headphones off.
All right. Well, AJ, I'll explain why I asked for your birthday, and then we'll go back to our funny Scooby-Doo discussion. But we mainly AJ. I helped a little bit. Went through every episode of every Scooby-Doo TV show. And there's 13 TV shows, each with up to 100 or so episodes, and catalogued the day that they came out on the calendar year, and we figured that it might be a fun little horoscope for people to be, so you can find out what an episode of Scooby-Doo that aired on your birthday was. And
it's the villain associated with. So I'm going to give you your spirit animal and Scooby-Doo villain form.
Right.
So December 1st, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's give you the
Well, if
star
there's multiple
creature.
options, you could go to the one that's closest to the actual birth date. And
There's two on December 1st.
Wow.
Give me both,
So I'm going to give you the star creature, James, which is from Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo Season 1, Episode 11, When You Wish Upon a Star Creature in 1979.
How do you feel about that?
I've just Googled it, and it looks tragic. It's just stupid. I never watched the Scooby and Scrappy show. But
it's one of the long forgotten ones.
Can I swap? What's the other one?
Okay, we'll give you another option. I can also offer you 1st of December, The Ghost of Christmas Never. From the new Scooby-Doo Mystery Season 2, Episode 13, The Nutcracker Scoob in 1984.
Wow. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll take that. That looks fun.
It's like the other one is The Successful Comedian. Oh, do you want that one or nah?
He's the Ghost of Christmas Never. I was just gonna say he looks like the Grim Reaper, except his white cloaks. It kind of looks like KKK member, to be honest.
It does actually. So would you rather have the KKK wizard or the tragic looking star creature?
I'll go back to the star, thank you.
Nice.
Not personally, James, but What do you have a favorite scene in Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost?
Yeah, the end is exciting. What did I like? I did write a few notes. I don't know.
Please share with us your
when I
notes.
was a kid, I always loved when Scooby and Shaggy would put on disguises. I thought that was so crack up. And I loved the one point the witch is chasing Scooby and Shaggy, and then they're on a bench, kind of dressed as a couple who are in love, and they're like kissing or something. Is that right?
Yeah. And it's like, dude, that's a dog.
Yes, I loved that.
When we spoke to you at the bar, which you may or may not remember, because we explained what we were doing with the Scooby-Doo episode, and you were like, "Oh, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost." How many? Like, did you own these on DVD or anything, or VHS?
Yeah, VHS.
How many did you have? Do you know?
I had quite a few. The Ghoul School rang a bell. The Cyber Chase, that was a big one.
Oh yeah.
And then like a lot of the kind of the TV series, but Scooby-Doo movies. Hang on, So, okay, some of these are ringing a bell. Yeah, Zombie Island definitely had.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a few.
And then, was this? Would you consider this like your favorite one, or one of your favorites, or is there a reason this one stood out to you?
I think I was just trying to convince you guys to get me on the podcast.
I think
just flexing your knowledge.
The first four. Not the first four, but Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, Alien Invaders, and Cyber Chase. They are definitely the Mount Rushmore of Scooby-Doo straight to video movies, right? And the only one which we needed a guest on was Witch's Ghost, so maybe it was more brought out of that that situation than specifically liking Witch's Ghost. But who am I to speak to your inebriated mind, James?
I did really like the Hex Girls, though. I was a big fan when I was a kid. I don't know why, but maybe it was to do with their tight little mini skirts. No, just kidding. I don't know, but yeah, I loved the song. I guess, you know, us gays, we love a girl group. So the Hex Girls, they were, I was like, me and my sister would sing all the songs, and so that was good. Yeah, I liked the film.
Yeah, were you a fan of Josie and the Pussycats, the movie?
That was maybe a little bit before my time, TBH.
Oh,
but
sorry about that.
Yeah,
Mr. December 1st.
Well, the Josie and the Pussycats are actually like direct inspiration for the Hex Girls. The original Josie and the Pussycats band are also a Hanna-Barbera property, at least on TV. I don't know if they were in the comics. And they were Mystery Inc.'s cousins. And they, until Hanna-Barbera lost the Josie and the Pussycat animation rights in the 1970s. And they apparently show up in the new Scooby-Doo movies, The Haunted Showboat. But they obviously couldn't use them for this, so they invented the Hex Girls, which was so popular that like a TV show was pitched about the Hex Girls, which didn't go anywhere. But they do show up in the TV shows, and as I said earlier, future movies as well.
It makes sense. There'd be a good, because it's like they're spooky, they're scary, they're sexy, and they sing. It's like
kids love all of those things.
Yeah. I mean, what else could you want in a TV show?
Truly.
Well, speaking of sexy as well, this is this film has Fred and Daphne once again confronting their relationship, which we learned on the Zombie Island was not actually done until the new millennium. It seems like there was that sexual tension between the two characters was underplayed. But in this, Fred gets called out for why he always picks Daphne to when they split up. He always picks Daphne. And then he sort of blushes, and then while they're alone, Daphne's like, "Why do you always pick me?" And I just want to say, as a kid, this kind of shit was exhilarating. Like, do you remember? I remember watching Jimmy Neutron, right? And
that was exhilarating.
There were always, every now and then, there would be a thing that was like, Jimmy and Cindy Vortex like each other, and it would be very softly hinted at, and every time it was like, this is so intriguing. And I imagine it would have been the same with Fred and Daphne, like hearing that there's maybe something between them and being like, this is so exciting. This is almost, dare I say, a little bit naughty for children to be watching.
It's actually a lot naughty, I think.
Well, it's pretty naughty in the live action movies from memory, but
yeah. Well, and also the fact that they got married in real life, that's pretty naughty.
That's when naughtiness goes too far and just becomes not naughty again.
It becomes nice.
Yeah.
So what were they saying in the last one? Because I was actually curious about that, because they had, and also Fred at one point was into one of the Hex girls, I think, right? And then Daphne gives him like a nudge to be like...
Yeah, there's a lot of jealousy, that sort of thing.
In Zombie Island, they're kind of just both jealous when the other is attracted to someone. But it's never really... They certainly don't consummate their relationship. Or they're not shown to anyway.
Yeah. Because Fred is about to say, like, the reason I chose you, and then they get interrupted, It's a real will they, won't they kind of...
It's sexy. It's sexy stuff.
It's classic Jimmy Neutron and Cindy. The benchmark for sexy.
Yeah, I tried to use like a more ubiquitous version of this, but this is far more ubiquitous than Fred and Daphne. But Velma also has a big old crush on Ben Ravencroft before he turns evil, which is interesting because I believe Velma is queer in the latest Scooby-Doo straight-to-video movie. So it'll be interesting tracking like how, where when that stuff sort of starts becoming integrated into the character, if at all.
Probably just in the last movie where it made headlines.
Hey, James,
sorry. I want to bring up a couple of discussion points that I wanted to bring up while we have a guest because I wanted extra perspective on. So one in this film, and spoilers for Alien Invaders, but it happens in this as well. Scooby, there's scenes in both where someone says, "Oh, look at that dog," and then Scooby's like, "Rog, rare." And so is Scooby not aware that he's a dog?
Yeah, I picked up on that too. There were two scenes. I think the witch called him like a mutt or a hound or something as well, and he did the same thing. Yeah, that was quite interesting. I wonder what's going on in his psyche there, because obviously as well in the live action, he gets to go on the plane and he's so obviously a dog, but no one even bats an eye that he's dressed up as a woman, an old lady or whatever. And it's like this big thing of like, Scooby's about to sneeze. I can't even remember, but
he's going to sneeze or some shit.
And women do not sneeze. It's going to give away his whole costume. It's like, because we spoke about the issue where Scrappy speaks perfect English and Scooby obviously has his iconic way of talking. And it's like, is Scooby from an older generation and hasn't integrated into English as well? Or does he also, in addition to being a dog, has a speech impediment? But maybe he doesn't even realize he's a dog, which is crazy. And then somehow... I wonder if we meet Scrappy's dad at any point, like Scooby's brother.
Right,
I want to hear how he talks,
or sister. Maybe there's a there is like a whole Scooby Wikipedia or the Scooby Wiki for Scooby-Doo.
There's a Scooby family tree.
Yeah,
but it's like I wonder. Yeah, like, or maybe are there some humans in Scooby's lineage?
Right, and that's why he's anthropomorphic.
But of bestiality along the way.
Oh,
maybe his parents are both. Okay, here's my theory.
Okay,
so Scooby was raised by human parents, one of whom cheated on them with a dog, and so he was raised by human parents, believing that he was one of them. And they never told him he was adopted or that he, was a bastard.
Right.
And then where would Scrappy fit into this? All right, I'll come back to me in 12 hours. I'm going to keep working on this theory.
All right.
But my other question is, can you explain Scooby snacks to me?
Yeah, because as an adult, it took me, like, I remember seeing memes all the time that would be like, kids don't even realize when you realize that Shaggy is actually high all the time. And that was kind of a bit of a upsetting moment for me as a, a very strict, sober. No, just kidding. But yeah, that was interesting.
You wouldn't be on this podcast if you were sober all the time.
That's true. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Shaggy is so, because Velma and the others don't like the Scooby snacks, do they?
Yeah.
No, I believe Scooby snacks are dog food, and it's more a situation that Shaggy likes eating dog food.
So he's so blazed that he just eat anything.
Is Scooby-Doo enough of a celebrity in the world of Scooby-Doo that he has his own tie-in snack that the gang then buys for him? Or is this like the gang have made up, like, because the box that they get out of isn't super detailed, they could have whipped that up in an afternoon, and they've just filled it with normal dog or a hybrid of a human and dog treats. And like is this can you go to a store and buy Scooby snacks, or is Scooby-Doo named after Scooby snacks?
I believe that this is answered in 2020's Scoob. I believe in that it's revealed he's named after the snack.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, because I was going to say in the live action one, Shaggy's love interest, Mary Jane, I believe, is also like, whoa, you like Scooby snacks too?
Right,
or whatever, something like that. So, yeah, he must be famous, because they are kind of like well known. And the Witch's Ghost, the gang are like kind of, because
Ravencroft's knows them.
Yeah. So I guess they kind of, and on Miss Zombie Island, there also, is it kind of like a mockumentary thing?
Daphne hosts a TV show.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah,
I need to watch all of them.
My other question, and I actually found out the answer to this one, so this one does have a correct answer. Or not necessarily a correct answer, but the creator has given an answer. What do you guys think a Scooby snack tastes like?
Oh, God.
Really salty. Really salty.
It's just salt.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I always assume just like terrible dog biscuit, but I mean, like, they're so addicted to them, it's kind of sad.
According to one of the creators, he said he always imagined that they taste like a caramel cookie. Yeah.
Okay, that's
so
not
like
true. Sorry, creator.
Sorry,
Hannah or Barbera, that's not what...
Have you guys ever eaten dog food?
No. But I know what it tastes like somehow. So maybe I have.
It does sound to me like you have eaten that, AJ.
I've probably eaten a cat biscuit before, yeah.
And what about have you eaten cat biscuits, James?
Yeah, no, I remember when we were young though, my friend came around from after school and my mum was like, do you guys want to give a cat treat to the cat? And then the kid just ate them. I think he thought that they were meant for a treat for him. And then he spat it out.
Nice.
These are the repressed memories we don't hear about on your shows. I reckon that like it's actually if Scooby snacks were named for the dog, then this has got to be the most successful celebrity endorsement. Like you make something named after the celebrity, and then that celebrity just fucking froths them, right? Like that. What a successful venture.
We're not shown that they're popular outside of just Scooby-Doo really liking them, so it could be this. Okay, tell you what, maybe it was like in the early 70s, Scooby-Doo is at the height of his celebrity, and they were like, oh, do you want to do this tie-in snack? And they're like, we're going to make it something that both humans and dogs can eat. And then so they released this product. Dogs thought it tasted too much like human food. Humans thought it tasted too much like dog food. So now they've just got fucking warehouses full of unsold Scooby snacks.
No, not they. The Mystery Gang who
So the company that made them, and then so the Mystery Gang have Like, yeah, they just ship them back to the mystery gang. And so that's why they've got like an unlimited supply.
I love
even
this
though they
theory,
run out in the
Richard.
next film. But they're out in the middle of the desert, so they don't they're not close to their warehouse or their storage unit where they've just kept them. But that's why other people haven't necessarily heard of Scooby Snacks apart from, one character in the live action film and that makes it really even more exciting that oh my god, you've heard of Scooby Snacks and you bought up stock like shitloads of them in the 70s.
And Velma uses these Scooby Snacks to manipulate her stoned friend into life-threatening situations.
Yeah, maybe they are kind of like seriously addictive, like heroin, and because Scooby and Shaggy, they're like, we don't want no part in your saving the world, stopping this witch stealing her book. And then they're like, would you do it for a Scooby Snack? And they're like, no. And then she's like, what about 2? And then they're like, hell yeah.
That's so funny. That 2 seals the deal, but one was no way, 2 was yeah, okay.
What would your Scooby Snacks be?
Heroin.
Would you do it for a heroin? No. Would you do it for 2 heroin?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, probably just wine for me. I'm just a basic wine mom. I really like, sometimes I see wine mom memes come up on my Facebook. I'm like, that is genius, even though it's the most boring, basic, like, hee, Wednesday hump day. Maybe 1 glass, maybe whole bottle.
Wednesday, more like wine this day.
Oh, it's good.
Do you have like a coffee mug that says there's a good chance this could be wine?
Yeah.
No. Oh, well, I'll get one for you.
Yeah, my Scooby Snack is Minion memes. Would you do it for a Minion meme? Yes! Yes!
Wow, not even 2.
No, I don't need 2. 2's too many. They're too rich.
Too rich for my blood.
One of our favourite segments to do on our show, James, is to go to the IMDb trivia section for said movie and look for the worst written piece of trivia because it's user submitted. So a lot of it is just either poorly written, a lot of it's really opinionated, which is our favourite genre because it's clearly like someone had a bone to pick and so turned that into a piece of trivia. And I've got one piece of dumb
fun fact
IMDb.
about this movie. I thought it sucked.
Yeah. There's literally trivia like that. Here is a piece of trivia from Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost. The Witch's Ghost song, so the Hex Girls sing a song called The Witch's Ghost, is credited to the Hex Girls, the fictional band within the film. But instead of using Jennifer Hale, Jane Wheldon, and Kimberly Brooks, the singing voices of the characters within the film, they are replaced with Terry Wood, Angie Jaree, and Gigi Worth. In light of this information, it cannot be considered a canon song within the Scooby-Doo universe, as it has never been performed by the band themselves.
Wow.
No,
it cannot be considered canon.
So basically, there's a song that plays in the credits that's not sung by the woman who voiced the Hex Girls in the movie. So therefore, this trivia is just erroneously saying now that means it's not canon, which they're cartoons, you know.
Oh, wow.
Swapping voice actors out all the time. Richard, you've been keeping track of the meddling kids counts in each of these films. Do they say the line? Is the line ironic? So far, we've had one relatively sincere use of it in Zombie Island, where they're called meddling kids. In Witch's Ghost, it's done somewhat ironically. It's a lampshade is hung upon it.
Yeah, we get... I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling writer, which was quite a fun little twist. But then later on, they do say meddling kids as well.
And they draw attention to how they don't like being called kids and stuff. So it's not quite as sincere.
But it's not. I wouldn't have gotten away with it. They just refer to them as meddling kids, and then Fred says we're not kids.
Yeah. So meddling, he doesn't have a problem with.
There were a few good gags in the film, I would say. Like a few where I was like, it's kind of good. I liked Scooby and Shaggy went to eat their food, and then Velma and the rest of the gang went to go look for the ghost. And then Shaggy says something like, if the ghost comes before we get there, feel free to start screaming without us or something. I thought that sounded good.
It's that funny. Shaggy and wit that we watch these movies for.
Oh, and another classic one. They're trying to get the spell book to stop the witch, and Shaggy's being forced to go and get it, and he says, "We have to go for the book. Can't we just wait for the movie?"
That is a good line. Well, while you're quoting the characters, James, for our final little game that we're doing with our guests here, we have a leaderboard of Scooby-Doo impressions. And when I say leaderboard, I mean the previous guest is on the leaderboard, and now we're inviting you to be part of that leaderboard as well. Here's how it works, James. I'm going to ask you in a moment to do a Scooby-Doo impression, okay? If Richard and I agree that it's acceptable, we will then ask you to do a Shaggy impression. And if we like that, you will get the opportunity for 3 points to do an impression of any other Scooby-Doo Hanna-Barbera character.
Oh, no, okay. I am very bad at impression. I think I can do Scooby okay, but I think that's weird.
Let's hear your Scooby-Doo.
Okay. Oh, okay. Can I just mute myself for one? No, okay, I'll just do it. Okay. Okay. All right. Raggy.
That was really good.
That was really good. You've got 1 point. You've advanced to the next round. Can you give us a Shaggy?
No, I can't even think about what he sounds like. I'm too stressed now. How does he sound? What does he say? Zoink.
He says, "Zoink Scoob." Can you give us a Zoink Scoob?
Oh, I'm too embarrassed. Okay. It's going to be bad, okay?
Okay.
Zoinks! No, okay.
You give up? You can give up. You can pull out. You just won't top the leaderboard, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think, okay, no, okay.
Okay.
No, I give up. I'm too scared.
Richard is like in unable to podcast mode from laughing right now.
Like, the thing is, it's just that you guys can't see this at home, but James, the way you would physically get into the character for the briefest of split seconds, getting ready to do it, and then pull out from doing it. It was very funny.
We'll give you 1 point for the Scooby and maybe half a point for the attempt at Shaggy. Congratulations, you're on the leaderboard.
You're currently second.
Of 2 people. James, it's been awesome to have you on talking about The Witch's Ghost. If people have enjoyed your podcasty comedy abilities, where can they find you out there in the world?
You can find me on the internet, James Mustapic, at gmail.com. Feel free
to email all your Shaggy impressions to James. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, James, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
I thought I might set up a storyline for the episode. I think my eyes have got way worse. They've deteriorated in the last few months.
In what sense? They're gonna fall out?
No. Just I need new glasses.
To
feel
keep your eyes on.
To press them back into my skull. I find it really hard to focus on things at the moment, not mentally, but visually. I've been staring at a laptop too much, but I don't know, I need it to be really bright, and I need I
can tell you, as the audience surrogate for this story of yours, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this shapes up over the next few hours of my life, and I imagine that when we're watching Big Top Scooby-Doo, in a few movies' time, you'll tell us, how your eyes are, and did you end up getting those glasses to really just suck them into your skull?
Yeah. I think it's I'm bringing it up on this segment, on the Scooby-Doo segment, to force myself to go get the eye exam.
Right. So when people listen to this in early February, it's currently 2 days before Christmas, but when people listen to this, they're going to be like, AJ, did you get those glasses? Did your eyes fall out? And you can say, no, I didn't, because you'll probably forget.
But I did have to stare at the little hot air balloon thing as it squirted gas into my pupils.
Oh, I hate that thing, eh?
I'm so scared of that.
Yeah. I also have some storyline stuff that I want to add into canon, a bit of housekeeping.
this is so such dainty storytelling. All right, now we're going to set up a few things.
So it's worth mentioning, if my audio sounds a little different and has sounded a little different for the last few episodes, there is a reason for that. It's currently the Cult Popture New Zealand tour. I recorded the last 3 movies we talked about, one with James Mustapic and the other 2 just me and you. I recorded those from my parents' home in Wanaka, which is in the South Island, in Otago. And
I did not know where Wanaka was.
Do you know where Wanaka is? It's about an hour away from Queenstown.
North. I thought it was in the
We've
North
had this
Island.
discussion
I thought I'd
before.
been there. What am I thinking of?
Wellington?
Because this has happened before. No, it's like near Auckland, as in like a few hours south of Auckland.
Taupo.
No. Maybe it's north of Auckland.
Whangarei.
No. There's a river there.
A river.
Waikato.
Oh, yeah, Waikato,
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's what I'm thinking.
So that's where I was for those episodes, and I've got my microphone set up slightly different than I usually do. I'm recording on a laptop with, which is actually, titularly in my lap. Oh, it's on top of my lap. That's where I'm recording it. So the angle is a lot less flattering than I'm used to. So I am also self-conscious watching myself in the Zoom call talking to you, AJ. So any hesitance you notice in my voice, that is why, listener. But so those episodes I was in Wanaka. Now I'm in Wellington, our great capital city, famous for being very windy. And yeah, once again, I'm holding the microphone in my wee little hands. I'm sitting looking at my several chins hidden under a beard, but still less flattering. See them, then. I know they're there, though. And I'm in my, I guess, sister-in-law's house. They've just had a child. I guess I'm technically an uncle. And when we were at lunch today, I said, I have to do some podcasting this afternoon. And she said, the only way you're allowed to do that is if you give me a shout out, and a shout out to Oscar, which is her 3-month-old son. So shout out to Emma Stevenson and her child, Oscar. Jess, are you laughing at that? Jess is also trying to have a nap next to me in bed. So just for where I'm at. But yeah, Emma Stevenson, sometimes listener of the show, she was like, oh yeah, give me a shout out. Probably thinking, oh yeah, I'll probably listen to that. She doesn't know what episode it's going on. She doesn't know it's not releasing for 2 months. She doesn't know that it's
3 hours deep into a
day-long
24-hour episode.
But so shout out to the baby.
Well, in terms of my Christmas season goings on, Nothing's happening. I bought cream puffs today for family dessert, and then Dad was like, your sister's already got cream puffs. So now I got to get something else.
Right. Well, can't you just have 2 cream puffs?
I guess so. Well, I bought 2 boxes of cream puffs.
Right, so there's minimum 3 boxes of cream puffs.
Minimum.
That's fucked.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fucked.
I did say I'd get brandy snaps. I couldn't find them, and so I was like, fine, I'll just get
Well, what is a brandy snap if not just a hard cream puff?
Yeah, but apparently they just sell them in different parts of the supermarket.
Yeah,
they're like
I mean, the supermarket layout at this time of year it's fucked.
Designed to trick you.
Designed to trick you. It's called the Gruen transfer.
Is it really?
It really is.
There was a TV show.
It was. That's what it's named after. It's the design of a supermarket designed to be intentionally confusing and intentionally put, like your bread, your milk, and stuff are always at the furthest end of the supermarket. You can pretty much rely on that because they want those are considered the essential items, and they want you to walk through the entire supermarket to get to them. But interesting thing about that like I feel like bread and milk as essentials has kind of fallen out of favor now, though.
Yeah, well, I still eat a lot of bread, but milk I try to avoid as much as I can. Milk is so bad for you. Milk is just like, why was there, who was benefiting from a like century-long propaganda pro-milk campaign?
I know someone who loves milk. In fact, it's all they eat. And that's little baby Oscar. Not from a cow, though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This is a lot of pre-roll for while we're well into the thing. So let's just roll the opening title music and then...
Absolutely not. No fucking way. I was waiting for this. I already knew this was going to happen. You can't have an episode that already has multiple opening jingles in it for each movie and then just throw the general one in there.
Well, but the thing is, we have already... we are going to record a cold open after this as well at some point.
Exactly.
When I say after this, I mean in 6 weeks' time. But... yeah, we are. There will be some kind of cold open to this. Anywho, we are. You know what we hear. We don't have to introduce. We need to do 8 minutes of fucking pre-roll banter about the Gruen transfer and why Supermarket and why
thought it was fun.
I thought it was fun too, but I think the listeners that have patiently I keep thinking about how many new listeners we're going to have to this episode. Like, if the Barbie episode taught us anything, it's that people will listen to these mammoth episodes, and despite how alienating an 18-hour or 24-hour or however long this ends up being podcast is, it is kind of a good place to start because you get like the whole spectrum of what this podcast is. And we've already discovered that Scooby-Doo has a rabid fan base, and that might be a poor choice of words when talking about a dog franchise, but these fans have rabies and they love the do.
The Barbie episode is the 3 parts to it are our three of our most popular episodes ever recorded, like in terms of like stats wise. And they are so long that they threw off our Acast algorithm because it made it look like we were suddenly way more popular than we were because 1,000 people.
Because you look at total listening time.
1,000 people were now listening to 18 hours and a bunch of different sections, and we ended up actually getting paid out for like a couple hundred because because it looks like we're real, like we release hour-long episodes that get like 3,000 people listening, but it's
we're New Zealand's Joe Rogans. I just want to say as well to the listeners thinking like, oh, those fucking, what are they complaining about? Those money bags getting $200. I never saw a cent of that money.
Where did it? I think it must have gone into the PayPal.
Well,
or maybe Tim never paid us. We'll ask him when he gets on this episode. Hopefully, we're still trying to nail him down.
Yeah, no wonder he's being so elusive. He fucking stole $200 from us. So, the film we're talking about now, 10 minutes into this little segment, is Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders. What do you think this one's about?
This one is
you think he's so cool?
The Mystery Inc. gang are driving through. This is a they stumble into the mystery story, which I never usually like. In X-Files, it's like, what are the chances that the 2 paranormal investigators are going to stumble into a mystery?
Sculder and Molly.
Yeah, exactly. Although there are some great episodes that do have that.
Right.
And they accidentally essentially drive into like Area 51 and all but name. They encounter an alien ship. Shaggy and Scooby encounter some aliens, and they run away from it as the theme music plays. Who's it by? Who does the cover this time?
This one actually is like not in the that's a good thing to remind me. Let me find that while you.
Yeah. And essentially they stick around to try and like work out what the mysterious alien invasion going on is. Shaggy and Scooby get abducted, and then when they wake up, they meet a girl counterpart to Shaggy, named Crystal. And she has a little dog who at first doesn't seem to like Scooby, but then through no character development, the two characters pair up romantically. At the end of the film, it's revealed that the aliens were actually the astronomers that were based there because they found a gold mine and were like, let's pretend to be aliens so that no one takes our gold. And just as you think, so there are no real aliens, it turns out Crystal and the dog are actually aliens, and they save the day.
They're hot aliens, though.
Yeah. And it very, very kind of like melancholically ends with sort of them leaving to go back to space and Shaggy and Scooby watching the stars. And it was very, I don't know, it felt very honest for something that's like, I talked about how
something
scary...
about talking dog.
yeah. I talked about how scary Zombie Island is. This is like, kind of like, genuinely quite heartbreaking in a lot of ways. And as the one of the last lines in the movie, as Fred goes to try cheer up Shaggy and Scooby, he says, you'll get over it. That's his advice to a heartbroken Shaggy.
Yeah.
and it's not treated for laughs or anything, but yeah.
And then one of the quite downbeat ending, and one of the last lines is Ruby Ruby Roo. The theme song in this one is performed by Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Okay. I didn't know she sang.
Yeah, I mean, arguably she doesn't.
I didn't have a problem with her cover
neither did I.
Of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?
So this one, what do you think is on Rotten Tomatoes?
I reckon maybe like 55.
80% from
nice.
five
I did think it was better than Witch's Ghost. I'd say it's behind Zombie Island, in front of Witch's Ghost, in the sort of Mount Rushmore canon, the big four straight-to-video ones.
Yeah, had you seen this one before? Familiar with it at all?
You don't need to ask me that outside of the live-action ones. I haven't seen any of these.
The design of the aliens... when they appeared, the fake aliens, I should say, was so familiar to me. I was like, are they a meme, or is this like, are they in something else? It was just, and like, I haven't seen the film.
Nitrous oxide from CTR.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of, actually.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
They've got the, like, scrotal-esque, like, dangly... they're not really dangling, but, like, these pustules.
Scrotal-esque, though.
Yeah, their heads look like they've got balls on them or something like that. They have, like, a crown sort of thing going on.
Yeah. You mentioned Mary Kay Bergman before. This was her last film to feature her as the voice of Daphne, and the film was dedicated to her memory. Also, this one, I'm working on with a very small screen, and my notes are all over the place. Oh yeah, so the interesting thing about this film, so can you do an impression for me of when a Hanna-Barbera character runs? What does that sound like?
Oh God! Can that even a human vocal in the human vocal range?
What's causing that noise? What is making the noise?
It's some kind of woodwind wind chime. Like I imagine a xylophone type situation. No, but it's more ding-dongy than that.
Yeah, that isn't too bad. This is the last one to actually feature like the originally recorded sounds for Hanna-Barbera.
Right.
So Hanna-Barbera shut down in 2001. Then they did new Foley sound effects. It's the same sound effect, but it's not like the actual original file. You know what I mean?
I think it's someone going up a glockenspiel, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
But it's just interesting that you they use the same effect, but it's not the actual original file after this point because apparently it's needed to sound more realistic, but it's essentially the same sound.
Nice.
And this was also the I think the first one to be produced by Warner, but there's a bunch of like, this is sort of around the change. This was the last Scooby-Doo to be released before Hanna-Barbera shut down when William Hanna died.
Right. So the turning of the tides, basically.
This is the end of an era, really.
We're entering a new era of Scooby-Doo movies, of Scooby-Doovies.
Do you remember when Shaggy was falling in love with Crystal? And how does he express his love?
Well, I'm pleased to report to everyone, and I was not expecting this with this franchise. I was expecting it with Barbie, and there were some great instances of this in Barbie. He sings a song, and it's a really good song. It's just it's totally of the caliber of like the Diamond Princess from Barbie, like those kind of songs.
With Diamond Castle, man.
Diamond Castle, yeah.
I wouldn't put it quite in the same vein as Diamond Castle.
I mean, I think when you're watching 47 movies, like another piece of art, like being inserted into
you look
another
for
art
anything
form.
to latch onto,
Yeah. I really liked it. It's called How Groovy. I've listened to it a couple of times. The best I can describe it is that the chorus sounds like Downtown, like da 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 da, and when it goes downtown, but he goes groovy, and the verses sound like Boobs in California from Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. Have you heard that
I'm
song?
not familiar with that song.
It's like, I love boobs in California. Boobs in California. Da, da. Anyway, but it's great. There's a great lyric in it that's like, he's singing about how much he loves this woman, and he's like, I would climb the highest mountains, swim the deepest ocean. I'd even carry your bags. That's the depth of my devotion. It's really great. It's really sweet.
It is a really fun song, and the lyrics are really fun. Also, it's interesting. So it's revealed as well. I can't remember if you mentioned this, but that the aliens learned about that Crystal's revealed to be learned about human life through television programs from the 60s. Which is, I feel like, a trope that's been around quite a bit. Like the idea of
Galaxy
they learned
Quest.
from
Yeah.
They and so they sort of dress like it's 1969, and obviously the characters, the Scooby-Doo characters, are perpetually stuck in 1969 because it was the year they were created. And there's references to 1969 in the song, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
They talk about decking their house out with stuff from 1969.
And he goes, 1969. I've lost it. It's such a sudden lift in the vocal range from talking like this to talking like this. I don't know if if I've mastered that transition just yet.
Yeah, for sure. But fun fact though about Shaggy, he gets a little
a blowjob.
Little smooch.
Oh, sorry. From Shaggy? From Scooby?
Yeah. But he's the first human character to get a kiss in Scooby-Doo.
Oh, well, thank God. What I'm learning from our traversing into the Scooby-Doo-averse, the Scooby-Doo-universe.
Yeah.
God, these are easy puns to come and portmanteaus to come up with, because do rhymes with anything. A lot of things, I should say.
Well, yeah, it doesn't rhyme with the word anything, for example.
That's true. I think by the end of this podcast, we are going to have a lot more reverence for Norval Shaggy Rogers than any other character in this franchise, because he's the hero. He's so often far more the hero than Scooby-Doo, who's just sort of like taking the namesake. And I think he really shines in this one for a lot of these reasons, and I'm glad he got a kiss. He deserved that kiss.
Yeah, would you have given it to him if he hadn't got one?
I would have. Yeah, I would have given that incredibly stinky looking man a kiss on the lips.
Yeah. I mean, people have described you that way.
That's true. I was thinking about this, what, maybe it's time to talk about this. Which of the Mystery Inc. gang are we? And I reckon I'm Scooby-Doo. Here's why, right? I'm not the most pragmatic of any group that I'm in, right? I think I'm the main character, even though I'm not. And I'm always eating and I guess I don't have a speech impediment, but that would be great if I did, and I could be like, and I have a speech impediment. What a great joke that would be.
I would say I'm probably closest to Velma, I think. I'm hot, but I'm like in an underrated way, you know?
Yeah.
Like when people find me hot, they're like, he's really fucking hot. But the general public don't. Like the idea is that I'm not attractive, but if you're attracted to me, it's like you're frothing over me.
Right.
I think. And I'm also I wear glasses. I can't see without them. And
well, we've talked about that already. Maybe I should have tied... Fuck, I should have tied that in. I should have tied in the fact that I need new glasses
I
to
can't
the
see without my
incredibly
glasses.
famous catchphrase from one of the Scooby-Doo characters. Fuck.
Yeah,
It's so obvious. At least we've come up with it now, and we're not going to go 24 hours and people are going to, be like, why didn't you say this? All right, well, we're going to turn that into
I'm
a
also
recurring
smart
segment
and stuff, you know.
And you got a dump truck booty.
yeah, fuck yeah, I look hot in a fucking leather. I guess she wouldn't wear leather.
Well, she does in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed.
No, but it's like it wouldn't actually be leather. It'll be like pleather or
right.
You know.
Yes,
but whatever it is, her and I look hot in it. Who's our? Have we got a Fred and stuff and?
Oh,
Shaggy?
Like in the rest of the Cole Popture gang.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the most Fred-like would be Erin.
Yeah, because he's just main character vibes.
Leadership qualities.
And
maybe
Jeremy would be
Jeremy's absolutely actually.
Yeah.
And
then I guess Rowan's Shaggy.
Yeah, Rowan, who hasn't been on the podcast in 3 years.
Or Jess can be Shaggy actually. Jess, do you want a word from our Shaggy? There you go.
Wow, that was an impeccable Shaggy impersonation. I've got some stuff to bring up that I think is important to our ongoing conversations that is revealed in this movie. So I had my mind exploded when this happened. So Shaggy, after that, they think they've been abducted by aliens. They wake up and they immediately forget because there's a hot woman in front of them. And Scooby-Doo says something to Crystal, and Crystal replies to Scooby-Doo, and Shaggy goes, like, you understand him? And I was like, what the fuck? And she's like, yeah, of course. And like her dog doesn't speak Scooblish. Her dog just doesn't say anything. Actually, her dog speaks perfect English when it's revealed that her dog's an alien. But in dog, and before we know they're aliens, just normal sort of like slightly very intelligent dog, but not speaking English. And I was like, Shaggy is surprised that another human can understand Scooby-Doo, which two things there. One, the implication that only Shaggy this whole time has been able to understand Scooby-Doo, and two, that the mystery
that's just patently not true. The mystery gang.
Well, that was my second thing. I started paying attention. I was like, I tried to see, do the Mystery Inc. gang ever respond directly to Scooby-Doo? And for my count, and for the rest of this movie's runtime, I don't think they do. Anytime they are referring to Scooby, it's because both him and Shaggy are in a situation together. So they go, oh, you met two girls? Oh, you're in love, are you, Scoob? And he's like, Row. And it's like, but that's not... They don't necessarily hear him say that. They're like just talking how you would talk to your dog, I guess, normally. How consistent is this? Has no one else ever understood Scooby-Doo?
Is this it's like a Stewie Griffin sort of thing?
Well, I bet the Stewie Griffin thing, being that who can understand, other than Brian, who can understand Stewie Griffin, that is like a deep cut reference to a trope that was in heaps of Hanna-Barbera shit, I reckon. And maybe Scooby-Doo is where it started, I guess.
Yeah, well, because like in Family Guy, it's like Brian definitely can. I think Chris definitely can, and Peter is said on, like, there's the clip which I know is one of your favorite clips from Family Guy. The Godfather, I think the Godfather insists upon itself that one of the is it Peter? No,
Lois says I agree with
Stewie.
Yeah,
and that's like one of the only times. But then, like in later episodes, there's a bit where Peter's like, I understand him sometimes. Like,
they hang a lampshade on it in a way which like abolishes all subtlety about the trope.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting.
That is fascinating, and I guess it's something that we keep in mind as we move forward into.
I do have other stuff to talk about. Hold on, let me just check if any of it's going to say
got a mystery to solve. The mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2.
See it at the end, like
this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Right, they're looking for the jackalope, but the jackalope
Good job,
is not
Scooby.
like
Have
part
yourself a
of the
cult
plan
popture
or part
snack.
of the. And that was all I had to say.
Good. Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase is what we are on now. And AJ, what do you think it has on Rotten Tomatoes?
I reckon this would be maybe above. I've put it above Witch's Ghost, but below Alien Invaders. So let's say like maybe 60.
It is 60.
Wow! Is that the first time I've ever correctly guessed one?
Could be. Could be. AJ, what is... am I reading this right? Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase about?
Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase is the gang are going to visit their friend at a university because he's made a video game based on the Mystery Inc. gang. But watch out, because there's a virus that like comes to life and maybe attacks people, but it's vulnerable to magnets, and there's a crazy anime-looking professor and a guy who's made a baseball game, and remember him because he's the villain. He's revealed
AJ,
to be the villain.
I've already forgotten about the baseball game.
And it's I was a little bit distracted watching this, but what I didn't understand was that like
what were you distracted by?
I can't actually remember. I must have been doing
you were
something.
distracted from that too. There was a third distraction.
But there's a whole thing about how like the video game can suck real things into it and then put them back out again.
It's insane.
And that this mind-blowing
so
technology
stupid.
feels like it's going to be the plot of the movie, but then most of the movie is just the gang gets sucked into the video game, and they have to go through a bunch of levels and obtain a Scooby.
So you're like,
snack pack.
there's this technology that allows things to be sucked in the video game, and you think that this is going to be a big thing, and then the whole plot of the film just kind of revolves around that piece of technology.
I guess, like, I don't... Well, no, what my real issue is like, why did the virus need to come out of the game? There's no... That never is, like, the threat. They beat him when they're sucked inside the game. It's that trend that was very popular at this time of characters get sucked inside the video game. I feel like that's a trope. Yeah. This is that one. They go through a series of levels. The first
it's Barbie video game hero.
Yeah. The first 3 are like specific time eras, and then one of them isn't, and it's like, I guess they weren't time eras. They were just different places. I watched this with my flatmates. And also,
it's important to note as well, the game is so hard, even the guy who made it can't finish it.
I watched this with my flatmates, and then 2 of them logged it on Letterboxd, and I was like, no! Like in the group chat, being like, dude, it's a secret! And they're like, no one follows them, but you can now if you'd like to follow my flatmates Lucas and Saskia on Letterboxd, everyone. I can't remember their use. I think it's Pickle Darling and Snaskia. So if you want
they don't need to know that.
To follow them, you can see the so far the only breadcrumb we've dropped that that we're watching Scooby-Doo.
So far, there'll be others, I'm sure.
Yeah. So we'll talk about, maybe that could be a recurring segment. So excited about recurring segments. Maybe this because it's clues.
Yeah. The clues we've left you.
Yeah. So they do a moon landing level. They do a Jurassic.
Yeah. In each level, you have to find the box of Scooby snacks to advance.
Yep. And it's unclear if you die in the game, you die for real, but that seems to be the start stakes, so I'm going to say, I'm going to confirm that. And then the final level is sort of like a
well, I think because it's like your body doesn't exist outside of the game anymore. So you the stakes are life and death.
Yeah, right.
It's not like you're an avatar inside the game. It's your physical body has been put inside the game.
Yeah.
Rather than just like coding a box of Scooby snacks, making a blender or whatever, you have to go to the shop, buy some Scooby snacks, and then shoot it into the game.
Okay.
Which it's such a stupid.
Why are we blending Scooby snacks? I don't understand why you brought that up. What do you mean?
Not like Blender as in the 3D.
Blend. Oh my god! I was like, why are we grinding up Scooby snacks into a paste?
I was like, why are we doing this?
So the final level in the game is like a boardwalk theme park. What are those called?
A boardwalk theme park.
Right, yeah.
Coney Island sort of thing.
And in a plot beat which feels like it was written specifically for the narrative of this podcast, they go into the malt shop, and who do they find but the original Mystery
Magilla
Inc.
Gorilla.
No, the original Mystery Inc. gang in their original depictions, including Red Shirt Shaggy. And I was like, they better fucking fight. I want to see Green Shirt Shaggy and the traitor that is Red Shirt Shaggy fight. And the other characters sort of all just look the same. They're just wearing different ascots and things. Because
the thing is that
the eyes. The eyes,
and also Scooby has a red collar, but everyone's outfits have changed except Shaggy's. So to show that he was a different character, they had to, rather than revert him to his Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?, the 1969 Saturday morning cartoon, rather than revert him to his original costume like they did with everyone else, they had to revert him to his 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo costume. So he's like this weird outlier. And I think the Scooby-Doo red collar might not be from anything as well.
I think that was made up because Scooby-Doo just hasn't changed in design either.
Well, once you've perfected the do.
Yeah. And then in a plot twist, which we're gonna see again in a few movies' time, all the monsters that defeated from classic Scooby-Doo episodes arrive, and now they're real, just like Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Looking forward to talking about that one. And the doppelgangers all split off, and there's a 35-minute section of the doppelgangers beating up the monsters. It goes for ages, and then they each have a second round where they fight all the different monsters. I was like, what is this? Why is this happening? And then
Runtime.
They defeat them, they get out of the game, and then they work out that the other guy was the person who'd put the virus into the game. And then the credits roll, and then after the credits is one of the most enigmatic post-credit scenes I've ever seen in anything. I don't know. It's basically, it goes through each of the 5 Mystery Inc. gang, and they're each saying what their favorite...
They tell you what their favorite part
like
of
a
the
Dora
film
the
was.
Explorer outro. They each say what their favorite bit was and sort of elaborate on it. And it feels like they are advertising a game, and the actual game.
Yeah.
But I don't think that actual game exists, and
there is an actual game.
Well,
it's not this is one of the few to have a game made out of it,
right.
But it's not.
This post-credit scene is not advertising that game, because it's not using any footage from. It's just footage from the movie. It's so weird. It's such a weird scene. I'm so glad I stuck around for it. It goes for 3 minutes, and it's just deeply unclear what's happening the entire time.
Yeah. So there good segue that there is a game. Released on PlayStation, Game Boy Advance. Unlike in the film, there's only 7 stages. Classic Japan, Ancient Rome, Arctic Circle, Prehistoric Jungle, the big city, Egypt, and amusement park. And just like in the movie, this contains the final and hardest level of the game. The boss is the Phantom Virus. It's got about 60% on game rankings, and
just like the movie.
Yeah. Steven Jackson of Retro Gamer called the PlayStation version one of the best Scooby-Doo games ever, despite similarities with the PlayStation game Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, it's a Crash Bandicoot clone, just like Lilo and Stitch Trouble in Paradise. Remember that game?
I'm gonna have to look up some gameplay while you think of something else.
I can tell people that in this film, the Scooby-Doo Where Are You cover doesn't come in until very late in the piece, and it's when they're running away from the virus. It may be about 15 minutes in instead of in the opening cold open.
Did you pick up who it was sung by?
It's the B-52s, and the only way I can tell is because it's the ladies singing most of it, but then for one line you hear the guy go, "Where are you?" And I was like, that must be the B-52s, because who else sounds like this?
Yeah, who else would give someone that sounds like that a recording contract? I fucking hate the B-52s.
Wow. That's offensive to me and my family. I don't care.
Oh, really? You're a big B-52s family?
Not at all. Not at all.
Oh, man, this gameplay looks slow as fuck. It's very Crash-inspired, though. There's a skiing, this like slope segment. Let's see what they do in Egypt, which also has, there's also a Crash Bandicoot level base in Egypt. Oh, it's the same fucking design.
Crash Bandicoot doesn't have dominion over Egypt levels, Richard.
No, but it's an easy, it's a nice comparison to make, to be like, how does this tackle Egypt as well? And I tell you, that looks really similar.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, I didn't say it had Jurassic World dominion over it.
However, there is a Jurassic World in both games as well. Not a Jurassic
World
they
get a prehistoric
trademark, but a Jurassic lowercase W world level.
Yeah, it's a Jurassic World. We're all just living in it. So this is, according to IMDb trivia, this is the most popular Scooby-Doo animated movie of the decade.
And by what
I don't
metric?
know by what metric. I don't.
Surely
but 47 out of 48 found that interesting.
Or the decade as in the 2000s, because this is our first post 9/11.
2001.
Was it just before 9/11?
I think it was just before. Sorry, let me go. It was released about a month after 9/11.
Wow, so it doesn't show. That's the question.
Yeah, well, in an attempt to heal the nation. Also, so something I noticed a couple of movies ago, I posited to you, and I believe James Mustapic, is Scooby-Doo aware that he's a dog?
Because he questions it again in this one.
He questions it again and in the last film.
Right.
However, he will never say it again after this film.
Okay.
This marks the last time he uses his iconic phrase, dog, where?
Rog, rare. I've been noticing that not every Scooby-Doo word is in Scooblish, meaning starting with R.
Right.
And that makes sense, because I'm sure he can say Scooby-Dooby-Doo. The catchphrase isn't Ruby-Dooby-Doo. Not always. Sometimes it is, which is confusing. But he can say Shaggy. He can say, it's less about, maybe Scooblish, the Scooblish accent is less about starting every word with R, and it's more about the Yoda-esque kind of sound.
Yeah, maybe it's just certain words he replaces, or certain consonants. Sorry, I probably should have brought this up in the last film, but I watched the last one with my parents, or when I was at home, and so my mum, I put it on, and my mum was like, "Oh fucking, I always hated Scooby-Doo," and she was like, "Oh, it's just so predictable, like everyone else at school." So she was like, mid-teens, I think, when it first came out, and she was like, "Oh, it's just so predictable, it's stupid." And then when it was revealed that, the crystal and the dog were aliens and the other aliens weren't aliens, she didn't see that coming. Wow. And I was like, well, there you go, Mum. You've been surprised by Scooby-Doo.
I love Scooby-Doo now.
All these wasted years. And then there was a thing where Scooby-Doo was saying something, Ruby, Ruby, Roo, where are Roo? And my dad was like, so can he talk?
What's the deal?
And I was like, what? And he was like, he just spoke. And he was like, yeah, but that was grunts. And I was like, it's a fuck of a lot more than most dogs do.
Well, I mean, I wish I could offer similar anecdotes. I don't think I'll watch any of these with my parents. I'll force my flatmates to watch a couple. In fact, one of our guests is one of my flatmates. There's a little clue for an upcoming a movie. But yeah, it'd be awkward if they pull out between now and when we record it.
Yeah, after you told them they couldn't log it on Letterboxd. I think you should watch one of these with your parents. I'd love to get their perspective.
Okay. Maybe.
What are you doing for? Are you going around to their place for Christmas?
Okay. Maybe I could watch one. I'll probably need to watch one anyway.
Yeah, I don't want you to watch the live action one though with them.
No,
I think that's
I've already watched the live.
A bit of an outlet. No, sorry, like Scooby-Doo 2. I mean.
Oh no, I've got a buffer. I've got the whatever ones are between Scooby-Doo 1 and Scooby-Doo 2.
Oh yeah, the Legend of the Vampire and something else.
Yeah.
Okay. So I remember you talking about in The Witch's Ghost, they had like a lot of studio involvement, and then people sort of consider it not being as good because of it. So then for Aliens, the Alien Invaders, the studio backed right off again. But then for this one, they went ham again.
Yeah, and
so it's like
they
alternate.
Yeah.
But it's weird that it's like the studio. So your Zombie Island does really well without studio interference. So they go, let's get our grubby paws on this, and then it bombs. So they go, okay, well, we'll leave you guys to your own on this one, and then it does well, and they're like, oh yeah.
Well, it's Indiana Jones sequel patterning, isn't it? Every second one, or every first one, I guess, is a good one. Like it goes good, bad, good, bad. Unless Dial of Destiny ruins that. We will see.
Yeah, do you think it will? I mean, we might know by the time this is out.
Oh, when's Dial of Destiny coming out? It's not coming out in February 2023.
Could be.
Wow.
Could be.
Wow. Okay.
No, it's not. It comes out later than that. But, we don't know how... we have plans for when this is going to come out, but we don't know. We don't know.
One of us could turn out to be a villain. How's our meddling kid count going? Have you been keeping track of that?
I did, but it's been a while since I've watched these ones.
Okay,
now.
Maybe start writing them down if we want that to be a recurring stat. What did you think of? You didn't really say. What did you think of Alien Invaders and Cyber Chase?
I like to keep my opinions pretty close to my chest
on your podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't want people to know too much about me.
Okay, interesting. I think it's notable that like you could sort of split these four movies into two pairs because you've got the two spooky ones and then the two sci-fi.
Yeah,
ones.
Absolutely. And I think that it's a conscious effort with like Cyber Chase to make it have a lighter tone. And I think from what I understand, I think we're going to see that for the next maybe like 10 films. Like the animated ones at least.
No, I want Scooby-Doo and Satan's lot. Like I want to like see Scooby-Doo go to hell. Let's get dark with this.
Okay, well, I don't think that's coming up.
Well, isn't like Curse of the Vampire sounds like vampires are one of the darker monsters.
It's the silliest one.
Damn.
There's some good cultural appropriation in that one.
Well, we haven't had too much of that. We had a little bit of it in Zombie Island, but
without knowing how anything about Curse of the Vampire, what accent do you think that they're going to be doing, and would presumably not having people that belong to that culture doing the accent?
What, like Romanian?
No, they're Aboriginal.
Okay, look, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't like the idea of us talking about movies that we've like. This podcast should feel like we've gone away and watched, come back to record, gone away and watched, come back to record between movies. Not.
It shouldn't feel like that.
It should feel like that. I don't like this like coming up. We have this.
Well. Catch up.
I'm trying. I've been busy. I'm making a short film. By the time you're listening to this, it'll be out, and everyone would have told me they hate it. So, like that.
Right,
that's what I've been busy with.
I look forward to doing that. Well, I think we're approaching about the 20-minute mark. Is there anything final you want to say about Cyber Chase?
There's a bit.
I do just like the central.
What else do you want to say about it? I think that.
The central conceit of, you scan stuff into the game and out of the game. It's just like, just make it avatars or something like that. Like, I guess they wanted to have a scene where the virus is in the real world, but that's something you build up to. You don't then put them back in the game.
Yeah.
It's like, they say, oh no, there's a virus in the game and it's going to shut down the mainframe, some yada yada yada, and they volunteer, and it's like, oh well, the game's already designed after us. Let us, use these as our avatars. We'll go into the game, and it's like it's fucking Cartoon Network bullshit. You can make up whatever you want, but like that makes so much. There's no reason for you to, actually put shit in the game, because it's like that's such a more impressive feat than anything else.
Yeah, the virus comes out of the game and disrupts the college campus at the start. The arguably the higher stakes thing happens at the start and not the end. That's a good point.
Yeah, because it's like, there's actually real lives at stake. And now it's like, oh, my video game about me might not come out.
Yeah. The last thing I was going to say was I thought it was funny at the start of this film, the comically overweight college cop stops the Mystery Inc. gang when they're walking in, and Scooby jumps behind him and starts doing like an impression of him, and he turns around and he's like, what's going on? And I know it's a cartoon, but that would be incredible if you saw a dog doing that. If I saw a dog impersonating me, no matter how hurtful, I would be like, Jesus Christ, that's incredible. Let's get this thing viral.
I think I would. Yeah, like how hurtful would it have to be?
I think it could be the most hurtful depiction of me in the world. We could brainstorm that if you'd like. and I would still be so overcome with a dog doing like a sentient thing, I guess. Sentient? Is it called sentient if it's like, because like,
dogs are sentient.
Yeah, okay. So it's not, it's like more like anthropomorphic.
Yeah, a dog doing like an omniscient thing. Yeah. That would be crazy. I think it's funny because I think that
maybe dogs are omniscient, they just can't talk, so you don't know.
I think that if a dog were to make fun of me, like, and really hurt my feelings, I would. It's one of the things. I feel like I would probably. You'd be like, holy heck, let's get this thing viral and get people focusing on the dog so much that it's like, but I would be deep down, I would be like, oh, that dog's got my number. Like, for instance, I'm going to kill this dog. Recently I interviewed The Killers, one of my favorite bands, and Ronnie Vannucci Jr., the drummer. I made a self-deprecating joke, and he said, you need to go see a cardiologist. And I was like, I have to make content out of this. So I did a track for the news about it. And I was like, if I can't get the whole country to laugh with me, then the drummer of my favorite band just made a fat joke about me.
Yeah. I once had a friend go to the States, and then while he was in the States, my favorite band was like, hey, we need a guitarist for this gig we're doing out of Joshua Tree. I tagged my friend in it, and he ended up going. And I was so overcome with jealousy. The only way that I could, like,
get him back was to tell him his nose hairs are real long.
No, the only way I could it wasn't you. That's a confusing anecdote. The only way I could like muster any self-respect of it was like screenshotting the series of events and posting it on Facebook with like
that it's like I suggested this to him.
And like a picture of me looking dumbfounded, and it got like 100 likes, and I felt better about it.
Yeah.
And I said, I was like, you have to ask the lead singer if he remembers me from a year ago when he met me in Australia. And apparently he was like, yeah, he said he remembered some guys from New Zealand. And I was like, okay, I've been enough of a part of this now for it to feel satisfying for me as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy how we just like have interactions like that, eh?
I can't stop thinking about the idea of a dog making fun of someone, and I think what I want to.
I would almost guarantee, like, not to the extent in Scooby-Doo.
This is exactly what I want to talk about. Yep.
Dogs. There will have been an example of a dog having made fun of someone.
And what does that look like? What is like? Because I've been thinking about this. This is such a tangent. I've been thinking about this a lot with animals. How like certain emotions feel like they're distinctly human, or at the very least, pets don't have a lot of like a monkey might show an emotion that a cat doesn't, right? But like I've never seen.
I think there's the thing that like people love to put like, oh look, he's so guilty and stuff like that. That's like animals can't feel emotions that complex. They can be sad, they can be happy, and so if they do something wrong and you get upset at them, they're upset that you're upset. I wouldn't call it guilt.
I think dogs feel shame. I've seen enough videos where like someone comes home and their house is a mess and they film their dog who's in the corner like doing that weird grin thing that dogs do when they're upset. Whereas a cat can't do that. Ruh-roh. A cat can't do that. I've never seen a cat be ashamed. I've never seen a cat embarrassed.
I've never seen a cat.
I've never seen a cat. The most I can tell, what seems to be the only emotion I reckon I've seen let's not say every animal, every like non-bug animal, like large enough to that you can actually read it, is friendly. I feel like that's the most complex emotion I've seen like animals on a large scale do, because a cat, you might be walking down the street and a cat you've never seen before might come running up to you for some pets, and that's friendly. I might have told this story before. I once had goats living in my backyard in an old flat, and I went there was separated by a fence, and I went to the fence and I looked through and they saw me and they wandered up to me and they were smiling and they were so curious about me.
Goats are cute.
And it was a very friendly interaction, and I think that's very sweet, because you would think like if animals were the automatons that like the ancient Greeks thought they were, like they would be more scared of you than interested in making friends with you, and so but like a chimp can feel embarrassment, I think, like the more human like they get. So my point is that like I know
a chimp could easily make fun of you.
and they probably have, right? Not me specifically, but humans.
Like behind your back, chimps would probably make fun of you.
So I guess what I'm saying is like, I know a dog can be friendly, I know a dog can be sad, I know a dog can be angry, I know a dog can feel shame. I feel like that's the most complicated emotion I've seen in a dog. What would it look like if a dog was making fun of you? What would that look like?
I feel like...
Let us know in the comments. Like, whatever the time code is, post that, and then give me an example of a real-life example of a dog making fun of a person.
I feel like a dog could mock a disability.
Okay. A dog could be racist. I mean, they are racist. Some dogs are. I mean, it's their owner's fault, because they would have raised them to...
racism.
Yeah.
No, but because I'm just thinking that, like, I remember... and this is something that I've seen dogs do, like an actual dog I used to work with, that would like have it got hurt and someone was walking with a limp and everyone was giving him all this sympathy and giving him all these treats and stuff like that, and then later on he was walking around fine when we were up at lunch or something like that. Yeah,
I've seen cats do that as well, yeah.
And then we came back down and he was walking fine and then saw us and then started pretending to have a limp again because he wanted the attention. And so I think that like dogs have been known to fake having limps. And so I think that, if you had some kind of disability affecting the way you walk, a dog could make. But
I don't know if there would be malicious intent or just a dog thinking that's how.
It's probably being empathetic or something like that. Yeah.
I like how dogs have like when you're playing like Skyrim or something, if you hit someone then duck, the NPC will be like, must have been the wind, and it's like real funny how like bad the AI is. I feel like dogs are like think humans are the NPCs in real life. Like I'll choose to pretend to limp now to get treats, and then I'll just walk normally. But then if I see them again, I'll just start limping again because they won't.
Yeah. Should we bring on our next guest?
Let's do it, everybody! Ruby Dooby Doo. That's not our next guest, but wouldn't that be great if we got a person named Ruby Doo? To be, let's put the call out. Let's start now. Early days of the episode, we can get a Ruby Doo on the podcast.
I'm gonna Google Ruby Doo.
Okay,
it'd be a good name for like a drag queen.
Be a beautiful name for a girl.
Oh, Ruby Doo is Scrappy Doo's mum.
Ah, okay. Well, fuck that then. Presumably Scooby Doo's sister then.
No, well, the brother might be.
The brother might be.
Oh no, she is the younger sister of Scooby-Doo. Yeah.
Ah! Well. How exciting. Well, let's talk more about Scrappy-Doo on this next segment.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
So we're finally here at one of our big milestone movies, Scooby-Doo 2002. What might be a lot of people watching this, maybe the only one or one of the only two films they've seen. I know it was for me.
I thought you were going to say they were going to skip to the section on the... Look at the time codes in the show notes.
Of course, all the Erin Harrington fans are going to be...
There are so many.
joining us for this segment. Yes, Erin Harrington is joining us. Hello, Erin.
Kia ora. Nice to see you both.
You too.
Dr. Erin Harrington, I believe, is that correct?
My
that is
sincerest apologies.
Yeah.
I think is not only our first guest we've ever had with a PhD. I hope you are, because otherwise that's a real
I hope you are, because we've been specifically avoiding them until we get to you.
But also maybe our first guest so far whose title and name kind of sounds like a Scooby-Doo villain. Like, they pull up the mask and they're like, Dr. Erin Harrington, the academic.
Yeah.
It was the sketchy academic who was in the stationery cupboard all along.
So yeah, we thought we'd get you on the show, Erin, because you, of course, are a horror movie enthusiast and expert. Please plug away, otherwise I'll just keep vaguely describing what it is you do. But yeah,
that's pretty close.
Yeah, cool. So we thought, the spookiest franchise ever, obviously.
Yeah, some of the scariest films we've ever covered.
Some of the scariest shit I've ever seen. We'll get a horror movie expert on to discuss and have like a real deep dive, an academic deep dive into Scooby-Doo 2002.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is what I live for. The thing is, I know that this has been a secret and I haven't been able to tell anyone, but I've been telling people that I'm doing the most important thing I've done professionally all year, and that it's coming right at the end of a period of sabbatical, and that this is going to be my most favoured output when I go and report the time and what I've done for the last 6 months.
Well, because quite often people say like, oh, this is the most important thing I've done all year, and it will be maybe February or something like that. Yeah. We're like a week from the end of the year while we're recording this, so that is big praise from someone with a doctorate.
I can't wait for my boss to see that this was my crowning achievement.
This is why you took all that time off work.
Yeah.
So this was in production, obviously, for quite a long time. I think the first sort of discussion of, we're talking about the film, not getting Erin on the podcast.
No, I'm easy. Just like
1994 was when they first sort of discussed a live action treatment of the podcast. So before the animated films
of the show, not the podcast, right?
Did I say podcast?
You said podcast, although that's confusing. Nice. We just said
that is confusing. I just clarified that. Yeah, no, so you are right. So Mike Myers was
I'm just checking my notes here, and it doesn't say podcast.
Yeah. Mike Myers originally was reported to be co-writing the script with Jay Cogan and was later cast to play Shaggy. Mike Myers was.
Right.
Obviously didn't happen. But I'm curious, AJ, if you can tell me who directed this film.
I saw his name, and it starts with an R.
Yeah,
but I don't remember what it is.
Raha Gosnell is his name, and it's one of these things that it's like, I would have just thought that I would know the name of the person that directed Scooby-Doo 2002. Raha Gosnell, and let's have a look at best known for Never Been Kissed, Big Mama's House, Home Alone 3, Yours, Mine, Now's, and the Smurfs movies. So
classics of the genre.
Yeah, this doesn't not track for the director of the live action.
Oh no, yeah, he's
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, he's a horror movie icon, really.
Well, I guess the Scooby-Doo 2002 as well was like a child of the let's turn a classic cartoon into a live action film, which we'd seen with the Flintstones only a decade or so earlier.
Yeah.
And a few other things. It feels like it was inevitable that every cartoon would get a live action movie at some point for a while.
Yeah, for sure. But I think sort of most notably, and I think what people mostly remember about this film, or one of the things people mostly remember about it, or today I learned on Reddit kind of thing, is that it was written by James Gunn, who we now know for, he's the CEO of DC Studios. He, wrote and directed the Guardians of the Galaxy films, the Suicide Squad. He's sort of becoming, one of the really household name voices in Hollywood. But yeah, he cut his teeth on Scooby-Doo. And should we first of all let's say what this is about. Erin, do you want to give us a rundown of a précis, if you will, to
sure.
use a doctorate sort of word.
We're trying to impress you, Erin.
something you might have used in your.
I'm sitting here in my my 8-year-old yoga pants drinking $10 sparkling wine. So,
nice.
So I think we're all
so fucking classy. I can't believe we landed Erin.
So the film starts right near the end of a Scooby-Doo and the gang ghost busting session. They're in the middle of they're about to try and catch this kind of weird ghosty face Tim Burton-esque rip-off type character who's been haunting something or other, some kind of giant factory. And it all kind of goes horribly wrong / okay. One of the one of the things that's most startling about it is that we realise that it's a toy factory full of Pamela Anderson dolls, which is like a top tier way to start off what I think is ostensibly a children's film, but I still have
let's get through the plot and then we'll get to that.
So they do this. Everybody's arguing. Velma's frustrated that she never gets any credit. Daphne's annoyed that she's always the damsel. Shaggy and Scooby are just doing what Shaggy and Scooby do.
Yeah, and Fred's quite content.
and Fred's having a great time and is also clearly like a teen heartthrob star. And they get to the end of that and they all go, we're done. Right, see you later on. And it's one of those kind of not the end of the gang type things. And in a flash forward, they find 2 years later that they've all been invited to a place called Spooky Island, which looks like an R18 version of a Monkey Island game. Where all of these college kids are going off to celebrate spring break amongst rather objectionable ethnic and racial, like, kind of voodoo stereotypes, which I
welcome to Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, and they have to solve this mystery of kind of what's going on and what's turning these kids into zombies. It all kind of spins out from there. Turns out that, spoiler, there are in fact actual monsters. There's weird soul swapping. There's Sugar Ray makes an appearance, which I was very excited by. We have some atrocious CG, and not just of Scooby-Doo. We have
so
in
bad.
fact, I started taking notes. I became quite I don't know, enraptured. So there's things like,
and I'm guessing your handwriting is completely illegible as well, since you're a doctor.
Mary Jane, is this Sugar Ray? Yes, it's Sugar Ray. Guy who looks like he's out of Prodigy. 90s lighting, high key, vaginal roast meat on the walls, fart contest, and so on and so on. And it's kind of a strange rip-off of 90s point-and-click adventures, Gremlins, Temple of Doom, and a whole bunch of other stuff. This weird kind of melange.
Melange? We don't get those kinds of words, Richard, with our non-PhD guests.
and I don't know about your experience of watching this, because this was the first time I saw it. I was 20 when it came out, and I was horrified. And in fact, one note says, old references are making me feel old, since I think I got all of them. As I started off thinking...
Well, I mean, you picked up Sugar Ray.
I was like... And then was immediately deeply embarrassed. But I started off thinking, this movie's fucking awful. And then by the end, I was like, that movie was kind of interesting. And 2 hours after I'd finished watching the film, I was thinking, this is the most perfect movie for certain definitions of both perfect and movie. And, and a film that is so completely of its time that it's really hard to not see it as this glorious, abject sort of celebration of the early 2000s, late 90s.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there when you said about this movie being fucking awful. That critics tend to agree with you. 32% on Rotten Tomatoes. There's a few movies like this, and like Hook would be another one that I think of a certain generation around the three of us. These movies that they go, no, what are you talking about? That was amazing. And it's like, no, critics fucking hated that movie. And have you tried revisiting that? However, I will say there is such a soft spot in my heart for both Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. I'm trying to remember if I saw this in the cinema. I think it might have been like I think I did see it in the cinema. And it probably quite a formative experience for me, because it is, despite having a PG rating, it is quite a grown-up film, which we will get into.
Very horny.
It's a very horny film.
One of the words I wrote down was scrote, which popped up.
Yes!
Yeah.
Scrappy-Doo says scrote in this movie.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like it's not clear enough that he's saying scrotum, that it's fine, or would scrotum have been fine?
Is this something that's in some MPAA handbook somewhere?
Yeah.
That's scrote PG, scrotum.
Yeah.
M.
God, the worst. If you're going to put any dirty words in your movie, your kids' movie, it's the worst one to put in there.
Well, this is after they've already, had extensive, pot jokes as you would, past the Dutchie playing in the background. So I don't know. I'm not sure who the film is for, but we can.
So. It's you might not be familiar with this, Erin, but this has become one of those sort of classic movie pieces of trivia that does the rounds every now and then. That this film was originally planned to be a lot more like the Brady Bunch movie from the 90s, where it's like it's a parody of the thing that you think it's just a live action movie of, and it was set for a PG-13 or even an R rating. Apparently it was shot with an R rating, and there's various sort of, depending on whose comments you believe, about what was cut out at the scripting stage, what was cut out at the filming stage and post.
Right.
So there's like in the souls realigning scene when everyone is body swapping. Originally, and this is filmed as a deleted scene, you can watch on YouTube, that Velma and Daphne kiss. That's how they realign their souls, and it was like this very sort of steamy. Well, it's not like a very steamy sort of thing, but for what is now a kids' film, you wouldn't really have that. Velma was explicitly a lesbian and attracted to Daphne. Fred was explicitly gay, and apparently Freddie Prinze Jr. is playing him as gay in the film. Right. But there's so many things, all the marijuana references that you picked up on past the Dutchie playing. We tilt down from smoke coming out of the mystery machine. They're having a little barbecue in there. Also, obviously, cute. The name. Yeah, it's a good joke. Yeah. And my name is Mary Jane. That's like my favorite name. And yeah, I think it is super fun watching it, knowing this, that I think if you watch the deleted scenes, there are still a bunch of the more kind of adult jokes in there, but yeah, there are large portions of it that feel like a parody of Scooby-Doo, and they're kind of the most fun parts, like playing it up so much more. And I mean, this is what everyone says, but I do wish we could see that original cut, or James Gunn's original vision. Yes,
and because they all look like they're walking dolls as well. They all look like they're toys too. But again, having watched it for the first time, I quite like that it has this vibe that I can only think of describing in two ways. One is all the deadbeat dads got stuck with looking after the kids for the weekend, so just took them to the pub with them. Or you're hanging out with all your stoner mates and your mum says, I need to drop something around, and you all just tidy up the lounge really, really quickly. and this strange kind of, just this strange ghost of all of this really bawdy, rowdy, kind of sexy humour, which is... there's not many films that have this vibe, that really exist in that weird kind of ghost space in the middle.
Well, I didn't know that this was filmed for an R rating, and I think this is now a really interesting exercise in what happens when you film for an R rating and then cut it down to PG, and how filthy the film still is, like, compared. Like, I'm no prude, but, like, there are some full-on, relatively full-on, like, jokes in it, like, when they switch bodies, Fred talks about how, Fred in Daphne's body talks about how he's going to look at himself naked. You've got things like that. You've got a lot of cleavage in the film. Say, you know, and Velma cleavage as well, which is rarer than Daphne cleavage.
No, James Gunn said in a Facebook post on 5 years ago on the 15th anniversary that CGI was used to remove cleavage of the female cast members. Now, I read this before watching the film, and I tell you, I was watching those cleavages like a hawk throughout the whole film. And
this undermines the whole point of, like, trying to blur them out in the first
place. There's some very, very deep necklines in the film, and none that I noticed that... I was like, if this is the reduced version, I can't imagine.
Freudian slip there.
I can't imagine what it looked like before, and especially like with such dodgy CGI elsewhere in the film, I'm like, I feel like I would be able to notice.
True.
But
reduced
also the whole,
cleavage,
like spring break aspect of it too is just kind of dripping with sex in this really kind of weird way. So you've got all of these. Like as I said, the note that I'd put, you know, is the guy looks like he's the guy out of Prodigy, but there are all these like real greasy dirtbag guys with like spiked hair and frosted tips and pucker necklaces, and there are so many midriffs that it was like this flashback to the age of Shakira,
Midriff Island,
and this real sense of what sexiness was purported to be in the late 90s and early 2000s, and particularly given that there's almost no people of colour in it as well. Like, that's always a little kind of ding-a-ling in the back of my head too.
Well, that aren't voodoo caricatures.
Yeah, voodoo caricatures.
Yeah.
In terms of adult jokes, I was wondering if you guys had any favourites. I've got one that it just always sticks out to me. It's just such a weird joke, and I think it's one that I thought I got when I was a kid, and then I didn't. Is that when they get asked to go to Spooky Island, and he says, "Me and Scooby don't go to any places with the name with the words like spooky, haunted, yada yada yada," and then Scooby is like, and he's like, "Yeah, or hydrocolonic," but that's for a whole different reason. And then I think when I was a kid, I like didn't get it, and then as I got older and I learned about hydroponics, I was like, oh, it's a weed reference. And then I was like, no, they would want to go to the weed place. And like hydrocolonic is when they like clean your colon out with water. And it's like, it's such an insane joke to make. That like out of all the things you could choose that would scare off Scooby and Shaggy, that you're like, oh yeah, getting douched.
Scooby douche.
Well, maybe that's it.
Maybe that's it.
Any favorite moments that might have snuck past younger viewers for you guys?
I mean, for me, it like I wrote "scrote" in really big letters. That really, and I think
that was before it appeared in the movie as well.
but I think it's because that kind of popped out of nowhere and was just like filthy language for the sake of filthy language, outside of like all of the weed jokes, all of the sex jokes. It was like a real like shit-stained trace of the film that originally it was supposed to be.
You're so good at describing what this movie is, Erin.
But even like again, thinking about, you know, what it might be like to watch it as a younger viewer, not just the fact that there's a fart contest, which is great, but the like the titanic nature of that fart contest is it's extraordinary, and made even more extraordinary by the fact that Matthew Lillard like acts his ass off the whole way through this film. It's like an Oscar-worthy performance. And he's the absolute MVP through the whole thing, and the commitment to that role, let alone that fart contest and that weirdly vaginal chunk of meat that just hangs on the wall in one of the rides.
So on Matthew Lillard, it's pretty much universal across like every review of this film that they're like, this film is fucking garbage, everyone sucks at it. But Matthew Lillard is so good. And so, like, initially...
It's the performance of his career. Like, it's honestly, he's such a fucking hero in this movie.
But it's literally the performance of his career, and that then he builds a 20-year career off the back of that. And I was going through his credits, partly because I was trying to remember which horror films all of the cast were in as well.
Yeah.
And I'd forgotten that he was in 13 Ghosts and stuff, as well as Serial Mom and Scream and stuff.
Yeah, well, interestingly, there's 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo as a show. Yeah.
But I felt kind of good for him that he's gone and turned this into clearly a sustainable career in which he probably doesn't have to do a huge amount of work, but no doubt has a nice house and a good time.
People don't know what we're referring to as well. After Casey Kasem fully retired from acting, retired from the role, Matthew Lillard ended up becoming the voice of Shaggy in pretty much all Scooby-Doo content after portraying him in live action, which is it's super interesting, like, career thing and Hollywood decision to make.
I remember watching. So I was, and so you would have been. We're a bit younger than you, Erin, and we would have seen this when we were children, like too young to see this movie. And I remember seeing a review for it on the news that was talking about, I can't remember
Probably
what it was saying.
My friend Kate Roger that did that.
Yeah. But then they talked about how good Matthew Lillard is as Shaggy. I just remember, and it's one of his first lines in the film where he pops out of the barrel and Scooby-Doo's pointing at the Luna ghost, and Matthew Lillard, and maybe it's a real earworm of a line. Because it really stuck with me and it became like the definitive line for me from Shaggy. He goes, "You mean like there's a ghost right behind me, isn't there?" And it's such the cadence of it, the way he says it.
I mean, that's why Taika used it in Love and Thunder as well.
There's such a like platonic ideal, a phrase we've been using a lot on this podcast so far.
We learned one intelligent phrase and we've just been reusing it.
It's such a platonic ideal of a Shaggy impersonation and phrase, and he's one of the last of the mystery gang you see in the film, like get introduced, and it's the only one that really sells, and you go, oh, okay, this is Shaggy.
And like your use of the word impersonation is interesting there, because everybody else feels like they're impersonating a character and he feels like he's embodying it, like something's just kind of beamed down from some pot smoker's heaven into him, and he's walking around as this kind of second coming of Shaggy.
Of Shaggy. And on the impersonation thing, though, one thing that has always struck me about this film, and this is the 8th Scooby-Doo movie, the 9th Scooby-Doo movie we've watched so far, and one thing that I've always thought is interesting that I've never seen anyone talk about is that Freddie Prinze Jr.'s portrayal of Fred is a new character invented for this movie. He is, like everyone else, especially Linda Cardellini as Velma, who I think is second best next to Matthew Lillard as Shaggy. Like all of them are playing like adaptations of their cartoon counterpart, but Freddie Prinze Jr. as Fred is this like self-obsessed, horny douchebag, and in all we've seen of Scooby-Doo so far that's featured Fred, which is strangely not all the movies, Fred is like very distinctly like sensible and normal.
I think that's a holdover from the original idea for the film that was, this parody idea, because it's like, you have Fred who, if we're taking the movie, all the Scooby-Doo media to exist up until this point as like what he allows his public persona to be. He's the main character. He's the hot one. He's the most level-headed. He's, the leader of the gang. What would that guy actually be like behind the scenes? And if the idea that if this is behind the scenes, it is this new character, but you can see that it's like the kind of person who would allow their public persona to be that, or would make their public persona that.
But also you need the conflict, because otherwise people are just...
I was going to say that as well.
Just being caricatures.
I think my theory is that he's too similar to Velma, and so James Gunn writing the script was like, he's the Velma and Fred are the same character. We've got to change him up so he's more
dorky chicks like you turn me on too.
Crazy line.
Another crazy line.
But interesting, when we know that there is this kind of R-rated shadow to this film, not even really a shadow, like leading through into the film, and when we know that he's playing certain types of, really over-the-top gay stereotypes, the heterosexuality of lots of the humour too is really blue.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this is so interesting. I didn't know it was cut down from R-rated. I just always thought it was like a weirdly dirty film. I remember growing up in a religious household, the Christian radio station gave this a very like perturbed review where they were like, but rightly so. I remember listening to the radio after this movie came out, and they were like, there's swearing in it. It feels like it's inappropriate for children in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I also like that Freddie Prinze Jr. looks like he's having a real fucking good time. And
you would.
It's just, because a lot of the other characters that he's been in various media, and again, if like I was intrigued that this cast, has 3 of the 4 main gang have, pedigrees, if you can call it pedigrees when we're talking about I Know What You Did Last Summer, in these kind of trashy 90s horror films. And, he's often really boring. But he's going for it in this.
Yeah.
You mentioned Freddie Prinze Jr. and Sarah Michelle Gellar are in I Know What You Did Last Summer together, and I believe they met on that film and then became romantically linked. And they still are. They're still married to this day, which is great for them in Hollywood, especially. But they the producers were looking for a real life couple to pay Daphne and Fred for some reason. That was what they were looking for.
Right.
Is that because of what they wanted them to do in the R-rated film?
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
you know who would have been a good cartoon accurate Fred, and especially considering the time this movie came out, and it would be really funny if they were cast as well. Heath Ledger, I think, has Fred Jones energy. And imagine if like he went to do this and then Joker, right? Like that would be this even crazier legacy than he already has. I don't know. I could just imagine him playing the more straight-laced version of the character.
One thing I do want to say about this film is I love the name Emil Mondavarius and also the name Damon Ritus. Like they're both Damon Ritus. I remember I watched this film a couple of years ago. Like I've seen it, dozens of times. But I remember watching it a couple of years ago and writing down Damon Ritus and being like, I need to use that in something.
That's the MacGuffin of the film.
It's the MacGuffin of the film, yeah. It sort of controls. And
Emil Mondavarius. It kind of sounds dirty as well. It just sounds a little bit dirty.
But yeah, Emil Mondavarius, played by Rowan Atkinson. I think I have previously on this podcast said to you that Tim Curry was originally offered that role and turned it down when he learned they were going to use Scrappy in the film. I found out that someone asked James Gunn about that, and he said that's not true.
Oh, right. That's strange because I feel like it was written for Tim Curry. There are lines in this.
It's a very like that might not be why he. It might just be that's not why he turned it down. But he said no. That's didn't happen. So my
main note on Rowan Atkinson, he's kind of hot in this movie. Like he looks great. Like an actor I've never thought of as particularly attractive. He's got like this real nice, like thick curly hair going on. He's in shorts and t-shirts. And like this is post Mr. Bean. It looks like 20 years earlier than Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Did you notice at the end so that they find that the real Emil Mondavarius has been trapped beneath Spooky Island for like 2 years. And then the scene, and so he comes out, he's got like super long hair, he's in disheveled clothing and, really long beard. In the next scene, so there's this as they're celebrating, they find him. Then they run outside and Emil Mondavarius is standing behind Fred and he's clean shaven, he's wearing his nice clothes again.
Scrappy Doo's back, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
But Spooky Island is a place of wonders.
When I saw this as a kid, I remember going into it and being like even I think I was like 8 when this came out, and thinking even at the time like this movie's real. Like I feel weird watching this with my parents. This feels like a real dirty movie. But the main thing I remember is being utterly gobsmacked when it's revealed that Scrappy-Doo is the villain.
It's a good twist.
It's a world-class twist. It's weird, and I don't think it would happen now, and it feels like the kind of thing like someone would have fought to make happen. Like it feels like the kind of thing I would put in a Scooby-Doo live-action adaptation. And because as well as like it's acknowledging that everyone hates Scrappy-Doo, and I just thought it was... It blew my mind as a kid watching it. I will say, watching it now, I think
Okay, here he goes.
a lot of the because I don't think I like this movie, and I don't. Do you just for the record, you guys don't like it either?
I
Sort of appreciating it.
I feel uncomfortable about the movie, and I think it's this strange space between feeling attracted to something that's thoroughly grotesque and not being sure if I'm okay with being attracted to something that grotesque.
Well, that's what you've built your whole career off, Erin.
This is the kind of movie I don't think I can look at too critically, to be honest. Like, I love it so much. I could watch this all the time. I would say more so the second one, but just these 2 live action films, I can't give you an objective opinion on them.
I also kind of can't, but I don't think it's because of nostalgia. I've only seen this movie probably 3 or 4 times in my life.
Yeah.
I reckon this is what a movie looks like when it's written by like a world-class filmmaker and directed by someone who you've never heard of before or after this film, because the ideas are so good. And the one thing I love about this movie is like it's not too cool. It's like they're like, no, everyone's going to be wearing the costumes. It's very colorful, it's very bright, it's very theatrical. I absolutely adore that the line "Scooby-Doo, where are you?" makes it into the script. I think they use it too many times. It should only be said. It's used 3 times. Yeah, I think it should be so Shaggy says it twice and then Scrappy says it. I think the second time Shaggy says it should be the only time in the film that it's dropped, because I think that's when he's like looking through the caves and it's just like, fuck you, where are you, Scooby-Doo? Like, you know, it's like an exhilarating thing. Like, there are so many really, really smart decisions in how to adapt a Scooby-Doo movie in this, and yet I think this movie is horrible in a lot of ways. And I think it comes down to a good screenwriter and a poor director. Or maybe not poor, maybe poor's a bit harsh, but yeah.
I think part of it too is just that it was made in the early 2000s, and there is a lot of really
time for film.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, like I was joking before about here's all the spring break douchebags and, you know, their frosted tips and their goat patches and this and that. But there's a real kind of skeeviness to pop culture in that era that dissipates a little bit afterwards, and
pop punk kind of stuff as
well.
Pop punk songs were filthy back in the
day. And pop punk songs which were all like, you know, I'm a dirtbag, I never shower, but you don't love me because you're a cunt, and you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I love that song.
But for me, that's part of the yuck of it, is that it has this kind of slightly greasy. It's not that it's sexual; it's that there's a greasiness to the sexuality. And then you've got this kind of silly film that is, you know, kind of 5 different things trying to be one thing.
It is that.
Oh, and then there's, of course, like, you know, the racism and weird indigeneity. But I suspect over the course of this podcast, you're going to be looking at that a lot.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just on your line thing about the Scooby-Doo, where are you line? They use it 3 times in the film. The thing it stuck out to me as well, but the thing that it made me sort of realize is it's crazy. The original show was called Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?
This is the first thing released under the Scooby-Doo banner that is called Scooby-Doo. The original show is called Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? It's not the first film which came out, 1969, 30 years later? Is that right? Or 30-ish years later?
30,
yeah, is the first thing to just call something Scooby-Doo. That is nuts.
Yeah.
I also want to talk about the sort of the wake-up moment I had watching this last night is when Shaggy is, like, everyone has had their souls taken except for Shaggy, and Shaggy's pulling, like, terribly generated CGI souls.
You can't tell who, when he pulls out Velma and she's not wearing her glasses, it's impossible to tell who it is.
Yeah, and like, I was just watching this and I was like, what the fuck is this movie? It's so weird. I remembered how greasy this movie is. I'd forgotten how weird it is. How, like, there is a lot more plot. There are a lot more very specific ideas going on. And that scene, I think, exemplified it perfectly. Like, just this imagery, like, Scooby-Doo, not that I'm not too upset that the monsters are real or anything. I'm not a Scooby-Doo purist. But, like, the imagery of Shaggy lifting these, like, milky, dare I say, cummy souls out of a bowl. Sorry, I'm trying to get into the spirit of this filthy movie.
They are a bit cummy. I'll bet you on that one.
Yeah.
I sort of zoned out for a little bit, and then I was like, surely I didn't just hear that.
It's just this. It's this really, like. It's not an image that I go, that's Scooby-Doo for you. That's classic Scooby-Doo. It's this weird, like, specific idea. What it feels like is someone wrote this into a original IP script years earlier, couldn't get the film made, then they get on to Scooby-Doo and they're like, I've got a great thing we can reuse in this film. It's weird movie. Weird shit in it.
Do you know what actually is worth mentioning about what this film was sort of reminiscent of? Erin, have you seen Josie and the Pussycats?
Yes.
Yeah, so this should be a double feature with Josie and the Pussycats.
Yeah.
Josie and the Pussycats was 2001, I think.
That fucking bangs. It is so good.
And another film that was
as well.
fucking hated in its time, Hanna-Barbera as well.
If you want a triple feature, so I was thinking this right at the beginning of the film when they're in the toy factory, and it just kind of got louder and louder as the film went, is Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is another film that... So I saw it when I was a little kid, like right when it opened. Like one of my earliest film-going memories is trying to get into Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but there was a line out one of the cinemas in Cathedral Square in Christchurch that just went kind of, it sounds like something from the 50s, right around the block. And then I rewatched it this year recently during one of the lockdowns. And firstly,
it's so good.
5-star, absolutely
it's
slaps.
So good.
But
I was going to say, doing a double feature with this and Scooby-Doo would not be favourable for the Scooby-Doo movie.
But I was thinking about, that weird kind of relationship between here are the animated elements and the actors who are kind of interacting with them, and the CG Scooby-Doo is not cinema's best work, but Matthew Lillard's doing a pretty good job of it too. But also that weird space where things are both for children and for adults and have this kind of zany cartoon logic at the same time as trying to hit kind of certain narrative beats. They're cousins. One of the cousins is hot and interesting, and the other cousin
one of the cousins went to college, and the other one is a dropout and is ringing the other cousin for money.
Well, it's Scrappy and Scooby-Doo, although they're not cousins.
One thing I just want to ask as well, Erin, considering your career and your interest and academic interest in horror, did you have a pre-existing relationship with Scooby-Doo as a brand, like growing up? Like what does Scooby-Doo mean to you? You said you didn't see the movie when it came out, but you also mentioned you were 20, and I feel like no 20-year-old would have seen this.
I mean, I watched it when I was little. I watched it heaps when I was little, and I'm really... I love the kind of the Mad Libs nature of its storytelling, and the fact that you can just kind of swap in these various different kind of spooky elements, and that it's become a trope. It's become its whole kind of own form of storytelling that has really shaped the way that horror for children works, which is a really kind of funny thing to talk about, because often when you think about horror, you're thinking about things that are horrific or abject or whatever else, as opposed to here are things that might have elements of horror or horror iconography, and really carefully try to find a place where kids can kind of be thrilled without kind of being scared full stop. So I'm interested in Scooby-Doo because of that, but also I think growing up, having seen a few of the different iterations as the old episodes got recycled on telly when I was little, and you kind of move through into the newer ones, and that strange sense of kind of time slippage as the animation gets slightly better, but not really. And I mean, the short version is it's iconic for lots of really good and interesting reasons. But it's not something that I've necessarily gone out of my way to engage with.
That's almost everyone's answer. Or will be everyone's answer.
Yeah, it's funny. Just talking about like sort of the appeal of Scooby-Doo, there's a great behind the scenes clip that sort of does the round on TikToks and socials every now and then of Sarah Michelle Gellar and then Freddie Prinze Jr. talking about the experience like Scooby-Doo. And so it starts with Sarah Michelle Gellar being like, it wasn't a boys' cartoon. It wasn't a girls' cartoon. It was just, it really spoke to everyone. And I think, it crossed through generational boundaries and gender boundaries. And then it cuts to Freddie and Prinze Jr. and he's like, me was a talking dog.
But because Scooby-Doo was 1969, is that right? Yeah, so I teach into a course where we look at a lot of children's literary texts, media, books, and their film adaptations. And one of the things that I assign people to read, noting that I assign people to read in the knowledge that nobody's ever going to read anything I assign to read, was a 50 years on reflection on Scooby-Doo that again was saying, here's this thing that, we might see as kind of silly and frivolous and laughable, but has really opened up a whole different genre and way of telling stories for children that we likely take for granted, especially when you look at the other shit at the time. Like, I know you've done Flintstones deep dives.
No, we haven't.
Yeah? No, you haven't? Oh, there's another one.
We'll get you on the episode.
Yeah, but things like, Flintstones and the Jetsons, all of which were really, kind of basically here's a nuclear family doing working shit and there are bad puns and so on. But this feels a lot more for kids, particularly when we remember that actually cartoons weren't for kids. They were just animated media that was meant to be, entertainment and family entertainment, as opposed to the shift over time to see cartoons as something explicitly for children. Because, of course, that was never the case. Certainly not when you look right back to, I don't know, early Betty Boop, for instance, or early other forms of animated storytelling.
Have you seen Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, one of the animated movies?
Well, I looked it up when you first talked to me about this, and even just the Wikipedia description gave me thoughts. So I haven't.
Because you're talking about horror for children. I have a feeling, at least in my personal ranking, nothing's going to top Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. And what I liked most about it is that it is scary. I'm not hiding behind the couch, but if I was a kid watching it, has the darkness in it is sincere. It's not like goofy scary. It's there's goofiness in it, and then there's genuine scary dark storytelling in it. And I think what I always appreciated as a kid, and what I really think is valuable for kids, is watching something that feels a tiny bit too old for you. And I think Zombie Island and Scooby-Doo the movie goes a bit too far, I think, with watching something inappropriate for you. But like kids in intermediate were the ones that loved High School Musical. It wasn't the teenagers that the movie was depicting and things like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, one thing that I've been writing about heaps at the moment, not film, but as literature, quote unquote literature, all of these books for ostensibly teens, but actually directed immediately at tweens in the very early 90s, which are called point horror novels. And there's hundreds of them, and I've been scraping them from Trade Me. And it's the same kind of thing where these stories about, teenage girls in peril were directly marketed to 11-year-old girls elsewhere.
Exactly.
But what I think here, I mean, this is ultimate like film criticism douchebag stuff, is me talking about a film I haven't seen. But I was interested in the blurb that is it set in Louisiana? Yeah, because again, like the history of zombie media is this, appropriation of Caribbean, Haitian, voodoo, Voodooan, and the way it gets folded into kind of white-centric redemption narratives, and then how it kind of goes all Romero in the late 60s and then kind of zips around, but often almost exclusively uses it as like this kind of foreign exotic other type thing. So I was really curious about that setting.
I will say as well, there's a lot of similarities between the two movies. Like, opening with the gang breaking up or has broken up, forced to come together. They go to a spooky island where there are real monsters.
A spooky island, not Spooky Island trademark.
It's interesting, AJ, talking about how you said nothing will beat, you're not sure anything will beat Spooky Island for you. I'm not sure anything can beat these two movies, and this and Monsters Unleashed in my personal ranking, just because
But I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about that more as we.
I'm going to keep an open mind for
Get on.
Monsters Unleashed, but I have a feeling I don't think I liked it the last time I watched it. But
Interesting, yeah.
But a lot of this is about like the power of nostalgia, right? It's not just I'm enjoying the movie, but I'm enjoying the movie as an adult, thinking about the experience that I had as a kid, which is fundamentally about thinking through who you were as a kid and the things that you liked and the treats that you had. And so for me, a lot of film watching was Saturday afternoon on the couch with dad and popcorn, being like 8 years old watching Predator or whatever else, grossly inappropriate movies for children, but you remember the experience of the film, and that's a pleasant thing and a pleasurable thing to reconnect with.
Yeah, I associate these movies with a few years ago when AJ and I were living together. I remember one Christmas Eve, AJ had gone down to Christchurch. I couldn't afford flights at the time, so I was just in Auckland by myself. And I watched Scooby-Doo. I think maybe David Corrales and I watched Scooby-Doo on Christmas Eve, and we made a little feast for ourselves. And then I woke up on Christmas morning. I was in an empty shithole flat. No one around me, no one that I cared about, and I was like, I'll watch Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed then. And so, yeah, like I was always like wake everyone up at 7 a.m. or whatever to get off the couch and to get off out of bed and unwrap presents and whatnot. And then must have been my first Christmas away from home. I was in this shitty flat watching Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, and it really got me through.
That's so
Christmas.
Beautiful. Like that's how films get to be important to us and awesome to us. It's the friends we made along the way, not just the shit ass slightly hypersexualized children's film that was released to the wrong audience.
Yeah, and also I think that Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed as well. It's like they knew going into that what it was going to be, whereas this one we get a little bit of a what are you trying to be.
I love talking about like these movies are maybe elevated by the nostalgia, but like Richard, your nostalgia isn't from when you were a kid and you saw us, from your mid-20s. Should we do our little guest games and wrap this section up, Richard?
We should.
All right, Erin, we've got some games that we've been playing with our guests. The first one we're going to do is an impression leaderboard, and I don't know how much this is your bag, but what I'm going to ask you to do in a moment.
Most of our other guests have been professional impressionists.
Not me.
So,
what we're first going to ask you to do in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression. Okay. If Richard and I agree that it is acceptable, we will then ask you to do a Shaggy impression. Okay. And if you master that, we'll give you free reign of any Hanna-Barbera, Scooby-Doo, Mystery Gang, whatever you want. A third impression of your choice. Each is worth 1 point, though. Eventually, I think we're going to have to start being like, well, this impression was better than that person's impression. So
we'll work it out when we have more people.
There is a leaderboard. Currently on top of the leaderboard is Alexei Toliopoulos. So can you beat him? Give us your best Scooby-Doo impression, please, Erin.
Well, AJ and Richard, thank you for having me on your podcast.
This is such an undignified thing to get a doctor to do.
Hey, I'm the shit sort of doctor. Let's be clear about that.
No, that was great. I thought that was good. Can you give us a Shaggy impression?
Oh, I feel very sprung here.
You can say no as well. I should say that. You can bow out. Or bow out.
I'm gonna bow out because I'd rather do one thing well than multiple things fucking terribly.
Understood. I mean, that is like hyper fixating on a specific subject. That's how you become a doctor. In a lot of ways, right?
Yeah. Also, sorry, I can't remember what you said that just reminded me, but we've been talking about in each film so far, the Scooby-Doo Where Are You theme song has been performed by a different artist. Mm-hmm. In this one, it's Shaggy.
Yeah, right. Shaggy,
but again, one of the 2002-ishness things of it is what's actually a really banging soundtrack if you start to look at it. I was like, there's Shaggy, there's Andre Benjamin, there's this, again, like beautiful kind of snapshot. But also I wonder how much people get paid for that kind of stuff, where it's like, we need you to write this really cracking track, and it needs to be about these dickhead characters, and you can kind of puff themselves up, deliver some great rap about people running around in a toy factory, and then go home to eat caviar.
I think if you're looking for some good music as well, look no further than Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, which ends with second season of American Idol winner Ruben Studdard performing.
Oh my goodness.
Erin, what is your birthday?
Why? Are you going to try and steal my identity?
No. Well, in a way.
It's the 24th of November.
Awesome.
And what is your mother's maiden name?
It's
and what's the street you grew up on?
First pet.
So we have a thing we've made called, I'm tentatively calling it the Scooby-Doo villain horoscope. And basically there have been 10 to 12 different iterations of this character over the years. And a couple of weeks back, I did the painstaking task of tracking which villain appeared in every episode and then when that episode came out. And it's not perfect. There are plenty of days which never aired a Scooby-Doo episode.
This sounds like some red wool up on the wall kind of hyperfixation.
Absolutely. You should see the spreadsheet. It is insane. But 24th of November, you said?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to give you your Scooby-Doo villain horoscope is the Monster Mutt, who appeared in the new Scooby-Doo Mysteries Season 2, Episode 12, A Scary Duel with Cartoon Ghoul in 1984.
Great.
So the Monster Mutt is your Scooby-Doo horoscope.
Monster Mutt just kind of has a grossness that perfectly maps onto this film, I think.
Excellent. Awesome.
I do also, just since we're all Kiwis here, and one thing Kiwis love to do is go to Australia. Have any of you guys been on the Scooby-Doo ride at Movie World?
I have, and I want to talk about it, and I'm so glad you brought it up before we ended the section.
I went to Movie World. I was too scared to go on the ride.
Right. Okay. I went. I've been on the ride. It blew my mind when I went in there, because I went in 2013, right? That was nearly 10 years ago. And when I went in there, I was like, this movie is so forgotten to the sands of time, and yet there's a literal monument built to it. And Movie World on the Gold Coast, and I assume other theme parks as well, have this real haunted vibe to them. Well, there's a whole section of Movie World that's based after Wild Wild West, because when they build these rides, they don't do it after the movies come out. They do it while the movie's being made, and so you get these really funny instances where they've just banked on the wrong horse. And it's not that Scooby-Doo was that bad, but it's really weird standing in line to it's a roller coaster, and you're in this dark garage in a big line, and the only thing happening is there's a giant movie screen that's playing a behind the scenes featurette, presumably on the Scooby-Doo DVD, on repeat. And it's so strange, because it's like if not for this movie would have, I think, disappeared a lot sooner. It's this weird tribute to this film that does not deserve this weird tribute, that has only really stayed on the fringes of culture. The ride itself, I don't remember much about it. I remember one of the big horribly animated purple monsters is a statue that you go past in it.
This is so fascinating. One of the things that I've been reading heaps and writing about a little bit in the last few months is the notion of transmedia franchises and the way that paratext. So there's a book actually that you both might like and that I will recommend to Podcast Land by a scholar called Jonathan Gray, and it is called Show Sold Separately, and it is about all of this sort of stuff, the way that you might have a film, but actually that dumbass 90-minute film or 88-minute film might be one part of a thing, and then there's all of the trailers and teasers and DVD extras, and then there's the costumes and merchandise, and then there's theme park rides and this and that, to the point where the film itself might make the least amount of money and have the least amount of traction over time over all these other sorts of things, which I don't know, that reading this kind of made my head explode a little bit in quite a fun way, in a way of thinking like the world is just an ARG or something.
Yeah,
Instead of having a film and then there's other stuff, that the film is just this one little point in this big constellation. So it might be, hypothetically, that dumbass roller coaster made Warner Brothers way more... Is it Warner Brothers?
Yeah.
No. Made them way more money than the film did in the first place, which is the case for lots and lots and lots of films.
Because that behind-the-scenes special featurette has presumably been playing on a loop, more or less non-stop, for the past 20 years.
Yeah.
And it's probably the most exposure the film has had anywhere, right?
Well, it's probably had more views than the film itself as well. If you're thinking about all the people who are lining up to go on the ride who never saw the film and who are going, what the fuck is this noise?
And have nowhere else to go.
Yeah. It's just the incongruity of like, I'm here to ride a theme park, and also I am now engaging with this 20-year-old movie that has no impact on whether or not I want to ride the ride. Like, it's so strange.
If you want a weird little insight into academia, I was at a conference. I was at an online conference about a month ago, and one of my favourite papers was two women talking about the Muppets Haunted Mansion film and the way that was... I should have written down their names, so apologies to the academics who wrote it. And they were talking about how those sorts of films, especially when the Haunted Mansion is different in every different iteration of the Disney theme park, but the Muppets go through this weird hybrid version, and it came out during the pandemic at a time when people can't go to theme parks, and so that you can have this vicarious experience with the Muppets, who got bought by Disney years ago, to kind of go through these things. But then I started on a rabbit hole about there's great academic work on theme parks and the experiences of theme parks and the embodied experience of being on this thing and being kind of bombarded with all of this marketing material that I suspect for many people the theme park is the
definitive
most authoritative. It's the definitive experience. It's the most authoritative, and that completely tips upside down the way that we often think about films.
Yeah.
Just last thing on the ride as well. In 2018, it got a revamp. The track of the ride is the same, but they've redone the whole thing up. It's now called the Scooby-Doo Spooky Coaster Next Generation. And I think the storyline is slightly different.
20 years on, next gen.
I was going to say, did they just update it to still be referencing this 20-year-old?
Oh, no, you still get there, I think.
Oh, wow. What a weird thing to do.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things now that, you have to still have this, 20-minute making of playing, and because it's that's such a crucial part of the experience. If you grew up if you lived on the Gold Coast in Australia, and you grew up going to Movie World and riding the Scooby-Doo Spooky Coaster, it's part of the experience. You would have your favorite lines of the making of.
But waiting is, for lots of people, I suspect, the most enjoyable part of the experience, even if it's framed as the most arduous. Well, because it's all anticipation. You get 20 to 120 minutes of anticipation, depending on the ride that you want to go on, and then. Zip around.
And, I mean, I can't speak to this one because I haven't been on it, but I was at Disneyland recently, and it's they do such a good job of making waiting for the ride feel like part of the ride. The new Rise the Resistance ride, which is kind of Disney World's flagship ride at the moment, is you're not sure when the ride starts. There's not a specific point where you go, oh, we're now in the ride. It's you line up here and then you walk because you're going to be executed. You're walking through this part, but I'm still in line, but I'm still and the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, there's all the things where they incorporate telling you the story into where you're having to walk and stuff like that. It's all very well done.
That's also my experience of just going to Disneyland full stop, is that you kind of arrive at Disneyland and walk through the gates, but you've been there for 45 minutes already. It's a very kind of head-scratching experience that's meant to kind of, I don't know, I think it's a bit like, the Gruen transfer, the thing where you walk into a mall.
We were just talking about that.
We just talked about the Gruen transfer.
Oh,
I haven't
so
heard
funny.
that terminology in so long, and now I've heard it twice in the last hour.
Yeah.
That's
so you
funny.
walk into a mall and suddenly you're like, fuck, what did I need? I think it's
Yeah.
it's a similar type of thing, so that your experience of the park is the experience. But yeah, crazy then with, I guess, media like this, which is now, legacy or vintage, and has to keep becoming or maintaining a sense of relevancy, not just for audiences, but to ensure that the IP doesn't run out of steam.
There's some like
Don't let the flame die out.
There's some Disney World, Movie World mechanic or art director who has had to in 2018 either model or repaint a piece of iconography from specifically the 2002 live action, like recreated this forgotten thing from scratch, and I think that would makes me miserable and fascinated and happy all at the same time.
I just think this is human existence.
This is culture.
We keep going, oh yeah, send some people to Mars, but this is culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
But why would you when you can go to Warner Brothers Movie World on the Gold Coast? What does Mars have that Warner Brothers Movie World on the Gold Coast doesn't? Anyway, this is getting to be one of our longest segments. But we
That's
knew
what
this was
happens
coming.
when you bring in an academic.
We should do it more often. Erin, you have a podcast as well that you are on, the Nerd Degree.
Yes, that's right. So the Nerd Degree is a comedy, nerdy panel show, and that records live at the moment monthly at Little Andromeda in Christchurch, New Zealand. We're up to episode 96, I think. We worked out the other day that it's been going for 10 years on and off. So you can just go to nerddegree.com, and we have 3 live recordings coming up, depending on when you're listening to this, in February, March, and April 2022.
Cool. Well, this is coming out in February, so
yeah.
Yes.
And if you are listening to it later on, then you can listen to those episodes at nerddegree.com or all of your favorite. Yeah.
Can I suggest for the 100th episode, it's like a 100, and then the 1 turns you add a curved semicircle, and it turns into a D. And it's do, like Scooby-Doo, and then you do all 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
To run, I'll see what Brendan thinks about it. He can make. I'm on board with the idea.
Brendan's a friend of the show.
Yeah, Brendan's been on our Santa Claus episode actually.
Yeah, so it can be up to Brendan, and so that way, if he says no, it's got nothing to do with me.
Yes, and you're also on Twitter. Is there anything? Do you want to drop your Twitter at or anything like that?
I'm at Lady Horrors across Twitter for as long as it lasts. Instagram, Letterboxd. I have a book if you like academic books, and it is called Women Monstrosity and Horror Film Gyne Horror. It costs about $160 because that's what academic books cost. But you can ask the library or just go to academia.edu where someone's ripped the whole thing and you can download it for free there. And otherwise, you can just come to a class or hang out. So
how do you feel about if someone, not saying anyone necessarily should do this, but if people email you directly and ask for the book, because this is I see as it's like a life hack. Don't pay for the books, just email the person who wrote it and they'll probably give it to you.
Yeah.
Is that actually a thing?
It is a thing, and it's because academic publishing is this weird fucked up mirror universe, and things that are funded through public funding become completely inaccessible behind paywalls. For example, I got asked to contribute to a journal the other day, and I said, "Oh, yeah, that sounds good." And they said, "Oh, yes, there's an article processing fee to make it open access, and that means I would have to write the article and then pay €500 to make it accessible as well."
What on earth?
But
this is why people don't want to learn.
I know this is why people don't want to learn. It's that the whole academic publishing system is a completely cursed toy factory, I think, and most people who...
Much like the start of Scooby-Doo.
Exactly. I was doing a callback. I'm glad you picked up on
sorry.
that.
It was unintentional. And as soon as I was saying, I was like, AJ, she's doing this on purpose, you idiot.
See, most of our guests are dumb, so we have to assume that they're not aware of the things they're doing.
Yeah, most people I find, if you get in touch with them, just want to share what they do and want people to engage and want to be cool about it. It's just that the system that we operate in is just us backwards.
Yeah, because it's not like you don't have to share this, but like I assume that if I'm spending $160 on your book, you're not getting the lion's share of this, and it's not like there's no massive benefit for you.
No.
Versus like me obtaining a copy elsewhere versus...
I get teeny tiny little bits of royalties from the soft cover and the ebook. But the bigger problem, and it's a massive like structural inequity problem, is that, so I've got a full-time job and it's permanent, and I'm exceptionally lucky in that regard. They're really hard to find. It's often down to luck more than anything else. I mean, you've got to be hopefully competent, but a lot of it's luck. But there are huge numbers of people who are basically working for significantly less than minimum wage, if at all, and whose career prospects entirely rely on them producing quality research on a regular basis. So a lot of that work that gets charged $1 million for, those people don't get paid to create and will never ever see $1 from. So it's really tricky.
Yeah, well, sorry to end on this weird. I find other people's lives so fascinating.
I can talk about how academia is cursed for as long as you want, but I think that's a different
Oh my god,
podcast.
I could talk about the fucking pitfalls of my job till the cows come home.
You need another podcast called Why My Job Sucks.
That's a great idea.
Not a bad idea,
yeah. That's a really good idea.
Well, yeah, thank you once again, Erin, for joining us. You brought us a lot of new $5 and $10 words we can use. Moving on, and speaking of moving on, without further ado, the curse of the vampire.
Something about a vampire. I think
something about a vampire. One. Here we go.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.